This is a gym that everyone fears, but the one who enjoys working out here is not human. It's a very peculiar zombie. He has never touched a human. He has no interest in humans. He only likes to lift weights. He not only possesses a body like a perpetual motion machine, but also has acquired a strange system. As long as he completes a set of training, he can earn mysterious attribute points. Just as you arrive at the third floor of the supermarket to look for supplies, a special aroma catches your attention. You turn to look. You see several wooden shoe racks surrounding that area. It looks like the work of humans no matter how you see it. But then another question arises. If you were to encounter humans now, how would you communicate? You can't speak, and you don't know sign language either. Just then, with a loud bang, the shoe rack suddenly collapses. A figure suddenly rushes towards you at an incredible speed. It charges at you. A cold glint appears in its hand. It points directly at your throat. Although this attack comes fiercely, you quickly dodge to the side to avoid the blade. You roar angrily at him. He's one of us. However, in the eyes of the survivor Lin Fan, your contemptuous fangs bring him immense pressure, especially with that roar. It is filled with killing intent, because he truly didn't expect it, to evade such a close-range ambush. In comparison, the opponent's strength is clearly much greater than the zombies he has encountered before. It is stronger by an unknown number of times. Standing next to Lin Fan, besides a young woman, there is also a mother and son, an old man and a middle-aged man in a suit. Under Lin Fan's obstruction, the others are all rushing out. Only one old man remains still in place. You observe the situation before you. You raise your hands and start gesturing in the air. You want to convey that you won't harm him, to tell them not to be afraid. But upon seeing this, Lin Fan looks even more serious. He has to admit that you are the first intelligent zombie he has encountered. You mean to let me go, and let the others stay for you. Is that right, Wen Yen? You suddenly roar again. How did it get worse? You want to gesture once more, but Lin Fan suddenly takes a step forward. The steel knife in his hand strikes again. At that moment, the departing middle-aged man suddenly rushes out from behind. He swings a watermelon knife towards your neck. Seeing this, you lift your leg and kick Lin Fan away. He crashes into the shoe rack behind before stopping. Then, with a thud, you strike back with a knife. You decapitate the middle-aged man before he can strike. These human survivors are too stubborn in their actions. They didn't give you a chance to communicate at all, but they're out to take your life. You definitely can't stay behind. Just then, an old man with vacant eyes suddenly picks up Lin Fan's knife. He charges at you. However, you don't indulge them. Then, you hear a squelching sound. The old man falls down in response. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan sees this situation. Killing intent surges instantly. His strength and speed increase again. Then, he recklessly charges towards you. Hey man, are you out of your mind? You all started by trying to chop my head off. Now you're the one going berserk. You all think honest people are easy to bully, huh? You grab the wrist of the person holding the knife. With your other hand, you press against their chest. You execute a shoulder throw, and then you throw him away. Lin Fan, who falls to the ground, sees darkness before his eyes. He feels like his body has been hit by a car. His body is covered in numerous cuts from blasts. The surrounding zombies smell the blood. They all rush towards him as if they have gone mad. This scene is just seen by Lu Weiwei, who is about to leave. However, before she can think too much, she hears him shout nervously, Lin Fan, run! Immediately, you quickly walk to the broken window. You look down and see Lin Fan crashing through several zombies. Then, in just a moment, he disappears from sight. Currently, although the opponent's strength is not as strong as yours, it is still much higher than that of an ordinary person. It might very well be the chosen one of this world. Since a grudge has formed, it must be eradicated completely. Just as you are about to jump down to pursue, you hear a terrified gasp behind you. I know you can understand. Just eat me first. My meat is more tender. It's Lin Fan's girlfriend, Lu Weiwei. You know well that she is trying to buy time for her boyfriend to escape. However, you completely disregard her. You leap directly. As you land, the scattered zombies momentarily freeze. Then, they seem to become a bit fearful. Surprisingly, they all step back. This scene is beyond your expectations. You know that zombies are usually extremely fierce, but you don't linger too long. You immediately exert force in your legs, and you dash straight after that human. Half an hour later, you return to the supermarket. Lu Weiwei instinctively steps back quickly. The only thing she is relieved about is that she doesn't see Lin Fan. Although Lu Weiwei is puzzled, Fear dominates her feelings. She has witnessed zombies eating people. She has seen it with her own eyes. Even if the other side has intelligence, it seems they would only see her as food. You first open your mouth. Then you extend your hand and start gesturing. At one moment, you point at the other person. At another moment, you point at the ground. Lu Weiwei doesn't quite understand, but she can feel that. The zombie in front of her looks a bit terrifying. It seems to have no malice. Mr. Zombie, you mean for me to stay here? Is that right, Wenyan? You nod with relief. Finally, there's someone who can barely understand your sign language. Soon, you go to find some paper and pen. You start writing something seriously. Lu Weiwei is even more puzzled by this scene. Her mouth is almost gaping open in surprise. This is more astonishing than seeing a sow climbing a tree. However, you look at your crooked handwriting. Ever since becoming a zombie, it's become difficult to do these delicate things, but it should still be legible. I am a good zombie. This place is very safe. Lu Weiwei feels a bit frustrated but doesn't know how to express it, but he still musters the courage to ask. You are Lin Fan. You're the one who was thrown down. So, that guy's name is Lin Fan? I have to say, Lin Fan really runs incredibly fast, and he seems a bit disoriented. Several times when I was about to get close, I was inexplicably pushed away by the horde of zombies. By the time I broke through the zombie tide, the other person had long disappeared. You lower your head and continue to write. If you didn't catch up, he should be alive. After getting this answer, Lu Weiwei breathes a sigh of relief. Even such a powerful Mr. Zombie couldn't catch him. Then it should be fine. I have to say, Lin Fan really has good instincts. Although Lu Weiwei can't be considered a top beauty, she has a great figure. It's a pity that you have no interest in women right now. You only want to become stronger. Then, you allocate the attribute points you just gained to spirit. Suddenly, you feel completely different. You could say that the entire zombie's brain is several times more active. In fact, you are a time traveler. When you first arrived, you were just a walking corpse. Your movements were stiff. You could only make sounds similar to a beast's growl. Fortunately, you activated a system that strengthens you through exercise. As long as you exercise, you can earn attribute points. Attribute points can be freely allocated. At this moment, you ask Lu Weiwei to throw away the other two corpses, so that you won't become interested in these things. Although Lu Weiwei's expression looks a bit unpleasant, she still tries her best to listen to you. Besides, doesn't this indicate that this zombie doesn't eat humans? That's a good thing. Perhaps you and the others misunderstood him at first, leading to the current situation. I regret it too late now. At this moment, you hand her a note. It says for her to change clothes. After I leave, you can jump out from the broken window, and only then does Lu Weiwei realize. Her short sleeves are already soaked. Her skin is faintly visible underneath. Her pretty face turns slightly red. Then she thinks, it's not too bad to be seen by a zombie, right? It's probably like being seen by cats or dogs. And when you come out, you have one thing to do, to find zombies to fight. Fighting is also a form of exercise. You take out 2 knives from your backpack. Then you charge into the horde of zombies, until night falls. Originally, he was terrified by the howls he heard all afternoon. He was quite scared, but Lu Weiwei still pokes her head out. Looking down, she sees you, a zombie, actually holding 2 kitchen knives, chasing and slashing at other zombies. It's simply terrifying. He only knows that zombies gather to feed at night. They only attack their own kind if there's not enough food around. Could it be that he wants to claim this area as his territory, not allowing other zombies to come near? And have I become his possession? Lu Weiwei thinks to herself. You have returned. At this moment, you are covered in filth. A puff of white mist escapes from your fong-filled mouth. You can feel that after night falls, your body undergoes a different change. Lu Weiwei stammers, wanting to say something, but her tone is very soft. If it weren't for your changed hearing, you probably wouldn't have heard her at all. Mr. Zombie, you become more frantic at night. You won't eat us, right? You shake your head with a puzzled expression. Could it be that your sense of danger comes from this? But even if the zombies outside are twice as strong at night, it shouldn't pose any threat to you. Then, you take out a palm-sized radio from your backpack. You use it in front of Lu Weiwei. You set the radio down. A high-quality ingredient has arrived. Lu Weiwei is even more confused. Mr. Zombie is tired. He wants to listen to a song to relax. I can understand why this song was chosen. After playing for over 10 minutes, suddenly, the radio cut out. Hello, survivors. This is the Z11 gathering point. The broadcast station is reporting the latest news. The Kyoto research team has discovered how to artificially awaken. The awakening ceremony will take place tomorrow at noon. Citizens are encouraged to volunteer. Wan Yen furrows his brow. Awakened ones. It seems that awakened individuals have already emerged among humans, but to find a way to artificially intervene in awakening in such a short time, one must admire the researchers, and that Lin Fan is definitely one of the awakened. Just don't know what level of awakened he is. Then you walk to the men's clothing section. After changing into a clean outfit, you toss a note to Lu Weiwei. Get some rest early. Don't worry, it's very safe here. Lu Weiwei is increasingly unable to understand the zombie before her. Sir, you are a zombie. Do you really need to pay so much attention to your image? You arrive at the gym on the second floor. You grab a 100-kilogram barbell and start working out. Although the points you gain are starting to decrease, you don't need to sleep anyway. It's better than nothing, right? After a night of exercising, your attribute panel's evaluation finally changes. It changes to Jack of all trades. It seems that each attribute needs to reach a certain level in order to change. It looks like you need to develop in all aspects in the future. As the evaluation changes, you can also feel that your strength undergoes a significant change. The world around you starts to slow down dramatically. You estimate that you could take on 10 of last night's self. It's time to check out the city center. Meanwhile, inside a certain office building near the city center, a group of 5 people gathers here, 4 men and 1 woman. This type of team is composed of awakened individuals. One female team member asks in confusion. The captain, based on the information brought back by the scouting team yesterday, says that the special zombie is nearby, but I haven't sensed anything unusual for now. The young man referred to as the captain looks grave. The special zombie has already gained some level of intelligence. It's not easy to capture, but it is very important research material. It must be brought back. Suddenly, a team member observing downstairs with binoculars exclaims in surprise, "Captain, a zombie carrying a backpack has appeared on the street." It observes its surroundings while moving. It seems to be the target of their mission, and it's getting closer. This team of awakened ones is well aware. This zombie in front of them has at least captain-level strength. Regular light weapons cannot inflict fatal damage on it. So, one team member takes out an RPG rocket launcher. It only says to try to catch fire, but everyone knows, a small team cannot capture a captain-level zombie alive, but a dead one still has research value, right? At this time, you, still searching for supplies, have not yet noticed the danger. You feel quite puzzled. Why are there so few zombies nearby? Then you hear a gunshot in the distance. As you notice humans on a rooftop in the distance, your scalp goes numb. You suddenly roll to the side. Damn it, I haven't provoked you. Thankfully, you dodged quickly, but it left some white marks on your skin. If you had been hit, you probably would have been seriously injured. Seeing this, the captain looks extremely grim. He knows that light weapons pose no threat to captain-level zombies, but he has never seen anyone dodge an RPG at such close range. There is no time for you to react at all. One of them changes shape, transforming into a half-human, half-wolf appearance. Their size rapidly increases. Then, 2 others conjure flames in their hands. The flickering flames seem ready to consume everything around them. Finally, the person who spoke earlier has a void in his right hand. In an instant, an ice blade suddenly materializes. Just then, the giant hand of the werewolf slashes at you like a sharp sickle. It cuts straight toward your head. However, you lean away. Not only do you dodge the sickle-like claw, the sharp claws, but you also swing your right fist fiercely. It lands heavily on the werewolf's abdomen. The werewolf suddenly sees darkness. Then, its massive form flies away. It crashes through the door of a shop. As for its life or death, it remains unknown. It's just too strong. You should know that after old Lu transformed into a werewolf, he had nearly captain-level strength. In the team, his combat power was second only to the captain. Moreover, after transforming into a werewolf, he possessed powerful regenerative abilities. Now, he has been struck to the point of uncertainty about his fate. The captain first exhales a breath of cold air. Then he urgently shouts that the intel is incorrect. "Hurry, you must take old Lu and retreat. I'll hold him off." However, after hearing this, the other team members hesitate. Seeing this situation, the captain's expression becomes increasingly serious. "Hurry, you must bring back the news. Moreover, this zombie's strength is not that of a captain. To be precise, it might be at the level of a leader. Even if we combine our strength, we are no match for it. you also begin to seriously assess the opponent. It's clear that the one speaking is the headache of this group. This guy is much stronger than that kid from yesterday, and these few are all awakened ones. No wonder they dare to act outside. You hesitate for a moment, then you decide to kill them all. Although you were indeed human before, now you are a zombie. No matter how friendly you are to humans, you can't guarantee that they don't have bad intentions. Besides, they attacked first. Your temper isn't good enough to let them ambush you. You won't just let them off with a smile. Then, you swiftly move. You charge toward one of the fire wielders. Anyone who has played competitive games knows that in the early stages, you clear out the minions first. However, the captain sees this. He suddenly lets out a furious roar. His speed skyrockets. He raises his ice blade and rushes toward your back. Just as you grab the ice blade, the cold instantly restricts your movements. Before you can react, another flame ray shoots toward you. With a bang, you slap your hand back, dispersing the flames. Then you throw a punch at the captain holding the ice blade. Although in an instant, that captain gathers another ice blade to defend. But at the same time, the ice blade shatters. Everyone present is in shock, but the captain can't be bothered to scold them. Don't just stand there. Run. This zombie is definitely at the leader level. This time, they obey. Another team member has already carried out the team member who was knocked back to his original form. They turn around and run. Everything is because the opponent is just too strong. Staying behind wouldn't help at all. In fact, it would only hold them back. You indeed pause for a moment after hearing that. Captain level and leader level. Is this the classification of awakened strength among humans? Interesting. It's just that the captain hasn't survived a round yet. You tightly grip his neck. At this moment, he is already on his last legs. He appears extremely weak. Although the surrounding zombies gather after hearing the commotion, they close in. Yet none dare to step forward to feast. The captain chuckles, knowing you can understand. But don't get too smug. My teammates will avenge me. With a crunch, you don't bother to listen to his nonsense. Instead, you directly snap his neck. Then, you toss him toward the horde of zombies. At this time, 3 team members who have already run several blocks meet up with the female team member. Although this female team member is also an awakened one, she is a support type. Her perception and combat strength aren't very strong. That's why she didn't participate in the zombie siege. As soon as she sees the team members, her expression becomes very anxious. Where's the captain? Why hasn't he come? That zombie is too strong. The captain stayed behind for us. I'm afraid. The captain is all ready. One of the team members lowers his head as he speaks, feeling somewhat ashamed. But before they had time to feel sad, the female team member suddenly looks ahead. Her expression changes. It seems she has seen something that fills her with despair. A figure fell, crashing down onto her, instantly killing her. 2 team members looked at the over 2 meter tall, slender, and terrifyingly fierce zombie, their faces filled with fear. Chen Shen had his hands around the captain's neck, the latter covered in blood, already at the end of his strength. The surrounding zombies encircled them but dared not approach. The ground was cracked from their battle, and several trees in the greenbelt had fallen. I know you can understand me, the captain chuckled. You're not a commander-level zombie, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold you off for so long. Don't get too proud. Crack Chen Shen couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and directly snapped the captain's neck. He wasn't in a good mood. He had indeed been held up by the captain's reckless attacks for over 10 minutes and had sustained some minor injuries. The other team members had probably long since fled. Chen Shen casually tossed the captain's body into the horde of zombies. System, add some mental points. Points added successfully. Host, Chen Shen, physique, 67, strength, 66, mental, 60, race, zombie, evaluation, miscellaneous soldier. Just the captain alone provided Chen Shen with 10 attribute points. Indeed, the higher the intensity of the battle, the easier it was to gain attribute points. In comparison, the benefits from regular training were becoming increasingly insufficient. Perhaps it was due to equipment limitations? Chen Shen patted his backpack. The meat he brought was not enough, so today would have to end here. He turned to head back. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking Chen Shen's path. It was holding a human corpse dressed in special forces gear, which it tossed in front of Chen Shen. It seemed to be a human awakener from before. Roar! The over 2 meter tall zombie looked down at Chen Shen, its roar filled with provocation. Chen Shen seemed to understand its meaning. Was it trying to recruit him as a subordinate? Has it already gained intelligence? Chen Shen stroked his chin and looked up. In comparison, his height of just under 1.8 meters did seem weak. Chen Shen struck suddenly, grabbing its calf before it could react. He swung it down, slamming it into the ground. The ground trembled. He picked it up again and slammed it down. Roar! At first, the tall zombie was angry and resisted, trying to break free. But soon it realized it was no match and its roars took on a tone of pleading. Intelligent zombies are indeed different. Chen Shen let it go and roared back. The meaning was roughly to recruit it as a subordinate. In truth, Chen Shen had taken advantage of a surprise attack, catching it off guard. Otherwise, judging by its displayed physical strength, it wouldn't be much weaker than the previous captain. At the very least, it could have fought Chen Shen for a while. This was quite a quality punching bag. Tall zombie. Family, who understands? This guy doesn't play fair. But it still submitted because Chen Shen had already raised a fist the size of a sandbag. The killing intent was not feigned. Roar! Follow me, today's trip wasn't in vain, at least he had gained a sandbag subordinate. The tall zombie, limping, followed behind Chen Shen, still holding the human corpse. Meanwhile, at the Z City No. 3 gathering point, relying on the air defense cave, human survivors had built a 10-meter-high wall on the outskirts. It might look ugly, but its sturdiness was unquestionable. A patrolling soldier suddenly spotted a figure stumbling towards them from outside, followed by no less than 100 zombies. Quick! Is that a member of Ding Wei's team? Upon hearing this, the patrol captain looked over, confirmed it, and ordered, quick, notified the awakeners to cover his retreat. He was too close to the zombies to shoot. No need, I'll go down for a bit. The suddenly appearing man, dressed in black combat gear, was in his 40s. His skin color shifted, showing a bright bronze hue. He leaped down from the wall. It's Commander Wei, great! The patrolling soldiers cheered. Commander Wei moved as if in a no-man's land, blasting apart zombies wherever he went. Absolute power crushes. Soon the zombies were cleared, and the team members were brought back. What happened to you? Seeing his miserable state, someone couldn't help but ask. The team member gasped for breath, fear evident in his eyes. The intel was wrong, that special zombie should be at the commander level, and there was a second captain level zombie. Ding Wei's team of 5 returned, one severely injured. They brought back important intelligence. This caused a stir among the higher-ups at the No. 3 gathering point. As the instigator of all this, Chen Shen had already returned to the supermarket with his little brother. Roar! You stay outside. The tall zombie was quite obedient, having gnawed off one of its arms along the way. Chen Shen didn't want to eat humans, but he wouldn't stop other zombies from doing so. It's just a corpse, he's not a saint. Moreover, these humans acted decisively and ruthlessly, so Chen Shen had no need to help them collect the bodies. As someone who was once human, Chen Shen deeply understood the saying, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. He could also understand the human's actions. If he were human, facing such a dire situation with zombies continuously evolving and even intelligent zombies appearing, he would definitely want to capture them for research. As for telling others that he still felt human inside, that would feel even worse. The chain of suspicion is truly remarkable. Perhaps he should change his mindset. Is it destined to be oppositional? Chen Shen was speechless. He should try to avoid humans in the future. He had already experienced their decisiveness twice. They gave no chance for communication. Climbing upstairs. In the supermarket, Lu Weiwei and the young woman were on edge when they heard the sound of the shoe cabinet being moved, their hearts racing. When they saw it was Chen Shen returning, Lu Weiwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the young woman was even more worried. In her eyes, this zombie was intelligent, but it was very likely that it saw her as reserve food. She wanted to escape but knew that going outside meant death, so she hadn't dared to sleep last night, and Chen Shen had only slept for a while after being gone for most of the day. Just as Chen Shen was about to go downstairs, a broadcast sounded outside. Day 8 of the global disaster. Today is the last citywide broadcast. The strength of zombies has been reinforced recently, and many special types have appeared. We urge any surviving citizens to quickly head to the nearest gathering point. The broadcast gradually faded. Chen Shen went downstairs, ate something first, and then filled his backpack. In Lu Weiwei's puzzled gaze, he went out. Mr. Zombie? During the time Chen Shen was out, she had thought about escaping. She also wanted to go to the human gathering point, but the likelihood was that as soon as she left Mr. Zombie's territory, she would be torn apart by other zombies. As a human, it seemed she was relying on zombies for protection, which always felt somewhat unreal to Lu Weiwei. I wonder how Fan Fan is doing. She looked outside. Chen Shen came down, patted the tall zombie, signaling it to follow him. The 2 zombies quickly arrived at the gym. 6 muscular zombies instinctively retreated upon seeing Chen Shen. What territorial awareness! Gone! But the tall zombie still held a human corpse in its hand. Roar! One muscular zombie provocatively roared at the tall zombie. Bang! It was slapped against the wall by the tall zombie, unable to get down. Putting down his backpack, Chen Chen cleared his space in the gym. Roar, you, come practice with me. Upon hearing this, the tall zombie took 2 steps back, clearly a bit hesitant. Chen Chen didn't wait for the other to agree and directly jumped up to give the tall zombie a nosebleed. The warrior could be killed but not humiliated. This zombie was ready to fight. 5 minutes later, the tall zombie, pinned to the ground, begged for mercy with its roars. Chen Chen let go of it. High attack and defense, yet not very agile? Looking at the tall, slender figure, Chen Chen felt a sense of incongruity. Are those long legs just for show? In terms of strength, the tall zombie was about the same as a human captain, with higher defense, but it was far less troublesome than a human captain. All human awakeners possess special abilities, while zombies seem much simpler. Combat training completed, attribute point +1. A prompt sound rang out. Roar! Continue. The tall zombie kept retreating. Chen Chen stepped forward and threw 2 punches, venting the tall zombie's anger. Another 5 minutes passed. The tall zombie barely managed to injure Chen Chen, but in the end, it was still pinned down. Again, it begged for mercy. Not hearing the prompt sound, Chen Chen roared again. Tall zombie. It was too much bullying for the zombie. After being beaten 5 times, the tall zombie no longer dared to resist. If you want to hit, then hit. Destroy this damned world. How could there be such a zombie? So weak. Chen Chen looked down on it in his heart. Helpless, he could only start assembling fitness equipment. The barbell plates were full. Then he lifted a few hundred kilograms of barbell for curls. Completed barbell curls x10. Attribute point +1. He assembled another piece for fly exercises. Completed fly exercises x5. Attribute point +1. Getting stronger became addictive, especially when he could directly see his own improvement. Seeing that the boss no longer beat him, the tall zombie felt a sense of relief and quickly hid in the corner, afraid that the boss would come again. An afternoon passed, and the accumulation of attribute points slowed down. Host, Chen Chen Physique, 82 Strength, 81 Spirit, 81 Race, Zombie Evaluation, Miscellaneous Soldier. The tall zombie felt that its boss had become stronger again and ran over to circle around Chen Chen, seemingly very happy. Chen Chen patted it. It was about to get dark, it was time to go back. He didn't know if the tall one would go crazy at night, so he let it stay in the gym. Roar, you stay here. Chen Chen pointed at it and then at the ground. The tall zombie responded, as if agreeing. It had been subdued by Chen Chen. It was better for the boss to be stronger, hopefully stronger than that guy, so it could take revenge. Chen Chen didn't know the tall zombie's little calculations and left with his already empty backpack. Before he reached the supermarket, Chen Chen could vaguely hear the sound of a baby crying. It should be the human baby in the supermarket. After his spirit reached 80 points, his senses were significantly enhanced. He no longer had to worry about being ambushed by enemies at close range. Back on the 3rd floor of the supermarket, Chen Chen wrote a note and tossed it to Lu Weiwei. Moving tomorrow? Lu Weiwei was a bit puzzled but didn't ask further. I'll listen to Mr. Zombie. The consumption of meat was faster than Chen Chen had expected. He hadn't considered that exercising at night would also consume resources. Moreover, as his strength increased, he ate more. No, we can't leave here, the quiet young woman finally spoke. If we leave, what will my child do without milk powder? My child is only 5 months old. Her voice trembled, but she still stood up. She mustered the courage to meet Chen Chen's pale gaze. She didn't dare to look at his blood-stained mouth. Chen Chen glanced at her and wrote another note to toss to Lu Weiwei. Mr. Zombie says you can stay here, at least for the short term, it's safe. Lu Weiwei's mouth twitched. In fact, the note only had a few words, didn't say I take you, but she still conveyed it tactfully. Upon hearing this, the young woman was unhappy. No, how can safety be guaranteed if you're not here? Chen Chen was speechless. Seriously, lady, do you really expect a zombie to protect you? What a big face. It was only his kindness. If another zombie came, you would have been eaten alive by now. Not wanting to deal with her anymore, Chen Chen turned and went downstairs. Seeing that the young woman was about to speak again, Lu Weiwei hurried over to cover her mouth. This woman really wasn't very bright. Say less, or Mr. Zombie might get unhappy and eat us. Lu Weiwei lowered her voice. The young woman broke free, her eyes reddening. I just want my child to survive. How could she not see that Chen Chen didn't want to take her with him? It was already good enough that the other party hadn't eaten her. However, she knew better than anyone that she couldn't survive in this apocalypse alone with a child. Before, she had Lin Fan to protect her, but now she relied on zombies for protection. She didn't care who protected her, as long as it meant her child could live. The baby was only 5 months old. For that, she was willing to risk offending that zombie, even if it meant being eaten herself. Lu Weiwei was somewhat moved. You stay here, there won't be any danger for a short time. Maybe if we're lucky, a rescue team from the gathering place. By the end, she lost confidence in her own words. If there really was a rescue team at the gathering place, they would have come long ago. The nearest gathering place was only 20 miles away. The situation for humanity might be far from as optimistic as the broadcasts claimed. Lu Weiwei had to admit she really disliked the woman in front of her. She was bossy towards her boyfriend, always acting superior. However, the child was innocent. The other party's love for the child was also great. The young woman's eyes were filled with disappointment and despair, and then she looked at Lu Weiwei with a humble, pleading gaze. Tomorrow, can you take my child with you? She knelt down, holding the baby. I know my attitude was terrible before. I'm sorry, sob. Since the disaster began, she had always been strong, but she couldn't help but start to sob. The baby seemed to sense its mother's emotions and began to cry as well. Lu Weiwei opened her mouth. She admitted her heart had softened and wanted to agree. But could she really take care of a baby? Would Mr. Zombie allow her to bring along a completely useless infant? She didn't even fully understand why Mr. Zombie had brought her along. Perhaps he really did see her as a reserve food supply. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as the shoe cabinet in front of the broken window was knocked over. It was already dark, and in the dim light of the desk lamp, Lu Weiwei saw a tall figure crawl in through the broken window. Roar! The tall figure roared, instantly locking onto Lu Weiwei's side. Whoosh! The zombie moved incredibly fast, its sharp claws aimed at the young woman on the ground. Her face changed dramatically, and she instinctively shielded the baby beneath her. Poochie! The sharp claws pierced through the young woman's back, emerging from her chest, nearly impaling the child as well. Then the zombie slowly lifted the young woman. Blood dripped onto the baby's tender cheek, and the baby cried even louder when placed on the ground. The young woman hadn't yet lost consciousness, but her voice was very weak as she struggled to look at Lu Weiwei. Please. The zombie was about to strike again when a figure moved faster than it had before, kicking the zombie away. Roar! Who told you to come here? The tall zombie was none other than Chen Chen's little brother. Chen Chen had moved the moment he heard the commotion, but he was still a step too late. The tall zombie tossed aside the young woman's body and stood up. Its gaze seemed different from during the day, more chaotic and frenzied than before. Is this the source of the sense of danger? Why am I not affected? Chen Chen wondered. But it was clear that now was not the time to think about these things, as the tall zombie was charging at him. Chen Chen grabbed the claws that were thrusting towards him and punched the zombie in the head. The big guy was significantly stronger than during the day. Perhaps now it could take on 3 human captains. But after an afternoon of training, Chen Chen had also become much stronger. Thus, Lu Weiwei, who was in shock and confusion, saw the smaller Chen Chen pinning down the larger zombie and pounding it. Bang bang bang! The entire building began to shake, as if the floor would collapse under Chen Chen's blows at any moment. Mr. Zombie is so strong? Lu Weiwei was very surprised. Suddenly, she realized something and bent down to pick up the still crying baby. She wiped the blood off the baby's face. As a woman, she was soft-hearted, no matter how the young woman had acted before. After pounding for several minutes, the floor tiles had long since cracked, revealing concrete with spiderweb-like fissures. It felt like it would collapse at any moment. Roar! Hearing the familiar plea for mercy, Chen Chen stopped. Roar! What's wrong with you? Roar! I don't know. Boss, don't hit me. I was wrong. Chen Chen pulled the other person up, looking at the latter's head, which was dented from the punch. The tall zombie's eyes seemed much clearer. Roar! If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Chen Chen roared. Upon hearing this, the tall zombie trembled all over, curling up pitifully. It truly didn't know what was going on. Roar! Get back! I'll deal with you tomorrow. Chen Chen glared at it. The tall zombie wanted to cry but could only leave. It knew it had invaded the boss's territory and offended him, so the beating was not unjust. But just thinking about the boss's fist made its head ache. As it left, it didn't forget to take the corpse of the young woman. It knew the boss didn't like eating humans. Is that how you chased it away? Lu Weiwei couldn't believe her eyes, looking again at the place where Mr. Zombie had fought. This power. No wonder Fan couldn't win. Who could defeat such a monster? Chen Chen blocked the window and moved a few shelves to seal off the first floor completely. As he passed by Lu Weiwei, he glanced at the baby in her arms. Startled, Lu Weiwei thought Mr. Zombie liked to eat the tender ones. She held the baby even tighter. Chen Chen left a note and went downstairs. If you're worried, you can go to the second floor. After reading the note, Lu Weiwei picked up the baby bottle from the ground and put it in the child's mouth before heading downstairs. After what had just happened, she felt it was safer to stay closer to Mr. Zombie. However, as soon as she got downstairs, she witnessed a scene that almost made her brain crash. Was her way of going downstairs wrong? Mr. Zombie was listening to the radio and exercising? Strange, too strange. Are zombies this disciplined now? Chen Chen ignored Lu Weiwei, who was holding the baby, and continued his workout. Lu Weiwei didn't know when she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already the next morning. She was awakened by the baby's cries. Actually, the child was quite well behaved. During the time they sheltered together, he rarely cried. Did you poop? Lu Weiwei could smell a faint odor. She wasn't very skilled at changing the baby's diaper, and the process took more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, the baby didn't struggle or move around. Just as Lu Weiwei was about to mix formula for the baby with bottled water, a note floated over. The baby is still small, he can't drink cold water. It was written by Chen Chen. Even though it was summer, such a small infant could easily get diarrhea from cold water, and such a minor illness could cost a child's life in this apocalyptic world. Mr. Zombie? Lu Weiwei looked up at Chen Chen, who had just finished exercising. No way, how does a zombie know how to take care of a child? Chen Chen wrote another note, get ready, we leave in an hour. If you don't want to come with me, you can stay. Actually, interacting with humans tested his patience. He was really afraid that one day he wouldn't be able to hold back and would eat the other person alive. As for encountering that lucky Lin Fan in the future, that was a matter for later. Moreover, yesterday's events made Chen Chen realize that it seemed very difficult to coexist peacefully with humans. The purpose of relocating was twofold: to find food and to move closer to the city center. He could sense that the source of the previous calling had great benefits for him. He considered himself somewhat capable. It was time to see what was going on. Lu Weiwei stared blankly at Chen Chen going downstairs. Mr. Zombie, be a little gentler. Chen Chen found a large hiking backpack in the supermarket and stuffed all the remaining meat inside. As for weapons, he didn't take any more. That broken knife was of such poor quality, the manufacturer must have cut corners. It felt less effective than his own fists. Lu Weiwei packed 6 cans of formula, a few packs of diapers, and a large thermos. She even brought a pot. In contrast, she had very few of her own belongings. As for whether to go with Chen Chen, she hesitated for only a few minutes. Following a zombie might be dangerous in the future, and I could end up being seen as reserve food. But it seems staying in the supermarket is even more dangerous. Lu Weiwei rationally analyzed the situation. No one could guarantee that something like last night wouldn't happen again. It was possible that Mr. Zombie had just left today, and she could be eaten tonight. Those shelves could block most ordinary zombies, but they couldn't stop that special kind from last night. At least from the few days we've spent together, Mr. Zombie won't eat people, Lu Weiwei convinced herself. She pushed aside the shelves blocking the entrance on the first floor. A zombie was walking down the street with a human. Only after leaving a certain range of the supermarket could she see scattered zombies. They saw the human but didn't dare to rush forward. The aura from Chen Chen instinctively frightened these ordinary zombies. To them, Lu Weiwei was food for that powerful zombie and couldn't be snatched away. It was somewhat similar to the dominance of a superior beast over its subordinates. At first, Lu Weiwei was a bit worried, but seeing those previously frenzied zombies not daring to approach, she felt relieved. Soon, they arrived at the gym, where only 2 muscular zombies remained, but they felt even more oppressive. At that moment, they were being pinned down and beaten by a tall zombie. Even when the 2 zombies let out cries for mercy, the tall zombie didn't stop. Roar! Come out! Chen Chen's shout interrupted the tall zombie's violence. The latter shivered and hurried over, circling around Chen Chen with its neck retracted. The intention to please was obvious. The head that had been dented by Chen Chen last night had also recovered. This recovery ability was indeed formidable. Did Mr. Zombie subdue it? Lu Weiwei found it hard to believe. The hierarchy among zombies seemed much stronger than that among humans. The tall zombie's submission came from the heart. After listening to the tall zombie's series of roars, it became clear that the muscular zombies had evolved a degree of intelligence after devouring each other last night. Their strength had also improved to some extent. Currently, these 2 muscular zombies had been taken in as subordinates by the tall zombie. Roar! The tall zombie called the 2 muscular zombies out to acknowledge their leader. The 2 zombies, over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, slowly stepped forward. They looked at Lu Weiwei with some longing but didn't dare to act recklessly. Their leader's leader? That meant, no, the CPUs of the 2 zombies were about to burn out. As long as they obeyed, that was enough. Chen Chen didn't mind having 2 more subordinates and led them toward the city center. That afternoon, a group of humans arrived at the supermarket, dressed in various styles, but they all appeared very capable. There were a total of 7 people, 3 women and 4 men. Lin Fan, is the special kind you mentioned really here? A woman in her 30s frowned in confusion. I only sent some ordinary zombies in the supermarket. The one called Lin Fan was naturally the person who had escaped from Chun-Shen a few days ago, Lu Weiwei's boyfriend. He hadn't made it to the gathering place but was rescued by the current team halfway. The team came from a survivor group of several hundred people, and their mission was to find special zombies, kill them, and bring them back. Aside from Lin Fan, 5 of the team members were awakened ones, and the captain was slightly stronger than Lin Fan. One had healing abilities, another had sensing abilities, and the captain had beast transformation abilities. The remaining 2 had fire and wind abilities, respectively. That ordinary person was also impressive. It was said that before the disaster, he was a well-known martial arts expert, very skilled in combat, and generally, awakened ones were no match for him. At that time, Lin Fan was severely injured, and after being rescued, he agreed to join the team. Lin Fan's injuries were healed by the team's healer. It's very likely that it has already left. Lin Fan's face darkened, his eyes filled with immense hatred. That zombie has already gained intelligence and is on par with the captain. Weiwei was not around. She might have already been eaten. He had mentally prepared for this before coming, but confirming the news deepened his hatred. Zombies, all those damned zombies, should die. In the next moment, Lin Fan made his move, the cold light in his hand flashing as his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing into the supermarket, leaving behind a trail of zombies that were all instantly killed with a single strike. The woman who had just spoken twitched at the corner of her eye. The captain, a young man in his 30s with an ordinary appearance, said calmly, "He must have been holding back for a long time, let him vent a little." In truth, he was not as calm inside as he appeared. Lin Fan's explosive speed just now was already close to his own after beastification. Truly extraordinary talent. In the past few days, they had gotten to know each other. After the disaster, Lin Fan had been hiding in the supermarket with his girlfriend, rarely exercising his abilities, yet he still possessed such strength. His ability must be a violent amplification. The stronger the emotion, the greater the power. Theoretically, it can amplify infinitely, and each time he exits the state, his strength seems to gain a certain boost, apparently without side effects? A male team member exclaimed in wonder. Awakened individuals usually experience some side effects or limitations after using their abilities. Someone like Lin Fan was indeed very rare. Before long, the zombies in the supermarket were cleared, and Lin Fan's aura grew even stronger. Weiwei, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. The closer they got to the city center, the more zombies there were. Chen arrived at a stronghold he had scouted yesterday, a 24-hour gym. On the second floor, there were no zombies inside. However, the entrance needed to be blocked off. This was the time for the little brothers to shine. It felt good to have subordinates to command. The choice of this place was mainly because it was already within the city center. Plus, there were several large vegetable markets nearby. Lu Weiwei had no idea that Lin Fan was looking for her so soon. In her view, even if Lin Fan managed to escape, he would need some time to recover from his injuries. She also wouldn't know that due to a misunderstanding, the first king-level powerhouse of humanity was rapidly rising. That was a story for later. A changing room in the gym served as Lu Weiwei's room. There are so many zombies here, Lu Weiwei couldn't help but recall the dense number of zombies downstairs. It seems there's no chance to escape now. If possible, she still wanted to leave Mr. Zombie, a human gathering place was where she should be. After blocking the stairs to the second floor, Chen took a few little brothers to the nearest vegetable market. When they returned, a zombie was carrying a freezer, and Chen even had 2 extra bags on his back. Heavy load training completed, attribute point +1, a prompt sounded in his mind. Chen placed the freezer in a corner of the gym, added to spirit. Host, Chen, physique, 89, strength, 88, spirit, 89, race, zombie, evaluation, miscellaneous soldier. The points gained last night were not accumulating as quickly as at the beginning, which was all within expectations. After placing the freezer in a nearby restaurant, Chen leaped up to the second floor gym. He walked to Lu Weiwei's door, knocked, and dropped off his backpack. Lu Weiwei cautiously opened the door and, seeing the food packaging peeking out of the backpack, felt a bit embarrassed. "Thank you, Mr. Zombie." Having settled into the new stronghold, the sky was slowly darkening. To prevent his little brothers from going wild at night, Chen exercised by Lu Weiwei's door. As for the few little brothers, they went off to do their own thing. The tall zombie seemed quite excited when he left. The other 2 muscular zombies didn't know what to do, so they were taken away by the tall zombie. Chen wasn't worried about them not coming back. They were just a few little brothers. Hearing the sounds of Mr. Zombie exercising outside, Lu Weiwei felt inexplicably reassured. Even now, there was still a sense of unreality. The disciplined Mr. Zombie seemed very enthusiastic about working out. The baby in her arms suddenly started crying. "Oh no, I've already changed diapers several times today. I have some experience now. She quickly changed the diaper. Baby, your mother didn't have time to tell me your name. Lu Weiwei teased the baby a bit, feeling somewhat helpless. I don't even know if you'll live to see the day you become a big girl. They had lived together for 7 days before, but during that time, they were always on edge. The atmosphere was oppressive. Plus, fearing the zombies, everyone spoke very little. Later, when things stabilized a bit, the young woman started to act up. Lu Weiwei disliked her, so she never asked about her child. The others included a dazed old man, a quiet middle-aged man, and Lin Fan, who was kind but not very perceptive. None of them had asked either. The baby giggled. What a easy-to-raise little guy. Lu Weiwei found herself liking this little one. Unfortunately, it was a hard life. This was Chao Dan's world. She laid down a few layers of clothes on the ground and placed the child down. In a daze, Lu Weiwei dreamed of meeting Lin Fan, who had become a very strong awakened one, clearing the zombie crisis in City Z. The next morning, Lu Weiwei felt something was off. Why wasn't the baby crying today? Turning to the side, she saw the baby's face unusually red. Fever. Lu Weiwei touched the little face and was startled. What to do? She quickly opened the door and looked fearfully at Chun Shen, who was working out at the door. Mr. Zombie, could you help find some fever medicine for the baby? She didn't hold out much hope. After all, he was a zombie. Why would he help her? However, Chen Chen put down the barbell and nodded in agreement. There were plenty of pharmacies on the street. If she remembered correctly, there was one not far downstairs. Thank you. Lu Weiwei smiled politely. You're really nice, Mr. Zombie. Damn, she got a good person card. No, it should be a good zombie card. Chen Chen climbed down from the window and soon returned with a bag of medicine boxes. Inside was a note that read, I don't know which one is useful, so take one of each. If it's capsules, it's best to break them open and dissolve them in water. Mr. Zombie was so thoughtful. He even knew that children could choke on capsules. Lu Weiwei wanted to express her gratitude, but Chen Chen turned up the volume on the radio. He had been listening all night, just keeping the volume low. He didn't need to sleep, but he couldn't disturb others. He was a cultured zombie. Usually, when he had free time, Chen Chen kept the radio on to avoid missing news from humans. Waking up today, he knew very little about the current situation. After Lu Weiwei fed the baby the medicine, the song on the radio suddenly stopped. Emergency news, the Kyoto No. 3 gathering place has been destroyed by a special type of zombie. All gathering places and survivors should be cautious and never trust zombies. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. Following was an overview of how the gathering place was overrun by zombies. The Kyoto No. 3 gathering place had made an agreement with a leader-level zombie to kill another special type of zombie. The higher-ups of the gathering place planned to wait and see, hoping the 2 zombies would injure each other before deciding what to do. As a result, a 100-person team composed of awakened ones was ambushed by the special type. The 2 zombies were actually in cahoots. In the end, only one leader-level zombie escaped heavily injured. Soon after, a zombie tide broke out, and the gathering place was breached. Only a few survivors managed to escape. Since the disaster, the first large gathering place established had been destroyed, and high-level zombies were labeled as cunning. They were no longer mindless aberrations. Can leader-level zombies communicate normally with humans now? Chen Chen noted this information. According to the previous human captain who used ice blades, he wasn't considered a leader level yet. He wondered if he could speak once his 3-dimensional attributes exceeded 100. Breaking news. The Kyoto research team has developed specific cultivation methods for awakened ones. Currently, awakeners can only enhance their strength through combat, but in reality, that is an inefficient and passive absorption of unknown factors. We can actively absorb unknown factors through certain methods, thereby strengthening our abilities, though the process carries certain risks. As of today, only the cultivation methods for the first 2 tiers have been discovered, and the improved techniques will be open to all gathering places. It has been decided to classify the strength of awakeners by tiers. First tier, preliminary awakening. Most awakeners are at this stage when they awaken their abilities. Second tier, accumulation of quantity. A few awakeners awaken at this level, and the amount of energy accumulated varies from person to person. Most captains belong to this level, while a few leaders are powerful second tier. Third tier, ability enhancement. Currently, it is unknown how to break through. Each leader has their own insights, and an effective shortcut cannot be found in a short time. Fourth tier, ability sublimation, speculation. This news seems to be intended to counteract the previous bad news. How long has it been since the global disaster? Humanity has truly become formidable to research to this extent. This is still under the condition that many precision devices are unusable. The news is being repeated. Hearing this, Lu Weiwei looked at Chen Chen with some confusion. Is Mr. Zombie really not trustworthy? She was puzzled. Perhaps Mr. Zombie is really different from other zombies? Host, Chin Chen, Physique, 92, Strength, 91, Spirit, 91, Race, Zombie, Level, Late First Tier. The prompt sound appeared abruptly, and the information left Chin Chen bewildered. The evaluation is gone, replaced by a level? Did the system change because it received external information? No, if the system is so powerful, how could it not know the level and need to receive relevant information to change? For a moment, Chen Chen felt his CPU was a bit insufficient. Forget it, I won't think about it. Chen Chen shook off the chaotic thoughts. By the way, why am I only at late first tier? Clearly, that human captain had no resistance when I had him in my hands. At that time, all three of his attributes were only in the 60s. Perhaps this is the strength of the system? The feeling of having a cheat is really nice. Chen Chen is increasingly enjoying the thrill of enhancing his strength. Roar! A roar interrupted Chen Chen's thoughts. He walked to the window and looked down. Good heavens, his number one little brother was followed by more than 10 zombies, each looking bizarre. It was not hard to see that they were all evolved zombies, classified as first tier. Chen Chen jumped down. The many zombies looked at the figure that landed, each lowering their heads. The boss said, "This is the boss's boss." Number one little brother let out a proud roar. Chen Chen patted him. Roar. Well done, keep it up. In fact, he was just saying it casually. These zombies were not strong, and whether they were useful was another matter. It was just to give the little brother something to do. Encouraged by Chen Chen, number one little brother instantly got fired up, calling on many little brothers to leave and continue gathering more little brothers. In a large shopping mall in the city center, are you saying there are zombies consolidating power? A short but sharp-spirited zombie spoke human words. You take some subordinates to handle it. The Lord is in a critical period of evolution and cannot afford any trouble. After saying this, it looked at the massive mound of flesh that completely occupied the center of the mall, its eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. The mound of flesh was writhing, seemingly possessing life. At every entrance of the mall, many ordinary zombies were lining up to throw themselves into the embrace of the mound of flesh. As they disappeared, the mound seemed to grow larger. The reporting zombie was burly, standing nearly 4 meters tall, like a small mountain. But in front of the mound of flesh, it appeared petite. Upon closer inspection, the burly zombie resembled a muscular zombie, but its muscles were more solid, even somewhat like steel. After receiving the order, it exited the mall to gather its subordinates. Chen Chen thought he was already among the top tier of zombies, but after hearing that broadcast, he felt that he still needed to settle down. There is something very interesting about humans. That is, their messages often contain hidden meanings, and the amount of information is substantial. After thinking for a while, Chen Chen also figured it out. Is it the hypothesized fourth tier? Why are they researching so quickly? Does it mean that someone has already seen a fourth tier zombie, or something that resembles one? I'm only at the first tier. Even if I'm stronger than the average first tier, I can't possibly be a match for a fourth tier. I should focus on breaking through to the second tier first. Chen Chen set a short-term goal for himself. Once all three of his attributes exceed 100, he might reach the second tier. By then, he might even have the combat power of a third tier, which is what humans refer to as the commander level. Even if he really encounters a fourth tier zombie, he could still run if he can't fight back. He also wondered if the tier characteristics that humans spoke of would apply to zombies. While Chen Chen was training, his little brother was going on a killing spree. A group of special zombies was sweeping through the streets. Wherever they went, they defeated one after another. To be fair, the first little brother might not have other skills, but his speed in recruiting little brothers was indeed impressive. Perhaps it was related to the fact that he had lived in this area before. In just half a day, he had already recruited 31st tier little brothers, boosting his confidence. The ordinary zombies around saw this lineup and were terrified, wanting to avoid them at all costs. Roar! At that moment, a 4-meter-tall burly zombie, accompanied by more than 10 special zombies, blocked their path. The first little brother looked like a chick in front of the opponent, neither as tall nor as strong. Roar! Is it you? The burly zombie recognized him. Roar! This time I won't lose to you, come and fight. The two sides clashed without further ado. Although the burly zombie's side was outnumbered, each zombie could easily take on two from this side. They were all elites among the first tier. The burly zombie and the first little brother also faced off. As soon as they engaged, the first little brother fell into a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, the latter was only at the early second tier, while the opponent was at the late second tier. The situation was one-sided, and the first little brother could only roar a retreat. Roar! Chase them, kill them all. The burly zombie's eyes even showed a hint of disdain. Soon, some zombies were caught up and surrounded. Seeing his little brothers fall one by one, they still hadn't reached the boss's new territory. He stopped. Roar! You go back and tell the boss, I'm not a coward. In the next moment, he charged towards the group of zombies behind. There was no turning back. He was definitely going to be beaten up. However, he was indeed tough and didn't get killed by the many opponents right away. The newly recruited little brothers scattered in a panic, with only 2 muscular zombies running towards Chen Chen's direction. System, allocate points. Host, Chen Chen, physique, 94, strength, 95, spirit, 94, race, zombie, level, late first tier. After half a day, he only gained 9 points. It was getting harder to earn attribute points. Chen Chen had stopped working out in the gym. Now he was doing squats while carrying a small car from the roadside. Then he switched to an SUV. But even so, the speed of gaining points was still slowing down. It was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. At this rate, it will probably take another 2 days to reach the second tier, Chen Chen said somewhat helplessly, and the time required for the third tier. Just thinking about it was quite disappointing, mainly because it was easy to gain points in the early stages. Without comparison, there was no harm. It made others start to show withdrawal symptoms. At that moment, he heard a familiar roar. Turning his head, he saw the 2 muscular zombies running towards him, panicking and shouting. Were they asking for help? Did something happen to the little brothers? Chen Chen felt inexplicably happy. Didn't this mean that his little brothers had encountered zombies stronger than them? But they must be limited in strength, otherwise, these 2 wouldn't have escaped. Very good, just what I need for a punching bag. Chen Chen dropped the SUV he was carrying on his shoulder. The SUV crashed to the ground with a thud, deforming the vehicle. The 2 muscular zombies hadn't reacted yet, only feeling a gust of wind rush past them. The boss's boss has already left. Meanwhile, the burly zombie, like a small mountain, was crushing the head of the number 1 little brother as if it were a chicken, disdainfully roaring. The former thought this guy in front of him had some talent and wanted to take him as a little brother. However, the number 1 little brother felt that the other party was not a match for his boss and looked down on the idea of being his little brother. Bang! Another punch. The zombie's body suddenly soared and then fell. It wanted to strike again. At that moment, a figure rushed over from a distance with incredible speed. The burly zombie roared in anger, threw away the zombie in its hand, and stomped forward, shaking the ground. It was also charging towards the opponent. The newcomer was Chen Chen, hostility unabashed. Roar! Dare to hit my little brother, seeking death. Well, this was an excuse for a fight. In fact, Chen Chen had no real feelings for the little brother. Taking him in was just for practice. But the latter didn't get the hint, and after taking a few hits, he didn't dare to resist anymore. In the eyes of the number 1 little brother, his boss was actually angry for him. So touching, zombie, vowing to follow the boss to the death. The 2 sides collided fiercely, then separated at once. Both retreated a short distance. They were evenly matched. No, Chen Chen only stepped back but was unhurt, while the burly zombie had a dent in its right arm. Clearly, it had sustained a minor injury. Roar! The burly zombie was furious. To it, Chen Chen was just an inconspicuous little figure. It couldn't believe it had been hurt by such a small one. The 2 sides clashed again, back and forth. Combat training completed, attribute point +1. Hearing the prompt, Chen Chen became even more excited. Sure enough, fighting was the fastest way to improve strength. The 2 zombies were getting more and more into it, causing a greater commotion, and the surrounding zombies couldn't join in. The green belt was smashed to pieces, cars were thrown like weapons by the burly zombie, and then kicked away by Chen Chen. The 2 zombies even fought their way close to a building, directly crashing through the front door and then breaking through the wall on the other side. Chen Chen was fine, but the burly zombie's large frame created a big hole in the building. Listening to the continuous prompt sounds, Chen Chen became more and more invigorated. The burly zombie, however, was getting more and more exhausted. Because every time Chen Chen gained an attribute, the 2 sides went from being evenly matched at the beginning to the burly zombie being suppressed later on. The latter stared at Chen Chen's small figure in disbelief. Roar! The burly zombie was extremely angry and suddenly erupted. Chen Chen thought the other party was going to fight to the death. Instead, this guy turned and ran. Chen Chen was stunned. Wasn't it the case that zombies were so heartless? But he didn't chase after it, as he was a bit hungry. Moreover, he couldn't be sure if there was an ambush. The morning broadcast wasn't for nothing. One couldn't underestimate the intelligence of these zombies. If I had known, I should have eaten something before coming, Chen Chen regretted. Next time, I'll catch it back to use as a punching bag. This big guy looks like it can take a beating. Watching the burly zombie flee far away, its little brothers scattered in all directions. Chen Chen casually killed 2 of the slower ones. Then he carried the heavily injured number 1 little brother back to the base. Along the way, Chen Chen also listened to the little brother explain the situation. It seems that enemies meet with extra hostility. Shin didn't care much about the little brother's grievances. Is there a stronger boss behind that zombie? The number one little brother mentioned that the burly zombie had a boss. Moreover, the burly zombie was previously at the same level, but after a few days, it couldn't win anymore. Even Shen could only suppress the opponent. It was a bit difficult to kill it in a short time. Zombies only submit to those stronger than themselves. So, that burly zombie's boss was likely a third tier. Goodness, did I run into someone else's territory to develop my power? Shen seemed to understand why the number one little brother happened to bump into the burly zombie. Most likely, the latter had come looking for trouble. Sitting on the freezer, gnawing on meat, he felt the gains from this battle. All three attributes had reached 97 points. It didn't seem impossible to have a go at the opponent. After eating his fill, Shen continued to train. Even if the points gained from training were slow, he couldn't slack off. As a top-tier liver emperor, he understood the principle of accumulating little by little very well. Just like in certain games, even if you can only gather a small amount of resources each day, as long as the time span is long enough, it can still amount to a huge fortune. As for the first little brother, he was already able to act at this point. The self-healing ability is really strong. Shen couldn't help but feel emotional. As dusk approached, today Shen did not have that heart-pounding feeling he usually experienced at night. He simply exercised on the road. Meanwhile, in the mall, a short zombie spoke human words, its face showing slight anger. Are you saying there's a very strange zombie? So you couldn't win? It seems that humans have noticed something. I can't leave my main body for now. You can take half of the second-tier zombies. Quick and decisive. It was very interested in the strange zombie mentioned by the burly zombie. But now was a crucial moment for the Lord Zombie's advancement. After putting in so much effort and cost in the early stages, there could be no mistakes. All hidden dangers had to be eliminated. The burly zombie, having received the order, left trembling. Just now, it felt like it could be taken out by the boss at any moment. This time, the burly zombie gathered more than 10 second-tier zombies, 2 of which were not weaker than it. It was confident it could eliminate the strange zombie that had made it flee in panic. Host, Shin, Physique, 99, Strength, 99, Mentality, 99, Race, Zombie, Level, late first tier. After exercising all night, the gains were average. During this time, Shen also tried a set of turtle boxing, but unfortunately, it was only slightly better than normal fitness. Mainly, he had strength but no place to use it. So, Shen began directing his little brothers to find heavy objects to stuff into the car. Concrete blocks, ironware, anything heavy. He also sent a strong male zombie to find a larger vehicle nearby. An SUV was not enough, at least it had to be upgraded to a small truck. Lu Weiwei, holding her child, couldn't help but peek out when she heard the commotion downstairs. The child had recovered from a fever last night, but now had a bit of diarrhea. Young children are weak, and the current living conditions are poor, making them prone to various issues. Mr. Zombie seems to be exercising all the time? Lu Weiwei felt a bit speechless. Is it really good for a zombie to be this disciplined? Watching the busy zombies in Shen lying on the ground using the SUV as a barbell for bench presses, she felt increasingly awkward. After seeing so much, she began to doubt life. After researching the system for the past few days, Shen discovered that alternating various movements could yield attribute points faster, so he wouldn't keep repeating the same fitness moves. Suddenly, he twitched his ears. That zombie from yesterday? Shen dropped the vehicle he was working on and stood up to look towards the end of the street. There, dozens of differently shaped zombies were approaching. They moved so quickly, seemingly not slower than the first little brother. All second tier? 2 strong male zombies noticed them and were scared enough to want to flee. Before long, the 2 sides faced off. Roar, submit, or die. The burly zombie had a tough attitude and was somewhat arrogant. A powerful aura swept over. The zombies it brought also let out provocative roars. In their eyes, Shen seemed a bit strange, not feeling strong. The 2 strong male zombies behind Shen were already trembling all over. The level suppression was too obvious. Roar! You should be the ones to submit. Shen was not affected by the opposing aura at all and did not give them any face. Submit? What a joke. Shen felt a bit exhilarated. Logically, he should avoid the spotlight. Could it be the influence of becoming a zombie? Shen formulated a plan in his heart. Forget it, if worst comes to worst, let's fight. He was confident that even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. As for the few little brothers, he could only wait until he became stronger to avenge them. He was also a loyal zombie. Roar! Kill him! The burly zombie's expression was fierce. If it couldn't subdue him, then it would kill him. It didn't have that much patience. Today, it brought so many second-tier zombies, making it easy to kill the opponent. Before the former could make a move, Shin Chen charged towards the invading enemy at lightning speed. The burly zombie was momentarily stunned. The opponents saw their lineup and didn't flee, but instead took the initiative? They were underestimating zombies too much. Roar! The zombie roared in anger. In an instant, they were in close combat. Shen Chen delivered a whip kick to the face of the foremost crimson-skinned zombie, directly caving in its face. The crimson figure flew back with a whoosh. Without time to think, Shen Chen countered and blocked a giant fist coming from another zombie. This zombie has become stronger again? The burly zombie was shaken to its core. It had never seen a kindred spirit grow stronger so quickly. A glimmer of greed flashed in its eyes. If it could consume this one, it would surely advance, and then it would be a top-tier existence. Just the thought of being unafraid of the boss thrilled the burly zombie. The power gap among zombies creates a strong hierarchy, but the premise is that the gap must be significant. Once both sides are at the same level, even if one is slightly stronger, it doesn't necessarily mean the other will submit. Don't underestimate the ambition of zombies. Soon, Shen Chen was being suppressed. Combat training completed, attribute point +1, hearing the prompt, even while being beaten, felt exhilarating. With attribute points, Shen Chen would definitely allocate them immediately. On the other side, the recently recovered first little brother watched his boss being surrounded and felt an urge to escape. Any one of the opponents was stronger than he was at his peak. His boss was definitely no match for so many zombies. What to do? Should he defect to the other side later? They should let him go, right? As for the boss, a dead boss is no longer a boss. The first little brother had already thought of a way to save his life. He was really clever. Hearing the commotion upstairs, Lu Weiwei peeked her head out. It's over, if Mr. Zombie is killed. Thinking of this, Lu Weiwei's face turned pale. Even if she wasn't discovered by the zombies, she would starve to death here. Watching Chen Chen's resistance becoming increasingly difficult, Lu Weiwei seemed to foresee her own fate. System, allocate points. Chen Chen shouted in his heart. Point allocation successful. Host, Chen Chen. Physique, 100. Strength, 100. Spirit, 100. Race, zombie. Level, early second tier. Feeling the boiling power within him, he seemed to have become more than 10 times stronger. Chen Chen grinned widely, his smile sinister. He suddenly grabbed a zombie's head and punched down. Boom! The headless zombie flew out of the battlefield. For a moment, the remaining zombies were stunned. Shocked. Roar! Kill him quickly, the burly zombie reacted, its roar filled with fear. Damn, how did this strange zombie become so strong so quickly? Moreover, it could grow stronger while fighting. This was too unreasonable. The zombies roared and charged again. But the situation reversed. Shen Chen, who should have been suppressed, seemed possessed by a demon. With just a few moves, he took down a zombie. The robust body of the second-tier zombie felt like paper in Chen Chen's hands. He pierced through and tore apart with ease. The road was pockmarked from his immense strength. Several green belts were directly flattened. In less than 5 minutes, only the burly zombie remained on the field. The latter had a broken right leg, its massive body collapsed in a shop reduced to ruins. Roar! Submit, or die. Shen Chen stood on the chest of the burly zombie, looking down at it. He exuded an aura of dominance. His shirt was tattered from the fight, revealing his well-proportioned physique. Such a small body truly baffled the zombie as to why it possessed such strength. The burly zombie's breath was chaotic, but it declared it would never submit. It acknowledged that this strange zombie was stronger than expected and had immense potential. However, it wasn't even sure it could defeat its own boss, let alone the Lord. It had no reason to choose submission. The end of rebellion is just a few days of delayed death. Clearly, zombies rarely possess the awareness of being wise in times of crisis. Put! Shen Shen's palm turned into a blade, piercing into the opponent's head, whose eyes widened as vitality gradually faded away. Roar! Shen Chen let out a triumphant roar. At this moment, in the eyes of his little brother, he was so powerful, so invincible. The first little brother felt ashamed of his earlier intention to submit. The two muscular zombie men also felt a deep admiration rising within them. The boss's boss is so fierce. Upstairs, Lu Weiwei was utterly shocked, especially when she saw Chen Chen kill a zombie several times larger than himself. She couldn't believe that such a monster could be matched by a human. A 4-meter-tall body like a small mountain, with a bald head the size of a human torso, yet it was trampled underfoot by a zombie of normal human height. Mr. Zombie's small body burst forth with great energy. For some reason, she felt a bit of admiration for Mr. Zombie. Of course, it was just admiration for strength. After this battle, Chen Chen gained a lot. First was a breakthrough in strength. Secondly, he confirmed his level of power, far beyond the second tier, but whether he was enough for the third tier was uncertain, though he estimated it was close, mainly because he had neither fought nor seen one. These zombies would rather die than submit, It seems their boss is undoubtedly a third-tier zombie, Chen concluded. Fortunately, he hadn't wandered around the city center before. Now, he was quite eager to encounter a third-tier zombie. Of course, he wouldn't actively seek trouble with a third-tier zombie. Who knows how many third-tier zombies are in their lair? Chen didn't want to be besieged. Human survivors are few, and awakened ones even fewer, but there are some leader-level awakened ones. However, the fact that humans haven't cleared the zombies in the city center by now shows how deep the waters are here. Becoming stronger is the primary task. After the tier upgrade, Chen felt even more that he needed to settle down. The first little brother, seeing the enemy killed, excitedly ran over, stepping on the body of the towering zombie. It seemed like he was showing off. Chen glanced at the little brother speechlessly and went to the store with the freezer to replenish his energy. The first little brother ran over again, excitedly shouting. Chen was quite annoyed by the little brother. Roar! Go collect little brothers. It was only after the boss's reminder that the first little brother remembered he still had a task at hand. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, he wanted to help the boss by collecting more little brothers. Chen had no idea this guy was serious and also underestimated his speed in collecting little brothers. The first little brother left with a muscular zombie, and finally, his ears were quiet. Another muscular zombie was cleaning up the battlefield outside. Those zombie bodies were great supplements for them. They would store them up and eat slowly. After filling up, Chen came outside and looked at the small truck pushed back by the little brother. Is there still cargo inside? Chen weighed the front of the truck. That should be enough. So upstairs, Lu Weiwei saw Mr. Zombie, who had just finished fighting, starting to train again. Isn't it? Mr. Zombie, you're already so strong, and yet you're still working so hard? If only I could awaken too, Lu Weiwei said with a look of envy. I wonder if I could still go to the human gathering place. No matter how friendly Mr. Zombie is, he is still a zombie. Just because he doesn't eat people now doesn't mean he won't in the future. If possible, she would definitely hope to go to the human gathering place. The sun was about to set, and the sky gradually darkened. Another diligent day. While Chen was working out, he suddenly looked up. Did I feel something wrong? Chen wondered. Just a moment ago, he felt the ground tremble slightly, very subtly. It didn't feel like an earthquake. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. His sensations were weak here, but in the large shopping mall in the city center, it was very obvious. The short zombie stood firmly in place, completely unaffected by the tremors of the earth, grinning widely and laughing maniacally. Ha, my master is about to succeed. Soon, Z City will completely become our domain. No, the entire world will be our domain. It did not understand the benefits of occupying territory. But the Lord had said that to become the god of this world, the first step was to conquer it and eliminate those disobedient insects. As the tremors continued to expand, the walls of the mall began to crack and collapse. The instigator of all this was the magnificent figure in the center of the mall, a massive mass of flesh like a small mountain. It extended its fleshy tentacles, and even an unconscious swing could shatter concrete. The entire mall was already riddled with holes under its destruction, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. Roar! A roar like that from the abyss spread out. Human survivors had been sending small teams to scout the city center area, especially the number 3 gathering point closest to the city center. Ever since Ding Wei's team was nearly wiped out, they had intensified their reconnaissance efforts. There were more special types than humans could imagine, and they were stronger. Even the outskirts of the city center could encounter leader-level zombies. At this moment, a certain reconnaissance team, Put, a male team member spat out a mouthful of blood, his head swelling, nearly fainting on the spot. I sensed the owner of the roar. It's too massive. The ability level is too strong. Not just leader level. It found us. Run. The team consisted of 3 members, all second-tier combatants. To be able to injure a second-tier awakened with mere intimidation, this was likely the legendary 4th-tier zombie. Damn it, a 4th-tier zombie has actually appeared. While saying this, the captain had already picked up the injured team member and was sprinting away. The reconnaissance team members were all speed and perception type awakened. Their combat power was average, but their escape ability was extremely strong. Even when facing the pursuit of 3rd-tier zombies, as long as the opponent was not a speed type, they could escape. Because evolved zombies were all kinds of strange, humans classified them according to their abilities. However, in the next second, the 3 of them were simultaneously at a loss. Looking at the 3 bodies that had collapsed, a small zombie emerged from the shadows, licking the blood off its hands. My master has not fully awakened yet. I cannot let you ants ruin things. After saying this, it looked back towards the mall. It had been about 10 days since the disaster began, not long, but not short either. After all, for many survivors, the events of these days were far richer than years of experience before. Humans had sent people to investigate the city center. There was even a time when the 4 major gathering points jointly dispatched leader-level powers, but they were blocked by dozens of third-tier zombies at the outskirts. To avoid casualties, they could not reach the core area of the city center that time. The leaders at that time did not realize the special nature of those zombies, nor did they know that zombies might possess intelligence. Later, they sent 1 or 2 teams to scout. Ding Wei's team was even wiped out as soon as they reached the outskirts of the city center. At the high-level meeting of the number 3 gathering point, there were 5 people present, the highest leadership team of the gathering point. Among them were 2 leaders. The leader level awakened of human survivors had all awakened to 2nd tier at the beginning of the disaster. Later, through continuous battles, they advanced to 3rd tier or strong late 2nd tier powers. They could be said to be the absolute pillars of each major gathering point. The reconnaissance team 3 has not returned and has lost contact. A young man in tight clothing stood straight, reporting, tentatively classified as missing. Should we send a team to search? A man in his 50s looked at the 2 leaders, Wei Bin and Zhang Hong. The meaning was very clear. The only thing that could prevent a reconnaissance team from returning was a 3rd-tier zombie or numerous 2nd-tier ones, regardless of which, a leader needed to lead the team. I'll lead a team out. Wei Bin stood up, his expression calm. Zhang Hong is better at defense. With him in the gathering point, it will be safer. The reconnaissance team cannot have disappeared for no reason. It seems there is great danger in the city center. Humanity has just passed through the initial chaos, and to be honest, no one wants to stir things up. But if some terrifying existence appears among the zombies, it would be a devastating blow to humanity. So this journey is necessary. Thus, on the morning after the incident with Recon Team 3, Commander Wei led 4 2nd-tier captains to go out and search, as well as investigate what exactly happened in the city center. By the way, why has that feeling of calling not appeared again since we came here a few days ago? Chen Chen wondered. He still remembered the intense feeling of being called, which caused many zombies to wander towards the city center. Now, that feeling was gone. It seems like there are fewer zombies on the street than before. It was getting increasingly strange. But for some reason, Chen Chen felt no sense of crisis. At that moment, Lu Weiwei suddenly poked her head out from upstairs, anxiously shouting, "Mr. Zombie, the child seems to be in trouble." No, did the child get diarrhea and lose it? Chen Chen jumped to the 2nd floor and looked at the child in Lu Weiwei's arms, whose breath was growing weaker. To be honest, he wasn't a person overflowing with sympathy, but he felt that the child's current condition was somewhat related to the tremor from last night. Since that tremor, something in the air seemed to have increased. Is it an increase in unknown factor concentration? Or something new? Chen Chen pondered. At this rate, the child probably wouldn't survive the day. Roar! Let it actively turn into a zombie. He instinctively wanted to speak but could only roar. There were no treatment conditions, nor was there a wet nurse. Letting the child actively get infected seemed to be the only way out. Regardless of whether Lu Weiwei understood or not, Chen Chen reached out and tore off the nail from his left index finger. The gray-black nail, stained with rotten blood, was directly stuffed into the child's mouth. Chen Chen felt that this would be useful. Lu Weiwei was stunned. "Mr. Zombie, this." Well, there was no other way. But can't you be a bit more normal? This move was a bit sudden and disgusting. To his surprise, the child, who had been weak, actually began to suck on the disgusting-looking nail. The heartbeat gradually became stronger. Wait, is it too strong? He could even hear the pounding heartbeat. Has it grown teeth? Lu Weiwei's eyes widened. No, how can it grow so fast? And it feels heavier. She knew that even those who hadn't turned into zombies during the initial disaster could still be injured or infected in other ways. She had even seen a person infected with her own eyes. But she didn't know that an infected child would grow at such an accelerated rate. This visible change was a bit horrifying. Not to mention her, even Chen Chen was dumbfounded. Chen Chen reached out to pick up the still-changing child and pointed towards the changing room, signaling Lu Weiwei to go back first. The latter certainly obediently ran back, forgetting to take the baby bottle left outside. Crack, crack. The child seemed to be chewing on the nail, but its biting strength was still insufficient to break Chen Chen's nail. A physique over 100 wasn't just for show. The child suddenly opened her big, cute eyes, struggling to hug Chen Chen's arm, trying hard to make eye contact with him. There was curiosity in her gaze. "Daddy?" She swallowed, and when she spoke, her voice was so sweet it almost startled Chen Chen. "What the hell? Is this a zombie or a human? Why can you talk?" Chen Chen was bewildered. If it was a zombie, the other party clearly couldn't be a 3rd tier. If it was a human, it had only been half an hour, and she had already grown to the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and those sharp teeth didn't look human at all. The little girl's clothes had burst, leaving her bare as she clung to Chen Chen's arm. Hungry. The little girl looked at Chen Chen with pitiful eyes. Roar! There's food over there. Shin pointed to the backpack at the entrance of the changing room. The little girl surprisingly seemed to understand, jumped down, and stumbled a bit, not quite used to it. Just as she was about to move forward, she seemed to remember something, turned back, and grabbed Shen's pinky finger. She looked reluctant to part with him. Shen had no choice but to walk over with her, even thoughtfully helping her pick up the milk bottle and put it in her mouth. The latter seemed to have no resistance. So, should this count as a person? Shen's mind was momentarily in a haze. Zombies don't drink milk. Hearing some noise outside, Lu Weiwei couldn't contain her curiosity and opened a crack in the door to look outside. She saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl drinking milk, and for a moment, her mind crashed. Where's the child? Such a big child. Oh, even bigger. Mr. Zombie, who is she? Lu Weiwei lowered her voice, somewhat in disbelief. But she saw Shen nod slightly. Good news, the child is alive and well, and has grown up. Bad news, she's growing too fast. She never expected to experience the feeling of raising a child in just a few days. The little girl seemed to notice the person on the other side of the door crack, poking her little head over to look, giggling. Sister? Shouldn't it be Mom? Shen felt a bit like complaining. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of Lu Weiwei. It was mainly that the feeling of being an accidental father was a bit strange. The accidental father, Shen, handed the child over to Lu Weiwei. The child was this big, she couldn't just be left naked. Clothes, toys, snacks. Not a single one could be missing. Anyway, it was all free now, no heartache. Plus, Shen wanted to see what this little girl was really about. Just as he was about to climb down the window, the next second, the little girl suddenly hugged Shen's thigh, tears in her eyes. Daddy, don't want me anymore? Shen was speechless. Then he carried the little girl and climbed down the window, leaving Lu Weiwei, who was left in a daze, her speed. And awaken her? As soon as they landed, a zombie in the distance looked over, merely glancing and making no other moves. When I brought Lu Weiwei over before, other zombies had a look of desire. This time, seeing the girl, they didn't react? Shen was increasingly confused. Not long after, Shen brought the little girl to a children's clothing store, but the door was locked. Shen kicked the glass door open. He casually picked out a piece of clothing to put on the little girl, then grabbed a few more sets. As for toys and such, he could let his little brothers find them later. Back at the base, he sent her back to the second floor. Just as he was about to go downstairs to exercise, the girl hugged Shen's thigh again. Goodness, is she programmed to follow him automatically at a distance of 3 meters? There was no choice, Shen let her watch him exercise. After all, those zombies didn't seem to want to harm her. Daddy, go for it. He had an extra cheerleader. Until noon. Little brother no. One returned with more than 10 first-level zombies. When it saw the little girl, a curious look flashed in its eyes. Unable to help itself, it bent down and poked the little girl's head with its long fingers, seemingly confirming whether she was one of them. What are you doing? The little girl showed no fear, blaring at little brother no. You can't touch me. Just because she said not to touch, he wouldn't? She can talk? For a moment, little brother no. One retracted his finger in fear. It was supposed that the little girl in front of him wasn't strong in perception. Little brother no. One felt that his smart brain was a bit insufficient. The only thing he could confirm was that the little girl had a familiar aura about her. The boss's child? It widened its eyes to look at Shen, who was still exercising. No way, can zombies even have children? Little brother no. One shook his head, feeling his CPU was overheating. Shen couldn't be bothered with the interaction between the big and small. Roar. You go find her some toys and snacks. Upon hearing this, little brother no. One nodded in understanding and left with a group of little brothers. Just treat her as the boss's child. Those toys and snacks would need to be found with care. The little girl didn't mind the little episode. She stared at Shen with her cute, lively big eyes, squatting on the curb with her little hands propping up her chin. She didn't feel bored at all. Before long, little brother no. One returned with more than 10 first-level zombies, carrying things in his hands. How long has it been? Did it recruit a few more little brothers again? Shen turned his head slightly to take a look, not very sure. He saw brother no. One walk up to the little girl and throw the severely injured zombie dog in front of her. The zombie dog was taller than a large dog, with a mouth full of sharp, pointed fangs. When it opened its mouth, it gave the illusion that it could bite off one's neck at any moment. Its body was rotting in several places. What should have been a terrifying and powerful creature now resembled a dead dog. Roar! Young master, your toy and snack. Brother no. One said with some pride. In the city, zombie animals were hard to find. Either they were too weak and became food for other zombies, or they were too strong to catch. This tier of zombie dog was something brother no. One had put effort into capturing. Such a good toy, even if it died, could still be a snack. Perfect. Chen, however, was filled with black lines on his forehead. Were these things meant for children to play with? Just as he was about to scold his subordinate, he saw the little girl happily tugging at the zombie dog's ears. The latter let out an angry roar and tried to bite her. Slap! The doggy doesn't listen. The little girl huffed as she retracted her hand. The zombie dog was stunned. Its jaw had been slapped askew by the force of her hand. Even though it was injured, why could a little kid control it? Looking at the little girl who was still shorter than it, the zombie dog began to doubt its life. Chen didn't expect this girl to be so bold. It didn't matter, as long as she liked it, it saved him from being pestered. The zombie dog was urged to get up by the girl. It had no choice but to struggle to its feet. The little girl was also quite unceremonious, climbing onto the back of the zombie dog. A game of riding the dog. Zombies could kill, but they could not be humiliated. The zombie dog turned its head and opened its mouth to bite. Slap zombie dog. Captain Wei, the zombie tide has erupted. We must retreat, the young man said seriously. At this moment, the 5 of them were in the square outside a nearly collapsed mall. Opposite them was a severely injured Tier 3 zombie, along with hundreds of Tier 1 and 2 zombies. The human side was all injured. Several team leaders were witnessing Captain Wei fighting with all his might for the first time. If it weren't for him, the squad would have been wiped out long ago. But even if Captain Wei was strong, he couldn't handle so many zombies. Who would have thought that this search and reconnaissance team would encounter such a big event while also exploring the core area of the city center? A suspected Tier 4 zombie was about to be born. Before this, the human survivors had been completely unaware. No, perhaps the fact that the leaders were blocked at the periphery had already hinted at something. They only regretted not being more decisive at that time. It had only been a few days since the disaster struck. Humanity's path to Tier 3 had not even been explored yet. Today's Tier 3 powerhouses had completely relied on strong talent and sheer luck to rise. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were 1 in 10,000. Yet now, a Tier 4 zombie was about to be born. Despair, helplessness. You will take the news back, Weibin said with a grim expression, knowing he had to do something. Until now, there has been no second Tier 3 zombie appearing, and that Tier 4 zombie has not fully awakened yet. This is likely the only opportunity. If I die, let all the major gathering places unite all survivors to hunt down the Tier 4 zombie. His words were filled with determination. If there were a second Tier 3 zombie, it would have attacked long ago. It was not hard to see. For some reason, there was only this one Tier 3 zombie left, and the Tier 4 had not made a move. The others were shaken by his words. Wu Donchi, you are the fastest. We will stay behind to assist Captain Wei. The speaker was the oldest among the 5 and had a good reputation in the gathering place. His expression was calm, seemingly unafraid of life and death. From the moment his entire family died in the disaster, he had little motivation to live. After awakening, he only wanted to protect more survivors. Perhaps dying here wouldn't be so bad. Human, I admit you are strong, the small zombie said, covering its injured abdomen, its tone indifferent. But none of you will escape today. You will all become my master's nourishment. That night, severely injured and on the brink of death, Wu Donchi returned to the gathering place and relayed the news. Commander Wei had died in battle, having slain 1 third-tier enemy, 13 second-tier enemies, and dozens of first-tier enemies. In the international mall at the city center, a 4th-tier zombie was about to awaken. In recent days, the number of zombies on the streets had been decreasing, giving the illusion that the zombie crisis was coming to an end. Zombies keep devouring each other. No matter how many there are, they can't withstand such consumption, right? Chen wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but based on the characteristic of zombies consuming one another, it seemed inevitable that their numbers would dwindle day by day. But was it really that simple? Forget it. He wouldn't let himself become complacent because of some trivial external factors. Moreover, the unknown factors in the air had not diminished. In fact, they were slowly increasing. Completed bench press X100, attribute point +1, system, add to spirit. Point addition successful, host, Chen, physique, 121, strength, 124, spirit, 120, race, zombie, level, early second tier. He could clearly feel himself growing stronger with each point added, yet his level remained unchanged. He didn't know how many attributes were needed to reach the 3rd tier. At this rate, it seemed unlikely to happen in less than a few months. Recently, adding points has been getting slower. Is my hanging a bit subpar? Chen said, suddenly realizing something. Hey, I can talk now? Damn. Surprise, disbelief, incredulity. It wasn't just 3rd-tier zombies that could speak. Wait, it seemed there was no clear rule that this was related to tier levels. Perhaps reaching a certain level of spirit allowed one to speak, while most other zombies had lower mental power. Only by reaching the third tier and undergoing transformation could they have enough mental power. He was an exception. Regardless, this was a good thing. "Daddy?" The little girl beside him tugged at the zombie dog's ear, tilting her head. After a few days of friendly interaction, the zombie dog had been completely tamed by the little girl. It had no choice. If it dared to show its teeth, it would get a nose poke. The little girl didn't know her strength. She was genuinely hitting. Even though they were both first tier, the zombie dog had no resistance in front of the girl. Moreover, there was a strange zombie nearby. Strange but terrifying. Chen smiled helplessly. "I told you I'm not your daddy. Call me brother." As he spoke, he let go of the car and reached out to pinch her plump little face. "No, you are my daddy." The little girl shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "Daddy doesn't want me anymore?" Chen was at a loss. He patted her little head and suddenly remembered something, half-jokingly. "Since you're my daughter, I should give you a name. Let's call you Chen." Xiaohan? Before the disaster, he had fantasized about getting married, having a daughter, and naming her that. Yet, he was just a single dog. "Yay, my name is Chen Xiaohan," the little girl said happily, pushing the zombie dog aside and hugging Chen's thigh. "Thank you, Daddy." She took it seriously. It seemed that Chen naming her was the greatest blessing. Upstairs, Lu Weiwei was even more shocked. "Mr. Zombie spoke? It seems only third-tier zombies have the ability to speak?" She seemed to have a new understanding of Chen's strength. "By the way, why did the name sound so full of character?" It wasn't that it was abnormal, it was precisely too normal. The thought of Mr. Zombie being keen on imitating humans didn't seem so incomprehensible. Of course, Chen had never revealed his name to Lu Weiwei. To him, she was just a hostage. Whether she was useful was another matter, and it didn't take much effort anyway. Even recently, Chen was considering whether to send Lu Weiwei to the human gathering place. Nowadays, even if he approached the human gathering place, there was no real danger. As for that lucky Lin Fan, I've already sent your girlfriend to a safe place, so let's just forget about our grievances. It's worth noting that Lin Fan was the one who ambushed first. Just then, a rumble echoed from afar, accompanied by gunfire. The intensity of the sounds was not something a small team could produce. Moreover, human awakened teams generally wouldn't carry light weapons. Light weapons posed little threat to first-tier zombies. It was more practical to use abilities. Chen's expression grew serious. "Is it a large human force?" He picked up Chen Xiaohan and leaped onto the rooftop of a nearby building, looking in the direction of the sound. "So many people mobilized? Are they clearing the zombies in the city?" With Chen's eyesight, he could clearly see a few hundred meters away. There were shadows moving in the distance, at least 1,000 human survivors, all dressed in combat uniforms. Among them were dozens of modified armored vehicles. Some were clearing the way ahead, eliminating all the zombies they encountered. The armored vehicles were equipped with machine guns and cannons. Chen felt that this situation was not so simple. The direction of their advance seemed to be aimed directly at a certain area in the city center. Fortunately, they didn't pass by his side, otherwise, he would have had to retreat strategically. "Report, we are approaching the target area." A voice came from the walkie-talkie. The people in the command vehicle exchanged glances and nodded. The middle-aged man holding the walkie-talkie spoke in a low tone. "First and second artillery units, fire around. All awakened teams cooperate to clear any first-tier or higher zombies that may appear. Attention, this operation is of great importance. No one can afford to make a mistake." Although everything had been clearly stated before the battle, it had to be emphasized again now. "Received. Artillery units prepare. Saturation ammunition load, fire." Boom, boom, boom. In fact, the human survivors all knew that unless the firepower was sufficient, hot weapons posed little threat to third-tier zombies. Even some second-tier zombies could withstand small-caliber shells with their own abilities. Most missiles were equipped with guidance systems, but now the guidance systems were useless, and even the launch devices had problems. The missiles were still being modified. Even if they could be launched, there was no guarantee of accuracy at long distances. They couldn't just launch them and forget about it. Many were willing to carry missiles to the target location to detonate them, going for a mutual destruction. But what kind of strength could one have to detonate missiles in front of the enemy? One commander? That wasn't enough. At least two were needed. Trading the lives of two commanders for a possibility wasn't worth it. Nuclear bombs? Well, it was said that one had already been used over in Korea. The result was that the third-tier zombies were indeed wiped out, but stronger zombies, suspected to be fourth-tier, emerged from somewhere, and that news came from there. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't have been reduced to such a passive state. However, who could have imagined that even if humanity was preparing slowly, the zombies wouldn't give them a chance? Even if you didn't provoke them, they could still evolve into fourth tier. Or rather, the evolution of zombies had never stopped. Fortunately, the 4th-tier zombies in City Z had not yet completed their evolution, and previously, Commander Wei had already eliminated a significant amount of their defensive forces. Otherwise, humanity would have had to evacuate City Z. Report, all ammunition has been fired. The voice came from the walkie-talkie half an hour later. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. All teams, proceed with the original plan, full assault. The commotion caused by humanity was too great. Shinshin couldn't pretend he hadn't heard. There must be powerful zombies over there, powerful enough for them to send so many people to exterminate them. Shinshin speculated after a brief thought. He had to go take a look. He felt an itch in his heart at the thought of missing such a big event. Anyway, he could just watch from a distance. Perhaps he could witness a battle between 3rd-tier zombies. This would also help him assess his own strength. As for whether to take action or not, if there's an opportunity, seize it. If there's danger, flee. After Wei Bin's sacrifice, the 4 major strongholds held a meeting and immediately finalized the plan to exterminate the zombies. However, preparations and mobilization would take time. Sometimes large-scale operations are like this. You can't just rush in like a headless chicken. Unplanned actions could very well lead to total annihilation. It was precisely during these few days of delay that they lost their last hope. The human side had advanced to a shopping mall that had been bombarded into ruins. The smoke from the explosions dissipated. The mall had collapsed, and even the surrounding high-rise buildings had their glass shattered, with several nearby buildings in a state of utter destruction. The site of the mall was a massive mountain of flesh, towering like a mountain. Zombies continuously coalesced from the flesh. 1st tier, all 1st-tier zombies, and some 2nd tier, someone shouted in terror. There were no fewer than 1,000 zombies of various forms standing opposite the human camp, and very few of them resembled humans. Some were covered in pus-filled sores, as if they might explode at any moment. Some had hands that were like bloody meat cleavers. Some were small in size but moved at incredible speeds, and so on. They roared as they charged towards the humans. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. It was clearly the height of summer, yet it felt as if they had entered an ice cellar. "Damn it, I'm going to fight you to the end," someone shouted as he opened fire. But the bullets struck a massive zombie and sank into its body. Then, there was nothing after that. "Awaken team, hold off the zombie horde, fire support team cover," the commander shouted. "Demolition team, install the bombs as planned." In fact, when he saw that mountain of flesh, he was momentarily stunned. But at this point, he could only brace himself and push forward. The plan had called for the Awakened team to face no more than 200 1st-tier or higher zombies. Clearly, the number of opponents far exceeded the plan. Moreover, more zombies were continuously being created from that mountain of flesh, joining the battlefield. The 4th-tier zombie had already completed its evolution. Can that kind of monster really be countered by humans? Someone despaired. In just a short time, hundreds of awakened ones had already clashed with the zombie horde, and in a single encounter, they were at a disadvantage. Boom! A massive fireball fell into the zombie crowd, eliminating dozens of zombies in one strike. "It's Commander Zhao," someone shouted. "Brothers, don't be afraid. With the commanders here, this battle is sure to be a victory." The man known as Commander Zhao, a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, had his lapel swaying slightly with his light steps, exuding an unmistakable calmness and elegance. A fireball danced at his fingertips. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly as he looked towards the top of the mountain of flesh. 3rd-tier zombies? 5 of them? In City Z, aside from the recently sacrificed Wei Bin, there were only 6 3rd-tier human powerhouses, and 5 of them had been dispatched for this operation. This meant that all the 3rd-tier powerhouses were being held back. Wasn't it said that 3rd-tier zombies? Wait, can this mountain of flesh really create 3rd-tier zombies? Commander Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. For a moment, even his composure was shaken. He had thought that even if a 4th tier appeared, with 5 against 1, they would still have a fighting chance. Moreover, with such a large body, movement would surely be difficult, making it practically a live target. Now, to be told that the opponent could produce 3rd-tier zombies, how were they supposed to fight? "Humans, give up resistance, become nourishment for my master. Becoming a part of my master is your honor," the leading 3rd-tier zombie spoke arrogantly. Their appearance drew the attention of several commanders. "You want us to surrender? In your dreams." One commander roared, "1 against 1, let's see who can take down their opponent first." The 5 commanders lunged at the 5 3rd-tier zombies, which also dove down simultaneously. In an instant, the other human awakened ones were once again suppressed. "Report, the bomb has been swallowed by the meat mountain. No, save me. ZZZZ. The intercom crackled with the screams of the demolition team. One by one, the demolition teams fell victim. Inside the command vehicle, a middle-aged man wore a grim expression. Have humans really lost? Half an hour earlier, just after humans had finished shelling, Chen Shen had finally managed to keep that girl Chen Xiaohan by Lu Weiwei's side. This time, her crying was of no use. The shelling site wasn't too far from where Chen Shen was, and he arrived after a few minutes of running. He happened to see humans advancing towards the meat mountain. To be honest, Chen Shen was startled when he first saw the meat mountain. How do you kill something of that size? One could even say that a third-tier attack would only tickle it. Why does this meat mountain look so delicious? Chen Shen felt a strange sense of curiosity. As the smoke from the explosions cleared, humans and the zombie army faced off. In terms of combat power, humans were at a significant disadvantage. From the very beginning, Chen Shen sensed some powerful auras at the top of the meat mountain. Third tier? It doesn't seem that threatening. Chen Shen squatted by the 7th floor window of a tall building, stroking his chin. He had no intention of intervening. In a battle of this scale, getting involved would be tantamount to seeking death. Helping the zombies would leave him feeling uneasy, and helping the humans would likely get him shot before he even had a chance to act. He decided against doing anything thankless. Looking at the meat mountain, he thought, let's find a place to take a look. With his mind made up, Chen Shen jumped down from the building and landed steadily. After taking a detour, he arrived at the side of the meat mountain. He reached out to touch it. To his surprise, numerous tentacles emerged from the meat wall, wrapping around his hand. Is this trying to absorb me? Feeling the pulling force of the tentacles, Chen Shen sneered. Just right, I want to taste your flavor too. Using his hand like a knife, he plunged it into the meat wall and grabbed hold. Zzz, a large chunk of meat was torn away by Chen Shen. However, he didn't see any blood flowing. Instead, countless pieces of flesh intertwined like tentacles, visibly repairing the gap at an astonishing speed. Slurp! Chen Shen took a bite, and his eyes lit up. This meat was far tastier than rotten flesh, and he felt a craving rising within him. A piece of meat the size of a torso was devoured by Chen Shen in a matter of moments. Yet, instead of feeling full, he only craved more. Host, Chen Shen, physique, 121, slowly increasing, strength, 124, slowly increasing, mentality, 120, slowly increasing, race, zombie, level, early second tier. Chen Shen's eyes widened, his face filled with ecstasy. Such a good thing? A complete nourishing meat. He was ready to continue his feast when suddenly he felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Chen Shen reflexively swatted away a strangely shaped fist. However, he was unexpectedly struck by a tremendous force in the waist. Instantly, he felt a sharp pain in his kidneys. His whole body slammed against the meat wall, and the tentacles of the meat wall surged out to ensnare him. Chen Shen felt darkness enveloping him. Then he saw a faint light. The blood-red glow shone through the meat wall like a strong beam. Yet, the meat wall had no transparency. Before him was a corridor made of flesh, at least 10 meters wide. The visibility inside the corridor was very low. After 10 meters, it became hard to see clearly. The flesh pulsated, as if it had a life of its own. Along with it came a force attempting to invade Chen Shen. Have I entered the interior of the meat mountain? Chen Shen surveyed his surroundings. He tried to extend his perception but found he could only sense about 30 meters around him. Moreover, once he touched the meat wall, he was cut off from the outside. Clearly, he had entered through the meat wall, yet darkness loomed behind him. Chen Shen turned and punched the meat wall. Bang! The meat wall emitted a muffled sound, shook a few times, and then fell silent. It should be noted that Chen Shen's strength was now enough to crush a car with a single punch. Looking deeper into the corridor, a familiar sense of calling made Chen Shen momentarily dazed. Second-tier zombie? As the sound echoed, a portal-like opening appeared in the flesh wall 8 meters away. 3 powerful zombies emerged from within. Leading them was a humanoid zombie, flanked by a distorted-faced zombie bull on one side and a bizarre zombie with a dog's head and a cat's body on the other. The bull zombie spoke coldly. Strange zombie, my master has a bit of interest in you. Today, you shall become a part of my master. Your master? Chen Shen asked, puzzled. You mean this mountain of flesh? That might disappoint you. The bull zombie stepped on a piece of flesh beneath its feet. Humph, ignorant weakling, the dog-headed, cat-bodied zombie scoffed. To become a part of my master is your honor. They did not attack immediately. After all, in their eyes, no matter how special Chen Shen was, he was merely a second-tier zombie. Speaking like this felt more like boasting. They seemed eager to find someone to impress with their strength. Chen Shen muttered to himself, damn, if a third-tier zombie can recognize a master, this mountain of flesh can't really be a fourth-tier zombie, can it? Kill him, the humanoid zombie said impatiently. With that, it lunged toward Chen Shen. Its speed was incredibly fast, far beyond what a second-tier zombie could compare to. The bizarre fist of the opponent seemed to belong to the one that had just ambushed him outside. Chen Shen reacted swiftly, dodging the punch that carried a gust of wind, and countered with a punch to the opponent's chest. Bang! The humanoid zombie was actually sent flying. How is that possible? The bull zombie was slightly shocked. You actually weren't suppressed in strength. It should be known that this was within their lord's body, where an invasive force constantly interfered with outsiders. Even a third-tier zombie had to expend energy to resist the invasion. Yet this second-tier zombie before them was unaffected? That was one thing. There were many second-tier zombies among them, but none could rival a third tier. The strength of a third-tier zombie underwent a qualitative leap after enhancement. Thus, third-tier zombies almost completely crushed second-tier ones. No wonder my master has taken an interest in you. The dog-headed, cat-bodied zombie seemed to understand something. Can this place suppress strength? Chen Shen said as he approached the bull zombie, throwing a punch down. At first, there was indeed a force trying to invade, but that force seemed unable to break through his own flesh. So Chen Shen ignored it. The bull zombie quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. Chen Shen's punch struck the flesh wall, dissipating most of its force. The flesh wall rippled slightly. Chen Shen grinned and looked at the three zombies. You won't be getting out for a while, let's take you down first. Third-tier zombies? They felt just average. They seemed like decent punching bags. I admit I was careless just now. The humanoid zombie got up, glancing at the dent in its chest, its tone filled with anger. But do you really think you're our match? Let's all attack together and kill him. Arrogant yet cautious, surrounding him was the most efficient way. The dog-headed, cat-bodied zombie had already circled behind Chen Shen, forming a pincer attack. Combat training completed, attribute point +1. Hearing the system notification, Chen Shen felt a surge of confidence. He casually tore a piece of flesh from the wall and stuffed it into his mouth. Damn it, daring to desecrate my master, die. The bull zombie glared, unleashing an astonishing force. Chen Shen, however, did not retreat but advanced, grabbing the bull's head and forcefully throwing it. With a bang, it collided perfectly with the incoming dog-headed, cat-bodied zombie, both sent flying. The humanoid zombie seized the opportunity to grab Chen Shen's neck. Chen Shen turned to face it, grinning widely. What? The humanoid zombie's pupils constricted sharply. It moved faster, but Chen Shen was quicker, grabbing its wrist and yanking it back. The fist, the size of a sandbag, rapidly enlarged in the humanoid zombie's eyes. Bang! It flew out again, its face already distorted. The bull zombie had gotten back up. How can this possibly be a second tier? Before it could think further, Chen Shen was already attacking. Grabbing the bull's horn meant pressing down hard, and that incredibly hard bull's horn actually snapped with a crack. The zombie with a dog's head and a cat's body moved swiftly, its speed astonishing, and one claw raked across Chen Shen's waist. Zing, damn it, hitting my kidneys again, you want some oil cakes? Chen Shen was furious. The strange zombie was even more surprised. This claw was enough to kill any second-tier zombie, even if the opponent was the remarkably defensive iron-skinned zombie. Yet this zombie before him only had a few not-so-deep scratches. It was only now that the three zombies realized that this second-tier zombie's strength, speed, and body toughness were not inferior to that of a third-tier zombie. No one knew about the battle within the fourth-tier zombie's body. Outside, the five leaders had been entangled with five third-tier zombies for quite some time. The area within a few hundred meters had been cleared, becoming a battlefield for third-tier zombies. Damn zombies, Leader Zhao roared, Flame Emperor. A towering flame phantom appeared out of thin air behind him. The flame phantom resembled an emperor, looking down upon the world. The phantom stood 100 meters tall and slammed a palm down towards the three zombies. The three zombies showed shock on their faces and struggled to resist. Boom! In less than 3 seconds, the three third-tier zombies were burned to ashes by the flames. The ground where they were struck turned black, emitting rolling heat waves. Even the surrounding temperature rose a few degrees. Huff huff! Leader Zhao's face was pale, gasping for breath. I've exhausted my strength, the rest is up to you. Saying this, he prepared to withdraw from the battlefield. The remaining two zombies exchanged glances. Clearly, they hadn't expected a human third-tier powerhouse to develop their abilities to such an extent. Without a word, the two zombies turned and ran towards the meat mountain. Several leaders attempted to block them, but the zombies erupted with force, breaking through the encirclement. The meat wall actively opened a portal. The two zombies rushed in without looking back. The leaders exchanged glances, discussed briefly, and finally decided to enter, seeking a way to kill the fourth-tier zombie. Chen Shen glanced at the bodies of the three zombies. Either their heads were smashed to pieces or they were torn in half. He then looked down at his sunken chest and the several wounds that were healing. He casually tore a piece of flesh from the meat wall and stuffed it into his mouth. A single third-tier zombie was slightly weaker than Chen Shen, but the three of them together still posed a certain threat to him, especially that zombie with a dog's head and a cat's body, which specifically targeted Chen Shen's kidneys. What a real pain! Fortunately, Chen could grow stronger in battle, otherwise, it was uncertain who would die. Host, Chen physique, 131, slowly increasing, strength, 132, slowly increasing, spirit, 131, slowly increasing, race, zombie level, early second tier fighting against third tier zombies provided him with quite a few attribute points. Go inside? Chen fell into a dilemma. Knowing there was a fourth tier zombie here made him less inclined to explore that calling sensation, even though his body seemed to crave it. Just then, the familiar feeling of calling came again from deep within the corridor, along with that sense of danger. It was just that it lacked the previous feeling of certain death. Since I can't find a way out anyway, let me see what's hidden inside. Chen took a step forward. He had just left for a short while when the bodies of the 3 zombies on the ground were wrapped by the tentacles extending from the meat wall and then disappeared. After walking several hundred meters, the meat wall parted ahead. 3 familiar figures appeared before Chen. Revival armor? Chen looked at the 3 zombies with slight surprise. The humanoid zombie sneered, I admit you are strong and special, but that's all. You can't get out of here. I can wear you down. I'll give you another chance. Submit to my master and offer your body. My master is magnanimous and will grant you the power of immortality. They were indeed very surprised by Chen strength. Moreover, it was the kind that was strong in all aspects except for lacking special abilities. This body, no wonder my lord would be interested. Undying? Chen was not surprised, but rather intrigued. Is this your last words? It seemed like an infinite monster spawning training room. It mainly offered a buffet as well. 3 zombies were furious. We are undying, and my lord has granted us even greater power this time. Do you still think? Bang! The humanoid zombie hadn't finished speaking when it felt a flash before its eyes. Then it was sent flying. Chen seemed quite eager to punch it away. So much nonsense, Chen said speechlessly. In comparison, humans are much more decisive. He really didn't know where these zombies had picked up such habits. Did they all catch a case of showing off syndrome? Anyway, since they were going to fight, why say so much? The 4 zombies tangled together again. Chen could clearly feel that the opponent's strength had increased. Reviving also boosted their power? Truly bizarre. However, he wasn't just sitting idle. The 3 zombies, initially full of confidence, were soon shocked to discover that the second-tier zombie in front of them had become much stronger since their first encounter. 10 minutes later, you hid your strength? The cow zombie, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, was filled with unwillingness. Chen couldn't be bothered with it and crushed the cow's head with a kick. This time, Chen didn't rush to leave but began to observe the 3 zombies' corpses. Just as he was about to poke around, he saw the meat wall extend countless tentacles to wrap around the corpses, making them disappear. 1, 2, 3. Chen counted in his heart. 3 minutes later, sensing something, Chen looked back. 3 figures charged forward with a violent momentum. It was rage, it was killing intent. 3 minutes, huh? Chen wasn't very sure. They clashed again. The humanoid zombie was the first to be sent flying. As expected, the 3 zombies' strength had increased once more. However, the latter was even more shocked. How did he get stronger again? Is this your idea of politeness? Whose territory is this, anyway? 10 minutes later, looking at the wound on his side, Chen fell into deep thought. It seemed that his kidney had been targeted by that dog-headed, cat-bodied zombie. This time, when the tentacles appeared, Chen tried to intervene but was blocked by even more tentacles. Not long after, the 3 familiar figures attacked again, moving even faster than last time. Did this take 5 minutes? Chen stroked his chin. It seems your undying isn't without limits. He didn't know what it meant that the time consumption was increasing, but it seemed that as long as he killed enough times, the opponent might need an exceptionally long time to revive. How nice! In fact, even if the opponent could revive infinitely, Chen wasn't worried. It was just a high-quality training room after all. He wasn't afraid of consumption. 9 minutes later. How is this possible? You got stronger again. The humanoid zombie's eyes were filled with shock before it died. No longer the disdain from the beginning. Clearly, my lord had given us greater power. So why was this zombie getting stronger faster than himself? Is this reasonable? Moreover, he revived in full condition. So why was it that every time he saw the opponent, it was also in full condition, with injuries almost healed? Was this self-healing ability a bit abnormal? Could it be that his ability was self-healing? Is that so? Chen looked innocent. It should be that you are too weak. The humanoid zombie was infuriated. Chen casually tore off a large piece of meat from the meat wall and stuffed it into his mouth. Free buffet is really nice. Feeling the attributes enhanced from several battles, he was growing fonder of this place. But after walking a few kilometers, why haven't I reached the core area yet? Chen puzzledly stroked his chin. The mall doesn't seem to be this deep. That meat mountain looked exaggerated from the outside, but it shouldn't be several kilometers deep. Not long after, the meat wall parted. As soon as it opened, Chen Chen rushed in, grabbing the neck of the humanoid zombie that hadn't yet shown its face. He directly pushed it back down. Another corridor? Chen Chen looked around in slight surprise. He still thought he could charge directly into the core area. Damn it, how dare you humiliate us like this? Die! The humanoid zombie roared. After all, they couldn't die, so they didn't know what fear was. If one attempt failed, there would be another. If they couldn't win, they would exhaust the enemy. They simply didn't believe they couldn't outlast an outsider on their own turf. The outcome for the three zombies was self-evident. Even this time, the bull zombie had one leg bitten off by Chen Chen. The taste is surprisingly like that of Meat Mountain? Chen Chen gnawed on the bull's leg. Were these zombies made from the flesh here? So what was this now? Ingredients attacking people. Chen Chen was speechless, humming a little tune as he walked forward. On the other side, the four leaders were all injured, their breaths ragged. 3 men and 1 woman leaned together to rest. The 4 leaders came from the 4 major gathering places. Sun Haojia, a bespectacled youth, looked refined, with the ability of iron skin. Hu Ziying, dashing and heroic, a female champion with the ability of sonic boom. Zhang Hong, with the ability of gravity. Wu Juncheng, in his early 20s, plain-looking, with the ability of perception. The worst off was Wu Juncheng, who had a 20-centimeter-long gash in his abdomen, and it seemed one could vaguely see his intestines moving. The 4 looked ahead, and despair inevitably arose in their hearts. Are these monsters immortal? How have they revived twice? Hu Ziying's forehead was sweating. They had been inside for half an hour. As soon as they entered, they found their powers suppressed. After the portal closed, they tried to open it but couldn't. Various abilities struck the flesh wall, making it most a dent, which was quickly filled in. That was one thing, but 2 zombies that were originally fleeing actually turned around and attacked with all their might. The 4 coordinated well, but unfortunately, their powers were suppressed, and they only managed to kill 2 zombies after sustaining some injuries. They thought they could continue exploring. However, just a few minutes later, 2 zombies appeared again, and they were even stronger than the first time. This time they paid a greater price, only managing to severely injure the zombies. Thinking that restricting the zombies would be enough, they didn't expect countless tentacles to emerge from the flesh wall and directly take the zombies away. Now, it was their 3rd time killing those 2 zombies. This time, all 4 leaders were severely injured. Moreover, their abilities were nearly depleted. At this rate, next time there would be casualties, and the time after that might lead to total annihilation. It's all my fault, Wu Junqing said, feeling ashamed. After reaching the 3rd tier, his abilities had improved. His perception even had some predictive attributes. Before entering, he had activated his ability and realized that entering here was crucial for this battle. He had explained it during discussions, but he never expected it would lead to the current situation. It's not your fault, opportunities are fleeting. Zhang Hong patted his shoulder, comforting him. It's just that our strength isn't enough. Entering this place was inherently a gamble. No one expected those zombies would have the ability to revive here. Clearly, they had lost the bet. Old Zhang, did you hear that humming tune? Sun Haojia, wearing black-framed glasses, looked at Zhang Hong beside him, his face showing confusion. The latter's expression changed slightly as he nodded. It seems there really is. Everyone turned to look behind them. In the darkness, a well-proportioned zombie, bare-chested and wearing tattered shorts, walked over with its hands clasped behind its head. It seemed to notice them and stopped in its tracks. The 4, who had just rested, instantly entered a combat stance. 2nd-tier zombie? Hu Ziying's expression was grave. No, it feels very dangerous. By the 3rd tier, their perception of the intensity of abilities was quite accurate, so they could sense the newcomer was a 2nd tier. But that sense of danger was unmistakable. Humans? Chen Chen glanced at the 4, also on guard. Several encounters had made Chen Chen acutely aware of how decisive humans could be in action. They would really act without hesitation. To be honest, Chen Chen didn't want to kill them, but if they attacked, he wouldn't hold back either. I advise you not to make a move. I'm just passing by and won't harm you. Chen Chen kindly advised. It's just a 2nd-tier zombie. What gives you the confidence? Sun Haojia snorted coldly. Zombies can't be trusted. Let's all attack together and finish this quickly. He didn't want to delve into why the 2nd-tier zombie could speak. Upon hearing this, the other 3 hesitated but still prepared to strike. At that moment, a roar came from not far away. How many times have you desecrated my lord and humiliated us? Die! 3 zombies moved at incredible speed, completely ignoring the 4 human leaders, and charged towards Chen Chen. The latter always needed to eat some meat after fighting, occasionally throwing out some trash talk. Zombies were inherently irritable. The 4 leaders were stunned. Zombies were fighting? Is that second-tier zombie actually gaining the upper hand? Zhang Hong swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. Could it be that he misperceived, and that zombie was more than just second-tier? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away, though it carried a tone of confusion. What are you 3 doing? Kill the humans first. Bang! The humanoid zombie was sent flying, hitting the ground and instantly bouncing back into the fray. It ignored the words of the 2 newly arrived zombies. The bull zombie even roared, "Kill this zombie first. It has repeatedly desecrated my lord, it deserves to die." The dog-headed cat-bodied zombie attempted to stab but failed, angrily saying, "Hurry up, we are no match for it." No match? 3 third-tier zombies against 1 second-tier, and they still claimed they were no match? The 2 newly arrived zombies were one with meat cleavers for hands, towering over 2 meters, exuding a sense of power. The other was slender, with sharp claws, its nails over 20 centimeters long. After a slight hesitation, they joined the battle. Humans could be killed later. Those who desecrate my lord must die. Chen Shen smashed his fist into the waist of the dog-headed cat-bodied zombie, feeling a rush of satisfaction. The next second, a gust of wind howled from behind, and he felt a pain in his back. How is it possible? A single cut and the wound is so shallow? The dual-knife zombie looked horrified. The 4 leaders, who had inexplicably become spectators, were equally astonished. The dual-knife zombie's hands were incredibly sharp, even they wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The wound on Wu Jun's abdomen was caused by it, yet that zombie was only lightly injured? This physical body was a bit outrageous. It was no worse than a third-tier strong-bodied zombie. 2 more coming? Chen Shen laughed instead of getting angry. Just right, I felt the training intensity was lacking. Combat training completed, attribute point +1, add points. Chen Shen suddenly unleashed a whip kick to the opponent's head. The dual-knife zombie didn't even react, its face getting twisted from the blow. Its body uncontrollably flew backward. The clawed zombie took the opportunity to sneak attack, but Chen Shen grabbed its claw and twisted. Crack! It broke? Hu Ziying's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. That claw's strength could withstand even her sonic boom, yet it was actually broken by a second-tier zombie? What kind of monster was this? Strength and physique seemed to surpass that of an ordinary third-tier zombie. However, no matter how strong Chen Shen was, he was still facing 5 third-tier zombies. In the midst of the entanglement, his injuries continued to accumulate. The 5 zombies weren't faring much better. Bang! Finally, the first casualty appeared. It was the dog-headed cat-bodied zombie, its head kicked clean off. This guy had been eyeing Chen Shen's waist, so it was bound to be targeted. Can one fight 5 and still counterkill? Zhang Han's eyelid twitched. Although he still couldn't understand why the zombies were killing each other, it was a good thing for the few of them. At least they could rest a bit longer. 3 minutes later, another crisp sound rang out, and a headless bull fell. Following closely, the humanoid zombie also went down. They had been the most proactive in attacking, so they received special attention from Chen Shen. The clawed zombie lost its claws, significantly reducing its strength, and fell next. Finally, only the dual-knife zombie with one arm broken and the blood-soaked Chen Shen faced off. The latter seemed possessed by a demon, unafraid of life and death, charging towards the opponent without losing momentum. The dual-knife zombie still wanted to resist, but suddenly felt darkness before its eyes, consciousness fading away. Chen Shen casually tore off a large chunk of flesh from the meat wall and stuffed it into his mouth without any hesitation. To his surprise, the wounds all over his body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Host, Chen Shen physique, 167, slowly increasing. Strength, 166, slowly increasing. Spirit, 131, slowly increasing. Race, zombie level, early stage 2. In these recent encounters, Chen Shen had only allocated points to his physique and strength. He had no hope of leveling up in the short term, and the increase in mental power had the least impact on his strength for now, so he decided to distribute points evenly between physique and strength. After all, this wasn't the time for regular training. After eating several pieces of meat, Chen Shen turned to the 4 people, his tone flat. "Do you want to make a move?" Hearing this, Zhang Hong shook his head helplessly. "We are no match for you." It seemed they had resigned themselves to their fate. With such a powerful zombie, let alone the fact that all 4 of them were currently injured, even in their prime, encountering him outside would be a gamble. To their surprise, Chen Shen walked past them and ventured deeper. Hu Ziying looked at his retreating figure. What a strange zombie. The further Chen Shen walked, the stranger he felt. Why have I been walking for so long without reaching the end? Chen Shen instinctively surveyed his surroundings, and those zombies, why haven't they come out? Were they scared off? That couldn't be it. The corridor remained a corridor, dark ahead and dark behind. The blood-red glow seemed increasingly eerie. If it weren't for the attribute points he had gained from several battles, Shin Shen would have suspected he had entered an illusion. Rip! He tore off another piece of flesh from the meat wall, chewing as he said, "Since they aren't showing up, I might as well eat my fill first." So, Shin Shen began to eat. 1 piece, 2 pieces. After consuming over 100 pounds of meat, Shin Shen realized he didn't feel full at all. Instead, he felt even hungrier. Had he added something? Be careful, or I might report you. Shin Shen walked and ate, eating and walking, never stopping for a moment. Come on, let's merge into one. Suddenly, a whisper echoed. It was as if someone was softly speaking in his ear. The voice was highly seductive, captivating. In a moment of daze, Shin Shen slapped himself. After regaining his senses, he threw away the piece of meat in his hand. Could it be that eating too much would lead to assimilation? But that didn't make sense. For a moment, Shin Shen was even more confused. He had no choice but to quicken his pace. I still don't believe this corridor has no end. Shin Shen pushed forward with all his might, a determined look flashing in his pale eyes. Soon, he noticed the light around him growing dimmer. It felt as if he was rushing towards an abyss. The whispering in his ears grew stronger, constantly trying to tempt him. Every time this happened, Shin Shen would give himself a wake-up slap. Ha! Did I fall asleep? Shin Shen's consciousness was hazy, gradually waking up. Looking around, he saw nothing. His body seemed to be bound by something, tightly wrapped. He tried to struggle but found he couldn't muster any strength. System, allocate points. Host's remaining attribute points insufficient. The familiar prompt made Shin Shen feel slightly reassured. I was running before, and then I lost consciousness while running. Shin Shen tried to recall. No, I seem to have encountered a zombie. Shin Shen's body trembled. A sharp pain shot through his head. Time rewound to an hour ago. In the core area of the meat mountain, there was a square blood pool the size of a swimming pool in the center of a space as large as a football field. Sitting cross-legged in the blood pool was a humanoid zombie, but it was covered entirely in chunks of flesh, lacking skin. It had no facial features either. A pipe as thick as a bowl connected to the base of the blood pool at the location of its tailbone. Above the blood pool hung countless blood and flesh cocoons. Some had already cracked open, while others remained intact. Reviving third-tier zombies continuously in a short time consumes quite a bit, the faceless zombie said in a gloomy tone. These useless beings can't even handle a small matter. It seems I must take action myself. Looking down at the blood pool, leaving for a while shouldn't have too much impact. After saying this, as it stood up, the tube behind it fell off. It walked to the flesh wall, its body slowly merging into it. Soon, it arrived in front of the rapidly advancing second-tier zombie, blocking its path. A powerful mental wave surged out, and at the moment they faced each other, there was not a word wasted. Shin Shen only caught a glimpse of the other party, and its gaze dimmed, collapsing with a thud. Manipulating its tentacles, it brought Shin Shen along and found 4 more humans, repeating the process. Damn, if I can't move, I'll just eat you. Shin Shen struggled in vain, opening his mouth to bite. Smack! As long as it could be chewed, that was good enough. Soon, a large chunk was bitten off, and he lowered his head to continue gnawing. The faceless zombie in the blood pool looked towards the 4 people suspended in midair. At this moment, only their heads were exposed, wrapped tightly. They had just regained consciousness and suddenly realized they were captured by zombies. Submit to me, and I shall grant you immortality, the faceless zombie spoke with a cold arrogance, like a king addressing his subjects. Its imposing aura and the energy intensity within it far surpassed that of a third-tier zombie. With just one glance, Wu Junchang knew the other was a fourth-tier zombie. At first, they thought that their combined strength as third-tier zombies could at least contend with a fourth tier, but after one encounter, they lost all ability to resist. Although all 4 were heavily injured, they knew that even at their peak, they would never be a match for the other. At most, they could hold on for a few more minutes. The gap between third tier and fourth tier was much greater than they had anticipated. Wu Junchang began to doubt whether his abilities were intentionally sabotaging him. Was this something humans could contend with? Why do we need to submit? Is your power limited in some way? Zhang Hong surprisingly remained calm. Can you tell us what a fourth tier is really like? Panic was useless. They were in a deadlock. Perhaps they could learn a bit more before they died. The faceless zombie felt slightly displeased but still patiently replied, Humans, why should I satisfy the curiosity of ants? I do need to enslave your souls, but I wouldn't mind having a few more puppets. I will ask again, are you willing to submit to me now? Hu Ziying chuckled. Who says we need to submit? If you want to kill or torture us, just get on with it. If I frown, consider it my loss. Become a zombie's slave? They would rather die. Having survived from the beginning of the disaster to now, none of them were weaklings. They admitted that this zombie was strong, but it was impossible for them to submit. Even if they could, it would fight to make the other pay a price. Very well, humans, the faceless zombie's anger was evident, and its mental waves intensified slightly. Since you are unwilling, then become my puppets. Although soulless puppets were weaker, the faceless zombie had no patience to slowly subdue them. With its abilities, dominating this world was just a matter of time. In the next moment, the four were simultaneously wrapped by flesh tentacles around their heads, turning into flesh cocoons. The suspended tentacles slowly lifted higher. Smack at that moment, a faint chewing sound reached the faceless zombie's ears, and it suddenly turned to look at a 2-meter-sized flesh cocoon. Is it that strange second-tier zombie? Whoosh bang! The flesh cocoon fell, splattering blood everywhere. The blood pool rippled as if a giant stone had dropped into a calm lake. A well-proportioned figure broke free from the flesh cocoon, covered in blood. Excitement sparkled in its pale eyes. Just after landing, it accidentally swallowed a mouthful of blood, and the system actually issued a prompt. All three attributes increased slightly. After eating so much meat with no improvement, just one mouthful of blood was enough? Was this blood some kind of miraculous tonic? Moreover, this blood smelled really good, at least 10 times more fragrant than the meat on the flesh wall. Gulp! Chen Shen swallowed, turning to look at the faceless zombie in the center of the blood pool. Feeling as if they were making eye contact, but the faceless zombie had no features, Chen Shen wasn't very sure. The latter pointed to the blood pool at his feet, which was knee-deep, and tried to keep his tone friendly and calm. Good morning, buddy. With so many drinks, you wouldn't mind if I had a little, would you? The faceless zombie looked at the zombie in the blood pool with slight surprise. You managed to break free? And you have no signs of transformation on you. The faceless zombie stood up, dragging a tube behind it. I am becoming more and more interested in you. Join my legion, and I will not only grant you immortality but also make you the legion commander. It felt it was being very sincere. A mere second-tier zombie, and it was granting it the power just below itself, giving it the ability to be immortal. Such heavy use and honor. One might ask, is that not enough? As a result, Chen Shen glanced at it and drank from the blood pool. The other party did not refuse equals tacit approval. Chen Shen felt no disgust from the blood, instead, he enjoyed it. While drinking and surveying his surroundings, he took a moment to speak. Well, I need to think about it. I also feel that we zombies should unite. Chen Shen began to babble a lot, but his actions did not stop at all. The faceless zombie initially thought Chen Shen had intentions of submission, but it seemed the other party showed no signs of it. Not to mention kneeling in submission, even confirming words were not spoken. Just empty talk. Gradually, the faceless zombie's patience wore thin, and the dismissive attitude made the zombie very angry. Ant, are you dismissing me? No, how could a small second-tier dare to dismiss you? You are a powerful fourth-tier zombie, killing hundreds of me would be no problem. I just woke up a bit thirsty. Chen Shen waved his hand, shaking off the blood on it. It dripped back into the blood pool. As a zombie, the faceless zombie did not understand many behaviors. For example, feigning politeness. But it could sense that Chen Shen had no intention of submission, yet kept flattering with his words. You are very much like a human. The faceless zombie's tone grew colder. Stop your actions, or I do not recommend killing you now. Chen Shen would not let such a good supplement go. Do not underestimate my obsession with becoming stronger. Submission? That would probably mean being enslaved. Chen Shen did not want to be controlled by a zombie. He was just addicted to becoming stronger. Anyway, he would have to make a move sooner or later, so he might as well drink his fill before that. Host, Chen Shen Physique, 187, continuously improving. Strength, 186, continuously improving. Spirit, 141, continuously improving. Race, zombie level, early second tier. Just this moment could equal several hard-fought battles. This feeling was like eating a piece of gum, impossible to stop. 3 parts training, 7 parts eating. The coach does not deceive me, Chen Shen thought to himself. At that moment, a powerful mental pressure slammed down on Chen Shen. The latter felt his mind go blank, and the scene before him became illusory for a moment. Shaking his head, Chen Shen felt dizzy, and his body swayed. Thud! He fell face first into the blood pool. Gulp, gulp. Instinctively, he took a big mouthful, and then his mind cleared a bit. But he did not move, just opened his mouth and sucked wildly. The faceless zombie, about to use its tentacles to bind Chen Shen, paused, its tone filled with anger. Ant, you dare. Did it think it could not notice him drinking from the blood pool? What boldness! The tentacles suddenly exerted force, like arrows, fast enough to leave afterimages. Most third-tier zombies would not be able to dodge this strike. Put! Chen Shen's right waist was pierced. Although zombies have a far lower perception of pain than humans, at that moment, Chen Shen almost shouted out, "Damn it! What kind of leader has what kind of underlings?" No wonder that dog-headed, cat-bodied zombie liked to attack the kidneys. It turned out it had a good leader. Chen Shen exerted force, tearing away the tentacle, bouncing a few times to the edge of the blood pool. Looking up, he saw, good heavens, he was surrounded by dozens of tentacles as thick as wrists. The blood hole in Chen Shen's waist was slowly healing. Thanks to the enhancement of his physique, the recovery speed was faster than before. In another 5 or 6 minutes, he would be fully healed. But the problem was, the opponent wouldn't wait for him to recover before attacking. It seems you're not the type with strong combat power. Chen Shen's muscles tensed as he warily stared at the opponent, but he teased, you didn't take me out in one hit. Ignorant ant, even if my abilities are not combat-oriented, the power of a 4th tier is enough to crush you. The faceless zombie was also surprised by the opponent's formidable physique and reaction speed. Originally, that strike was aimed at the opponent's head, but at the critical moment, the latter moved half a position forward. But it didn't matter. As he said, even if his abilities were not combat-oriented, a 4th tier was still a 4th tier. Even a strong attack-type 3rd tier zombie would not be its opponent. Having successfully baited the conversation, Chen Shen grinned, if you can't take me out in one hit, then you're in for a tough time. He didn't like this dangerous situation. He only enjoyed the feeling of getting stronger and was happy to fight. But if it meant putting himself at risk, he was mostly unwilling. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to watch the show. Isn't it better to work hard at home and amaze everyone? I'm really such a fool. Chen Shen mocked himself, then suddenly exerted force with his right foot, narrowly dodging a tentacle. Another mental shock hit him, and Chen Shen momentarily dazed, his dodging speed slowed just a bit, and he felt pain in his right shoulder. Combat training completed, attribute point +1, add points to spirit. The most troublesome part wasn't these tentacles. It was the opponent's mental attacks. Fortunately, he had consumed a lot of blood water, and his mental enhancement was continuously improving. Otherwise, he would have been knocked out like the first time. But every time he took a hit, it felt like his head was about to explode. Xiao Dan's mental attacks were formless and intangible, making them impossible to defend against. Just then, another mental shock came. Damn, this skill is really sinister. His right calf was pierced, and Chen Shen couldn't help but curse. He quickly scooped up a handful of blood water and drank it. Then he frantically ran around the blood pool, occasionally dodging tactically. Surrounded by walls of flesh, there was no way for him to escape. He had truly become a turtle in a jar. Sprinting training completed, attribute point +1. A strange way of gaining points appeared again. Chen Shen added them to his spirit. After several failed attempts to take down Chen Shen, the faceless zombie felt insulted, and, die for me. In an instant, the tentacle attacks became more frequent, as if several machine guns were firing at Chen Shen simultaneously. Chen Shen dodged awkwardly, occasionally sustaining new injuries. However, as his physique continued to improve, the tentacles no longer pierced his body as easily as at the beginning, but he still couldn't withstand the sheer number of tentacles and the density of the attacks. To be honest, any 3rd-tier zombie placed in this situation would have already been done for. Only a hexagonal warrior like Chen Shen could hold on for a bit. Amidst the chaos, Chen Shen still remembered to take a sip of blood water. After repeatedly insulting my dignity, you have successfully angered me. The faceless zombie's tone was grim, and a mental shockwave surged. The number of tentacles extending from the surrounding flesh walls doubled, and their speed increased significantly. A mental shock even stronger than before slammed into Chen Shen's mind, causing his body to stiffen. In the next moment, dozens or even hundreds of tentacles pierced through Chen Shen's body simultaneously. More tentacles began to wrap around him. A sense of death crept into Chen Shen's heart. Suddenly, the ground trembled. After the 4 leaders entered the mountain of flesh, the human forces retreated step by step. The commander had no choice but to issue a retreat order. The zombie army chased for 3 kilometers, and seeing that they could not completely annihilate the human forces, they finally turned back. Temporary command post. This was a location chosen before the operation, 10 kilometers away from the destination. Before the disaster, it was a warehouse for storing teaching materials. The warehouse office. Report, this battle mobilized 1,389 people, including 445 first-tier awakened, 68 second-tier captains, and 5 third-tier leaders. There are 356 remaining, including 133 first-tier awakened, 34 second-tier captains, and 1 third-tier leader. Listening to the report from his subordinate, the commander's expression grew darker. In fact, Chen Shen's earlier guess had overestimated the situation of human survivors. Currently, the known number of survivors in City Z is just over 30,000, with 20,000 in the 4 major gathering places, and another 10,000 forming scattered small teams. Of those 20,000, less than one-fifth are truly capable of combat. It can be said that the 4 major gathering places have mobilized all but the minimum necessary forces for defense. The result is evident: a crushing defeat, massive casualties. For leaders even entered the Meat Mountain to find a way to deal with the 4th-tier zombies, their fates unknown. Communication via the walkie-talkie was also lost. Leader Zhao, how is your recovery? The middle-aged commander looked at the elegant young man beside him. The latter's expression was serious. I've recovered 50%. If he hadn't used his ultimate move to eliminate 3 third-tier zombies, depleting his strength, he would have definitely entered the Meat Mountain as well. Fortunately, he didn't. Otherwise, if all the leader-level powers went missing this time, it would be an unbearable blow. I suggest we initiate the final plan, another commander said firmly. What about the 4 leaders? Third-tier powers are a precious asset to humanity. Everyone will not forget their sacrifice, but we don't have time to hesitate. No, I suggest we wait a few more days. You're talking nonsense. If several leaders have fought to the death against the 4th-tier zombies, and our hesitation causes us to miss the opportunity, how can we justify their sacrifice? For a moment, the commanders began to argue. At first, it was manageable, but soon they were hurling insults. They were more vulgar than country folk. Even leader Zhao couldn't interject. Helpless, he stepped out of the office. Outside, many people were sitting on the ground resting against piles of books. Some were tending to their wounds. None were unscathed. Even the 2nd-tier captains were all seriously injured. Hello, Leader Zhao. Many people greeted him upon seeing it was Leader Zhao. The atmosphere was very oppressive. In this battle, aside from the initial bombardment, they were completely crushed afterward. It was normal for morale to be low. The final plan, huh? Leader Zhao sighed, his gaze turning resolute. According to the worst-case scenario prepared before the operation, if they were defeated, at least one leader would lead a team to deliver a large amount of ammunition and several high-yield missiles, then manually detonate them. At the time, no one thought the situation would deteriorate to this extent. Some even felt the preparations were unnecessary. The only known 3rd-tier zombie had been slain by Wei Bin, leaving only the Meat Mountain as a threat. Gathering so many leaders and awakened was meant to deal with what was likely a 4th-tier zombie. They had already been sufficiently cautious and serious. Now it seemed that perhaps it would have been better to be straightforward from the beginning. In fact, the radio mentioned that precision equipment was affected. The reality was even worse. Humanity had even lost the means to remotely detonate missiles, let alone guide them. Most missile silos and launchers were malfunctioning. Ironically, the older equipment was less affected. The radio could still receive signals, and they had to thank this device for lacking advanced technology. It could be said that during the global disaster, the entire planet experienced a powerful electromagnetic pulse. Subsequent unknown factors further amplified the effects of the electromagnetic pulse, preventing humanity from restoring their original technological weapons. The Kyoto research team was working hard to improve powerful weapons that could be used after the disaster, but that was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. The awakened were the shields of the survivors. Using timed detonations could not guarantee that the enemy would not take measures. Many things proved that high-tier zombies possessed intelligence no lower than that of humans. The safest method was manual detonation. In just a moment, even a 4th-tier zombie wouldn't be able to react. No one had ever dealt with a 4th-tier zombie before, and they didn't know what magnitude of explosion would be enough to take it down, nor if the aftermath would be like that of the Goryeo kingdom. But there was no other way left. This was humanity's last resort. After making the rounds and checking on a few severely injured personnel, Commander Zhao returned to his office. At that moment, the few people in the room had stopped arguing. It seemed they had reached a consensus. Initiate the final plan? Commander Zhao asked knowingly. Yes, one of the commanders replied with a hint of regret, but it doesn't necessarily have to be you, Commander Zhao. It was previously decided by drawing lots. Commander Zhao raised his hand to interrupt, revealing a calm smile. I'm all alone anyway, so I'll go. Once I recover 70% of my strength, we'll set off. You two find 2 willing 2nd-tier captains to accompany me. Zhao Tianlong was a university mentor whose parents had passed away early. He had worked hard, bought a house in Z City, and married a girl he had been dating for several years. They had a lovely daughter. It should have been a happy family of 3. Who would have thought disaster would strike? At the beginning of the catastrophe, his wife and 6-year-old daughter died right before his eyes. Witnessing the death of his loved ones was a tremendous shock for him, awakening his flame abilities, and his strength rose to a strong 2nd tier. He then burned and killed zombies along the way, and after exhausting himself, he recovered to 3rd tier strength, just 3 days into the catastrophe. It could be said that he was one of the earliest third-tier powerhouses in Z City. His talent and strength were exceptional. It was evident from his ability to eliminate 3 third-tier zombies with a single move. On the 4th day of the catastrophe, Zhao Tianlong was accepted by the first gathering place and became its first leader, guiding it through the chaotic period. The gathering place had faced multiple crises, all of which he managed to avert. Most of the armed personnel in the first gathering place owed him a favor. Song Haozhe only joined the gathering place after the chaotic period ended, bringing a team of 100. It could be said that Zhao Tianlong was the soul of the first gathering place. Many armed personnel's admiration for him was heartfelt. Now, this leader knew that the time had come for him to step up when the survivors faced a dire situation. Commander Zhao. The commander found it hard to speak. At that moment, there were only 2 leaders left in Z City, one who was not good at fighting and was guarding the home, and the one before him, Zhao Tianlong. To be honest, both were pillars of humanity, but it had to be admitted that Zhao Tianlong was indeed the most suitable to execute the final plan. No need for more words. Zhao Tianlong's eyes were filled with determination. When you return, remember to send my regards to that old man Chu Tianhui. Just tell him I'm leaving first and to take good care of humanity for me. If it can't be done, then evacuate all survivors from Z City. The wilderness is dangerous, but it won't be more dangerous than a 4th-tier zombie. After saying this, Zhao Tianlong began to rest with his eyes closed. Unconsciously, 2 figures flashed through his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Perhaps, I should have joined you long ago. But commanders began discussing the specific details of the operation. Such a massive explosion would surely level the surrounding area, and the nearest third gathering place must evacuate. No one had anticipated that the casualties of the operation would be so high. They decided to gather all survivors together, otherwise, Xu Tianhui, a single third tier, would definitely be overwhelmed. In the end, whether to stay or leave would depend on the outcome. The survivors of Z City had reached a critical moment of life and death. Finally, it was settled. Within a day, the survivors from the third and second gathering places would evacuate to the first gathering place. Except for extremely important supplies, everything that could be discarded to facilitate the evacuation would be thrown away. Life was the most important thing. 2 second-tier captains and 3 first-tier awakened individuals with physical enhancement abilities would stay behind to assist Zhao Tianlong in completing the final plan. All firepower units would be reorganized. They would be responsible for covering the team's actions. The remaining personnel would return to the gathering place to assist the survivors in evacuating. Zhao Tianlong's team was scheduled to set out at 6 o'clock the next morning. At Chen Shen's stronghold, at 2 in the morning, Chen Xiaohan, unable to sleep, fiddled with the radio left by Chen Shen. The volume was too loud, waking Lu Weiwei. "Xiaohan, why aren't you sleeping?" Lu Weiwei rubbed her eyes groggily, trying to open them. "Survivors in Z City, please proceed to gathering point 1 as soon as possible." That one sentence repeated over and over. There was no explanation of the situation, but the perceptive Lu Weiwei instantly sensed something was off. She felt that there was more to it. Knowing that zombies possess intelligence, some information would definitely not be broadcasted by humans. However, to ensure the safety of survivors outside the gathering points, there was still a slight hint given. Those who understood would likely evacuate, while those who didn't could only consider themselves unfortunate. After all, sacrificing some human survivors was worth it compared to killing a 4th-tier zombie. "Xiaohan, come with me." Lu Weiwei was fully awake now, pulling the little girl's soft hand to head outside, but she couldn't move her at all. Turning around, she saw Chen Xiaohan's determined gaze. "No, I won't go. What if Dad can't find me when he comes back?" "I'm taking you to find your dad," Lu Weiwei lied calmly. Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up. "Really? You're so nice, sister." She cheered and began to pull Lu Weiwei outside. The latter sighed in relief. "Got you. Don't blame sister for lying to you." No matter what the radio hinted at, they needed to leave first. If it was a misunderstanding, they could come back to find Mr. Zombie. Since the loud noise during the day, Mr. Zombie had left. Normally, he would return at night, but this time he didn't. Perhaps something really did happen. Climbing down from the window was definitely not an option. Chen Xiaohan wasn't afraid, but Lu Weiwei was just an ordinary person. So the two of them arrived at the gym's entrance. Chen Xiaohan pushed the obstruction aside with ease. The small body had great strength. Just as they reached downstairs, a little brother from Team 1, hearing the commotion, ran over. "Roar! Where are you going, young master?" The little brother couldn't help but glance at Lu Weiwei a few times. He kept reminding himself that this woman was the boss's reserve food, and he couldn't mess up. Chen Xiaohan chuckled. "I'm going to find Dad. Are you coming? If you go, bring my dog along." The little brother nodded, calling over dozens of little brothers lurking in the darkness. The zombie dog wagged its tail and approached Chen Xiaohan, bowing down. It seemed to be inviting her to ride it. Chen Xiaohan climbed on without hesitation, as if it were only natural. She looked up at Lu Weiwei beside her. "Let's go, big sister." Thus, Lu Weiwei led the way, a group of zombies marching forward in the opposite direction from where Qin Chen had left. The little brother was somewhat puzzled, but seeing the young master trust that human, he said nothing. At 6 in the morning, a large truck carrying a container set off from the warehouse, with Zhao Tianlong sitting in the truck's cab, his gaze deep. Four armored vehicles escorted the truck from the front, back, and sides. After driving more than 8 kilometers, the 2 armored vehicles on the side stopped. The doors opened, and several 3-man teams rushed out. One team member carried a cannon, another carried ammunition, and one dug a pit for the cannon in the green belt. They quickly and efficiently set up the cannon and aimed it. These were ammunition reserves left in the warehouse beforehand, now used to cover the team's advance. Once Zhao Tianlong's team approached the target, they would definitely be discovered by the zombie army, and at that time, they would first bombard the area, clearing the way. Killing a third-tier zombie was out of the question, but there was still a significant threat from second-tier zombies, and first-tier zombies would definitely not withstand a mortar. At least it could alleviate some pressure on the team. The armed personnel accompanying them were all lightly injured, but without exception, they all held a resolve to die. The higher-ups did not heed Zhao Tianlong's advice. They felt that giving only 2 second-tier captains was not safe. Zhao Tianlong did not oppose. Perhaps he was being too merciful. Sometimes, sacrifice is necessary. Slowly, against the dawnlight, a mountain of flesh came into view. At the same time, the army of zombies surrounding the meat mountain heard the commotion and turned their attention to the truck. "Open fire!" commanded the temporary commander inside the armored vehicle in front of the truck, his voice low over the intercom. Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! Shells whizzed overhead, accurately landing among the zombie horde, sending up clouds of dust and flesh. The armored vehicle of the guards also shifted left and right, with the people inside loading shells. Bang! Moving fire. The already ravaged ground was plowed once more. However, this time the firepower was not as intense as before. When the truck was still 200 meters from the target, the ammunition ran out. The zombie army had only lost a little over 100. Still nearly 2,000 left? It seems it's still continuously creating zombies. Zhao Tianlong's expression darkened. We really shouldn't delay any longer. The only fortunate thing was that there were no third-tier zombies stationed among them. Roar! The zombie army charged towards the truck. Zhao Tianlong picked up the intercom. "Thank you, brothers, for the cover. You all retreat with full force. Awaken team, pay attention. Except for the driver and the detonator, everyone else get out and clear the way. If the vehicle stops or flips, detonate immediately." Although a distance of 100 or 200 meters seemed not to affect the explosion's lethality, getting a little closer would increase the chances of success. The real battle was yet to come. Zhao Tianlong erupted with powerful flames, transforming into a fiery figure, and smashed directly into the zombie horde. "Captain Zhao seems to have grown stronger again?" One captain exclaimed in surprise, then lamented, "If it weren't for this mess, Captain Zhao would probably be the closest to a 4th-tier powerhouse. It wouldn't be long before he could advance in rank." "Damn zombies!" A captain jumped out of the truck with 2 first-tier awakened ones, each unleashing their abilities as they charged towards the zombie army. The disproportionate numbers did not instill fear in them. The driver was a first-tier awakened, and the detonator was a second-tier captain. This was also to ensure the detonation went smoothly. The zombie horde, lacking any third-tier zombies, crumbled before Zhao Tianlong like a house of cards. The moment of contact resulted in massive casualties. However, their numbers were simply too great. Even with Zhao Tianlong's overwhelming might, the advance was painfully slow. Many zombies bypassed him and charged towards the truck, and the 2 first-tier awakened ones were devoured within seconds. The second-tier captain's ability was stone transformation, but resisting was still extremely difficult. Zombies had already climbed onto the truck, starting to cause damage. Only 150 meters left. Stuck, Zhao Tianlong roared, "Flame Emperor!" A fiery phantom appeared over 150 meters away, sweeping its hands and killing nearly all the zombies within 50 meters ahead. Then, it pushed the truck forward. The phantom lasted less than 10 seconds before dissipating. The truck took the opportunity to advance 60 meters. More and more zombies climbed onto the truck, deforming the truck's container. Several small holes had even been opened, and they were attempting to enter the container. The truck could no longer move forward. Bang! Suddenly, despite the depletion of his powers, Zhao Tianlong disregarded the attacks of several second-tier zombies and grabbed the front bumper of the truck. The flames that had vanished reappeared around him. However, his vitality was rapidly diminishing. The fire of life was burning. The truck was forcibly dragged forward by him for over 30 meters. Detonate! Zhao Tianlong shouted, his life force fading as he was overwhelmed by the zombies. Boom! The earth shook violently, as if an earthquake had erupted. The terrifying explosion unleashed boundless flames and shockwaves. Wherever the explosion and shockwave reached, buildings collapsed, vegetation bent as if bowing, and then instantly vaporized. The entire city center was leveled, and buildings further away teetered on the brink of collapse. The shockwave could even be felt at the gathering point several dozen kilometers away. On the walls of the gathering point, a group of people in combat uniforms paid their respects in a certain direction. Chen Shan, suspended in midair like a dead dog, pierced through by countless tentacles, felt the tremor. It was the earth shaking violently. Although the faceless zombie had no face, Chen Shen could feel its immense pain and anger at that moment. Damn ants! Aha! Its mental fluctuations rampaged wildly. The tentacles thrashed about frantically. It was a complete frenzy. One could see that the blood in the blood pool seemed to be rapidly decreasing. Outside, the meat mountain, which should have been the size of a shopping mall, was crumbling and dissolving under the violent explosions. The zombie army was also vaporized along with a certain truck and a certain commander. Four armored vehicles that hadn't gotten far were tossed into the air and exploded. Under the high temperature and powerful shockwave, the size of the meat mountain shrank dramatically. Blinding light and heat continuously eroded the meat mountain. The once colossal mass quickly shrank to the size of a swimming pool, 5 meters high. Inside, Chen Shen was also surprised to find that the temperature around him had risen significantly, as if he were inside an oven. Just this temperature could cook an ordinary person. Fortunately, his physique was strong, and he only felt a bit warm. The meat wall continued to press closer to the blood pool. Then it froze. Crack! A section of the meat wall dried up, cracking like a spider's web. It fell away. Endless high-temperature flames poured in through the gap. It was as if a flame beast that devoured everything was mercilessly consuming life. The faceless zombie manipulated its tentacles to frantically repair the meat wall, but the rate of collapse was clearly faster. Soon, the hanging meat cocoons fell one by one, and the flesh on them was retracted. This revealed strange, misshapen things inside. They seemed to be zombies that had not yet fully formed. Among them were 4 humans who had just begun to transform. They exhibited some zombie-like characteristics, their expressions pained, their breaths weak. Immediately after, Chen Shen felt his body empty, the binding tentacles retracted, and he fell from the air. The blood only reached halfway up his calves, and it was still decreasing. Chen Shen quickly moved to the side of the 4 humans, tossing them one by one next to the faceless zombie. That guy was definitely the safest next to them. As for Chen Shen, he had already started drinking from the self-service beverage station. Host, Chen Shen, physique, 209, continuously improving, strength, 207, continuously improving, mental, 191, continuously improving, race, zombie, level, early stage 2, the faceless zombie, noticing Chen Shen's actions, became even angrier. Damn ants! It was one thing not to be able to help, but to take advantage of the chaos was infuriating. This blood pool was its source of power. If it weren't for that, it could have escaped this place at the first opportunity. If a 4th-tier zombie really wanted to run, humans wouldn't have a chance to detonate missiles up close. The faceless zombie was clearly suffering from its inability to move. Moreover, its abilities were neither offensive nor defensive, making resistance extremely difficult. I know you're anxious, but don't rush, Chen Shen teased. As his physique continued to improve, the speed at which his injuries healed also increased. Boom! A pillar of fire burst through the meat wall and struck inside. Immediately, the meat wall could no longer withstand the impact of the explosion, and countless flames surged in with boundless might. They enveloped both Chen Shen and the faceless zombie. Sizzle! Chen Shen felt his entire body was scalding hot. No, it should be an intense burning sensation. He felt as if he would be burned to death in the next second. The powerful shockwave also propelled Chen Shen forward for a distance, and then he crawled on the ground. If it weren't for the zombie body's weak pain receptors, he might have fainted from the pain. His skin was burned away, then healed, then burned away again, over and over. The only constant was that Chen Shen was still drinking from the self-service beverage station. The faceless zombie transformed its tentacles into several massive shields, protecting itself thoroughly. It wouldn't protect Chen Shen. The speed at which the blood pool decreased accelerated, and soon it was only 5 centimeters high. 4 centimeters. Among the 4 humans, Song Haozhe and Zhang Hong were unlucky, not within the shield's protective range, and were scorched by the explosion, their bodies charred. They became like coal, their breaths completely gone. If it weren't for their 3rd-tier physique still being relatively strong, they would probably have been reduced to nothing. The other 2 were just at the feet of the faceless zombie, so they were protected by the shield, temporarily saving their lives. The situation was urgent, and the faceless zombie didn't have time to throw the two out. From a distance, a mushroom cloud rose in the city center. Many high-rise buildings had their glass windows shattered. When the explosion ended, the city center had turned into ruins. The surrounding temperature was absurdly high. If ordinary people were here, they would probably die from the scorching heat in minutes. Just taking a breath could burn a normal person's lungs. The explosion's epicenter was flattened. The original blood pool was now just a few broken flesh shields. As the explosion subsided, the shield fell, revealing the seemingly unscathed faceless zombie. At its feet lay two severely burned humans, barely alive. The latter could truly thank the faceless zombie for being tough enough to survive. It glanced around. The blood pool was gone, and all its efforts had been in vain. It would probably take a long time to regain its fourth-tier strength. After all, it had ascended to the fourth tier by sacrificing more than 10 third-tier zombies and numerous other zombies. Its abilities also required a massive energy supply. Otherwise, as a lone commander, it could only be considered the weakest fourth tier. It touched its chest and sighed in relief. Fortunately, the things are still here. Suddenly, it looked down at a charred corpse in the ruins. That strange zombie didn't die? It seemed to move slightly. Impossible. That kind of explosion would have consumed a tremendous amount of energy even for a fourth-tier zombie to withstand. If it weren't for its abundant energy, it would have probably met its end. What could a second-tier zombie do? Completed high-temperature resistance training, attribute point +1, fire resistance +1%, all into physique. Point allocation successful, host, Chen, physique, 267, strength, 214, spirit, 199, race, zombie, level, early second tier, fire resistance, 37%, the charred skin on Chen began to peel off. His injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The new skin that appeared was no longer a mix of two colors but a pale blue. It gave off an extremely hard feeling. His eyes remained pale, and his hair was burned off. New things are appearing again? Chen slowly got up, touched his bald head, and murmured, "It seems the system still has some hidden features. I thought my cheat was a bit weak, turns out I have to explore it myself." He looked around. Goodness, all he saw was ruins. Did humans use missiles? Chen eyelid twitched. A single missile only increased my fire resistance by 37%. There's still a long way to go. In fact, not long after enduring the explosion, a prompt had appeared in Chen's mind. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to that. Drinking more blood to enhance his attributes was the only way to give him the confidence to withstand the explosion. If it weren't for his fire resistance, he would have been done for. Of course, he also had to thank his strong self-healing ability. His physique points were not wasted. Suddenly, sensing something, Chen looked up and locked eyes with the faceless zombie. They were probably staring at each other. "You actually didn't die?" The faceless zombie seemed a bit surprised, but its tone remained arrogant. "Very well, you may leave, I will spare your life." Chen was stunned for a second. "You old thing didn't die? Aunt, mind your words, or I won't hesitate to kill you," the faceless zombie said, yet it made no move. Realizing something, Chen's lips curled up, revealing a slightly sinister smile. "I misspoke." Chen suddenly charged forward, leaping into the air and instantly arriving in front of the faceless zombie, his fist the size of a sandbag coming down. "What are you barking about?" Could Chen trust the words of a zombie? He trusted no one. They were all enemies now. There was no reason to let him go and regain strength. He intended to take advantage of its weakness. At that moment, the faceless zombie felt extremely weak to Chen. In fact, it didn't even require any feeling. It was evident to the naked eye. Its massive body was destroyed. The pool of blood was ruined. How much strength could it retain when there was nothing left? No matter how strong a fourth-tier being was, there had to be a limit. The faceless zombie remained vigilant, reacting the moment Chen made his move, launching a mental attack. However, the power of its mental attack had diminished significantly. Even so, it should still be able to affect a third-tier zombie. Bang! The punch landed with unyielding force on the faceless zombie's face. The latter's head tilted, somewhat incredulous. "My mental attack has no effect on you?" The faceless zombie retreated over 10 meters in succession. Chen was also surprised that his full-force strike had failed to injure the opponent. "No problem. Just being able to hit you is good." Chen was not worried at all. Fourth tier, that's all there is to it. He had consumed so much blood that he wouldn't feel hunger for a while. It was a matter of who could outlast whom. Chen charged forward again, his speed creating a series of sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, he was up close. The faceless zombie was about to counterattack when it realized Chen's fist was already in front of him. It could only swing a punch back at Chen's waist. "I am a fourth-tier being, even heavily injured, I am not something an ant can defeat. The faceless zombie roared, intending to trade injury for injury. Its abilities were not combat-oriented, and its current state was extremely poor, struggling to keep up with Chun Shen's speed. But it didn't matter. The physical strength of a fourth-tier being was not something a third tier could compare to. It still didn't believe that Chen Shen had come out unscathed from the explosion. Trading injury for injury, it would eventually take down this ant. Bang! Shen Shen felt a sharp pain in his waist. Damn, it really was targeting my waist. The two zombies exchanged blows, battling fiercely. The faceless zombie occasionally used mental attacks but found their effect on Chun Shen limited, so it gave up. Its condition was deteriorating. Its speed and strength were clearly declining. Soon, it was left with only the strength of a third-tier zombie. The surrounding area was engulfed in dust and debris from the battle between the two zombies. How is this possible? Why have you grown stronger again? The faceless zombie became increasingly astonished as it fought. At this moment, Chen Shen's strength and physical resilience had actually reached the late stage of the third tier. It was important to note that at the beginning, Chen Shen had only been evenly matched with a few of its third-tier subordinates. As a newly promoted fourth-tier faceless zombie, the strongest zombies it could create were only at the early stage of the third tier. Even combined, the 5 of them couldn't match the late stage of the third tier. So even if its strength and speed had weakened, it shouldn't have been suppressed. But the reality was that it was now being suppressed. Moreover, this second-tier zombie was growing stronger as they fought. But why did it still perceive the opponent as being at the early stage of the second tier? This was unreasonable. Chen Shen had no time to speak. He was fully focused. Only now did he clearly recognize the power of the fourth tier. Without abilities, with such a diminished physical form, it was still so strong. A constant stream of prompts echoed in his mind, and without a second thought, Chen Shen added to his strength. His physique was already sufficient to withstand the opponent's attacks, and the opponent's mental attacks had no effect on him anymore. Then he would increase his strength. I don't believe I can't kill you, you pretentious fool. Chen Shen gritted his teeth and struck harder. Suddenly, he saw a faint light flickering on the faceless zombie's chest. That familiar feeling of calling made him pause. Bang! The faceless zombie seized the opportunity to grab Chun Shen's neck and slammed him down hard. It wanted to continue the assault but felt a sharp pain in its arm. Rip! Chen Shen bit down on the faceless zombie's forearm and tore off a chunk of flesh. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. So this thing has been tempting me all along. Chen Shen's eyes lit up as he reached for that faint light. The faceless zombie instinctively sensed danger, shaking off Chen Shen and retreating over 10 meters. Just a moment ago, it felt as if something in its chest was about to burst out. Moreover, after being bitten by the opponent, it surprisingly felt a sense of power being taken away. Although it was just a trace, during its peak, it wouldn't even have sensed such a small loss of power. But the feeling now is particularly obvious. I acknowledge your strength. Continuing like this will only lead to mutual destruction. The faceless zombie tried to calm itself down. Soon, humans will definitely come to check the situation. I suggest a ceasefire. How about it? Simply put, it was backing down. Too many uncertainties, coupled with the inexplicable presence of Chen Shen, made it, a fourth-tier being, feel intimidated. I think that's a good suggestion, Chen Shen nodded, not waiting for the other to breathe a sigh of relief. But I'm a bit rebellious. I refuse to accept your suggestion. With that, he struck again. He felt that the thing in the opponent's chest was very important to him. Moreover, even without this reason, they were already enemies, and Chen Shen would definitely kick a man when he was down. Rip! After exchanging a few more blows, the faceless zombie was once again gnawed at by Chen Shen, losing another piece of flesh. Neither side had the ability, it was pure hand-to-hand combat. In less than half an hour, the faceless zombie despairingly discovered that the second-tier zombie in front of it, which it viewed as an ant, had become even stronger. Zombies weren't completely tireless. Can someone explain why this second-tier zombie was so full of energy? Obviously, Chen Shen didn't know any of this. In his perception, as a zombie, he had never felt tired. Whether it was exercising or fighting, apart from hunger, no other negative buffs appeared. Bang! The faceless zombie, already gnawed to the point of having hardly any good flesh left, collapsed weakly to the ground, spirit waning, like a candle flickering in the wind. It had tried to run away, but Chen Shen was just too persistent. It hadn't even run 10 meters before being caught up and dragged back to continue fighting. Unable to win in a fight and unable to escape, it regretted not running away from the start. Who would have thought a second-tier zombie could be so overpowered? But now it was too late to regret. Chen Shen grabbed the opponent's calf, swung it around, and then slammed it down. He created a large human-shaped pit in the ground. Don't be fooled by the opponent's apparent weakness. What if it was just pretending? A finishing blow was necessary. The faceless zombie was indeed preparing to launch a desperate mental attack while Chen Chen let his guard down. If it couldn't have a good time, it would make the other side pay the price. But before it could gather its strength, Chen Chen disrupted it. It was directly stunned by the blow. Damn it! A dignified fourth-tier zombie died in a humiliating manner. Looking at the miserable faceless zombie on the ground, Chen Chen grabbed its head with both hands. With all his strength, he twisted it off. That was really hard to kill. Chen Chen let out a breath. He looked at the flickering light in the opponent's chest that had yet to disappear, which seemed to be a fragment. The fragment was only the size of a thumb but gave off a mysterious and powerful feeling. Chen Chen instinctively reached out, and as soon as he made contact, the fragment suddenly shot out from the faceless zombie's chest. It transformed into a shadow and, in the blink of an eye, entered Chen Chen's mind. The latter didn't even have time to react. Feeling a bit drowsy? Chen Chen's eyelids were heavy, and he tried to keep himself alert. The next second, he collapsed with a thud. The flesh of the faceless zombie seemed to be melted by some force, wrapping Chen Chen within. A blood cocoon over 3 meters in size appeared in the ruins. Darkness, complete darkness, without any light. It was like a void. There was no concept of light. Who am I? Chen Chen wondered, having no memory at all. He instinctively walked forward. There was no path beneath his feet, yet it felt as if there was one. It seemed he was searching for something, or perhaps he was just simply moving forward. He kept walking in the darkness, continuously moving forward, walking alone, forgetting to think, forgetting to explore. Slowly, he began to feel a bit lonely. Why do I feel lonely? What is loneliness? He couldn't understand, and slowly he stopped thinking about it. He didn't know how long he had walked, maybe a year, 2 years, or perhaps tens of thousands of years? Who knows? There was no concept of time here. That thing called loneliness would occasionally appear, but it would quickly fade away. It seemed that as long as enough time passed, its appearance would become insignificant. In this dark void, he seemed unable to do anything but move forward. Until one day, he decided to try to deal with something called loneliness. He felt that the world should not be so silent. The emptiness should be filled with vitality. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, his mind filled with question marks. Did I fall asleep? How long have I been asleep? Since becoming a zombie, it was his first time sleeping. How strange. It felt like he had a dream, a very long dream, but he couldn't remember the content. It just felt a bit lonely. How strange. Host, Chen Chen physique, 397 strength, 354 spirit, 329 race, zombie level, mid-stage second tier fire resistance, 37% skills. 1. Dependence, enslave souls, create dependence. Dependents are absolutely loyal to you. Cannot enslave those with stronger mental power than the host. The number of dependents is linked to mental strength. Current dependence 0/30. Note, the success rate of enslavement will be greatly reduced if the other party has a resistance mindset. 2. Super regeneration, possess powerful vitality. You are the cockroach that cannot be killed. 3. Flesh contract. Incomplete. Using flesh to nourish can grant others some of the host's characteristics. The user will develop a strong affinity for the host. It is recommended to use with an interval of 3 days, otherwise, it will reduce physique attributes. Chen Chen could vaguely see a simple panel. The system seemed to have undergone some changes. Skills? Could it be because of that fragment? Chen Chen pondered. It seemed that besides that fragment, there was nothing else. He really had to thank the faceless zombie. This time, he had profited immensely. However, Chen Chen also realized that he knew too little, feeling shrouded in fog. If he could unravel this fog, perhaps he could understand some interesting things. Dependence should be the ability that comes with the fragment. The faceless zombie used this ability in conjunction with its own to create a zombie army. Fortunately, the skill of this fragment was not combat-related, otherwise, Chen Chen would have been done for. He also had to thank the human who sent a rocket his way. The top brother is impressive. The second skill should be his own. In fact, he had sensed this early on. The stronger the physique, the stronger the recovery ability. Isn't that super regeneration? As for the flesh contract, it seemed like Chen Xiaohan was in this situation. Chen Chen looked around. It seemed he was once again wrapped in a blood cocoon. However, this time there was no feeling of restraint. Rip! It was easily torn apart by him. Meanwhile, outside in the ruins, a human team was treating 2 leaders who still had a breath left. They had seen the blood cocoon when they arrived, but after attacking it a few times, they couldn't move it, so they decided to treat the 2 leaders first. Originally, their mission was to investigate whether the 4th-tier zombies were still alive. Who would have thought that there were still 2 leaders alive? But their injuries were too severe. It's very likely that the 4th-tier zombies were entangled by the leaders and then exploded with all their power, dying in the process. we must revive the 2 leaders. If it was as suspected, then it would be good news for humanity. 4th tier is not invincible. Can you do it, healer? Shut up, the 2 leaders are too severely injured, and there is a trend of zombification. My ability can only temporarily hold their lives. Perhaps we can only send them back to let more healing-type awakeners take action to save the 2 leaders. With such injuries, traditional medicine would probably only declare death. Suddenly, a crisp sound interrupted the argument among the few. The blood cocoon actually broke open from the inside. A tall, well-proportioned, naked green-skinned zombie with short hair walked out. Chen Chen's hair had already grown. He looked up at the sky, estimating it was afternoon. He had slept for at least 6 hours. In an instant, 7 second-tier humans, excluding the healer, entered combat mode. Second-tier zombies? No, the awakened with perception abilities found that the danger level of the other party was no less than that of a 3rd-tier zombie. He had only felt this way about Commander Zhao Tianlong. The good news is that the 4th-tier zombie should be dead. The bad news is that they can't win against the 3rd-tier zombies either. Humans? Chen Shen turned to look at these people and waved his hand. Take your commander back. If they were any later, it would be too late. This sentence Chen Shen did not say out loud. The awakened team was puzzled, feeling that this zombie was very strange, but they did not dare to let their guard down at all. The distrust of zombies had become a consensus among humans. If they could win, they would have acted long ago. I advise you not to take action, Chen Shen kindly reminded. To everyone else, this seemed like contempt for them. Roar! At that moment, roars came from afar. A team member's face turned ugly. A 2nd-tier zombie is moving quickly towards us with more than 50 1st-tier zombies. Retreat! The leader commanded, but his gaze never left Chen Chen. As long as the latter made a move, he would fight to the death to cover their retreat. However, it was too late. They were surrounded by more than 50 zombies. The 2nd-tier zombie was Chen Chen's number 1 subordinate. This guy sensed the commotion here in the morning and planned to come over later to take a look. If the boss was dead, he would be the boss. If the boss was still alive, it was just the right time to show off. Roar! The moment he saw Chen Chen, the number 1 subordinate knew he had come to the right place. He then looked at the human team, clearly ready to take action. He wanted to take down these delicious humans and present them to the boss. Regardless of whether they could win or not, he had to perform well in front of the boss. Let them leave, Chen Chen said flatly. He could naturally see that his subordinate was eager to try. He then turned to the humans. When you go back, tell your superiors that you can survive in Z City, but everyone should mind their own business and not provoke me. He knew that saying nice things was useless. Humans had a strong sense of suspicion, especially in times of crisis. As a former human, Chen Chen himself did not dare to trust survivors, so it was best to draw a clear line. Everyone could play their own game. Chen Chen had already saved 2 commanders this time, which was quite benevolent. Moreover, when he fought the faceless zombie, he had tried to avoid the places where the 2 were lying down. Otherwise, in their state, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the aftermath of the battle. They probably wouldn't have even waited for the human team to arrive. Thank you for your mercy. The leader frowned. It was hard to tell if his gratitude was sincere. The zombies made way under the number 1 subordinate's command, seeing off the human team as they left. As the human team disappeared from sight, the number 1 subordinate turned and ran towards Chen Chen. He ran around Chen Chen twice, seemingly celebrating something. The boss seemed to have become stronger, and as his subordinate, he felt proud. Chen Chen grabbed the number 1 subordinate and said flatly, "How come you guys are fine after such a big explosion? Also, where is Xiaohan?" The number 1 subordinate shivered all over, lowering his head. Roar! "We were looking for you, and then she was taken away by humans." That night, Lu Weiwei said she was taking Chen Xiaohan to find Chen Chen. In reality, they were moving away from the city center. They encountered a large group of human survivors retreating halfway. They thought Lu Weiwei and the other 2 had been caught by zombies. Several 2nd-tier awakened ones were dispatched to beat up the zombies. A few subordinates even died on the spot. The number 1 subordinate could only watch as Chen Xiaohan and the others were taken away by the human survivors. That zombie dog was indeed a real dog, taking advantage of the chaos to run away. If it weren't for that, Chen Xiaohan wouldn't have been taken by humans. Then, around 6 o'clock, the missile exploded. The number 1 subordinate waited from a distance, only entering after the aftermath of the explosion had dissipated and the residual heat had decreased. It secretly rejoiced. "I told you, the boss left in this direction. That female human actually took the wrong way. So stupid. I'm still the smart one. So you lost Xiaohan?" Chen Chen looked at his little brother and then sighed. "Well, it's better for her to live with humans than to follow me." The sudden absence of that chattering girl left Chen Chen with a sense of loss. But after realizing his third skill, he understood that Chen Xiaohan was merely a human with certain characteristics he possessed. Since she was human, it was indeed better for her to live among humans. What was it to follow a group of zombies? Next, Chen Chen planned to head out to the wilderness. Meat was hard to find. He couldn't just sit around and wait for it to come to him. He had to go hunting. He didn't understand why humans insisted on establishing gathering places in urban areas. Is the wilderness really more dangerous? Chen Chen pondered. With zombie dogs, other creatures would also become zombies. There are all kinds of creatures in the wild, and the number of zombies there might be even greater than in the city. Moreover, the wilderness is complex and not suitable for defense. Those animals are also stronger than ordinary human zombies. It seemed that the wilderness was indeed safer than the city. But for Chen Chen, it was a vast hunting ground. He glanced at his little brother again. Speaking of which, this guy was really quick at gathering followers. It hadn't been long, and he already had over 50 subordinates. At this rate, he would probably be able to form a camp soon. It wasn't impossible to assemble a zombie army. Let's go! Chen Chen called out. Change the location. Gathering place no. 1 At this moment, over 20,000 survivors had gathered here. To accommodate more people, gathering place no. 1 was undergoing expansion. The surrounding zombies had been cleared out. 2 heavily injured leaders were brought back by the team, along with some good news. The 4th tier zombie was dead. The higher-ups informed all the survivors of this news, undoubtedly breaking the oppressive atmosphere and sweeping away the gloom. If humans could kill even a 4th tier zombie, then one day they would surely overcome the crisis of the disaster and restore the world to its former glory. Conference room. A strange zombie? The middle-aged man frowned after hearing the report from the team leader about the operation. Could it be that even without nuclear bombs, a situation like that in Korea could occur? No, if that were the case, the team wouldn't have returned unscathed. Not to mention bringing back 2 heavily injured leaders. Avoid conflict with it as much as possible before the 2 leaders awaken, and send another team to closely monitor its movements, the middle-aged man said seriously. Also, initiate talent detection and accelerate the artificial awakening plan. But the detection method has certain drawbacks. Someone expressed concern. Now is not the time for indecision. We must gain more power. The path to the 3rd tier is already taking shape, and we will soon explore the methods of cultivation. What we need to do now is to prepare the groundwork. Only with sufficiently powerful strength can humanity survive. Most people agreed with this proposal. However, the artificial awakening was limited to ages 18 to 40. Those too young couldn't handle the stimulation of abilities, and those too old were unnecessary to waste resources on. Awakening was not without its costs. It was clear that humanity possessed far more than what was stated in the broadcasts. On the other side, Lu Weiwei and Chen Xiaohan followed a group of people into Gathering Place No. 1. She had been searching for Lin Fan all afternoon. However, she found nothing, not even a hint about Lin Fan. As an awakened one, if Lin Fan were in the Gathering Place, there would surely be some news about him. Could it be that Fan has already? For a moment, Lu Weiwei felt her heart sink. The little girl seemed to sense that her big sister was in a bad mood and took her hand. Big sister, we will definitely find him. Lu Weiwei looked down and forced a smile. Although she knew that Chen Xiaohan was referring to someone different from what she was thinking, she still felt comforted by the little girl. In the evening, on the outskirts of the southern part of Z City, a group of zombies marched steadily along the edge of the city. Just a few kilometers ahead lay the continuous mountain range. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting fiery clouds. It was tranquil and beautiful. If it weren't for the group of zombies standing nearby, Chen Chen would almost have the illusion that the disaster hadn't happened. By now, humanoid zombies were quite rare, but from time to time, he could see the corpses of other animals. Cats and dogs were quite common, and there were also zombie insects. However, they weren't very strong and scattered in panic as Chen Chen approached. Ahead was a village. That will be our base from now on. Chen Chen pointed to the village not far away and looked at his number 1 subordinate. Your task from now on is to gather information and guard the base. Previously, Chen Chen had only enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger, feeling somewhat like he was building a car behind closed doors. If trouble hadn't come knocking, he could have continued to train in secret. His hamster-like nature was quite evident. But after this incident, he felt it was necessary to understand some secrets. He couldn't just turn a blind eye to the outside world. Of course, the main goal was to see if he could find any fragments. A small piece of this stuff could be worth more than his training for a long time. It was definitely a heavenly material. 3 parts training, 7 parts consumption. He had to eat well, so he would let his subordinates keep an eye out. With many zombies and great power, he still needed to train to enhance his strength. He couldn't let himself, as the leader, do all the hard work. Rip! Chen Shen tore a piece of flesh from his left arm and handed it to his number one subordinate. Do well, and you won't miss out on the benefits. The number one subordinate took it and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of energy radiated from him, as if he were brewing something. His originally tall figure shrank a bit, now standing at 2 meters tall. But his lean appearance became more capable, looking full of strength. Mid-second tier, late second tier. Thank you, boss. The number one subordinate prostrated on the ground, respectful and filled with excitement. Yes, it could speak now, and it felt full of power. This tremendous boost thrilled it. Following the right leader was indeed very important. From now on, you'll be called Zombie Biao. Chen Shen helped him up and smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me. The transformation of Zombie Biao caught the attention of the other zombies. Their eyes were filled with envy and longing. The intelligence of first-tier zombies wasn't very high, but they all craved power, regardless of the stage. If they had enough strength, they wouldn't be bullied. They looked back at Chen Shen. Not a single zombie dared to act out. Instead, they were filled with fear. Most of them were encountering Chen Shen for the first time. They hadn't expected that the boss's boss had such strong abilities. They had indeed followed the right zombie. The group of zombies entered the village. Many houses in the village were damaged to varying degrees, with numerous claw marks. The air was filled with a sense of decay. On the ground were bloodstains that had long since dried and turned black. There was not a hint of life. Silence was the main theme here. Chen Shen found a 3-story villa in the middle of the village to settle down in. His subordinates were taken by Zombie Biao to hunt in the mountains. The harvested prey would be brought back first, to be distributed by Chen Shen as the leader. Even if Chen Shen monopolized everything, this group of zombies wouldn't have any objections. This hierarchical system was similar to a wolf pack, even more deeply rooted, and the role Chen Shen played now was that of the alpha wolf, quite suitable for managing zombies. Zombies inherently lacked emotions, it mainly depended on whose fist was bigger. As for collecting these zombies as subordinates, Chen Shen had no plans for that at the moment. They were all too weak. At least they needed to have the strength of Zombie Biao. With the skill of blood contract, Chen Shen didn't have to go through the trouble of the faceless zombie to collect subordinates. Just feed them once or twice, then directly activate the subordinate skill, and it would be done. One skill raised favorability, and another skill collected loyalty. It was simply a perfect match. Completed barbell curl x233. Attribute point +1, in the yard, Chen Shen easily lifted a small car by grabbing its side with both hands. The car was stuffed with heavy objects, but it still didn't quite satisfy Chen Shen's training needs. Once my strength increases, will there really be anything left for me to train with? Chen Shen looked at the nearby houses. The foundations of these self-built homes were generally shallow, unlike the deep wells required for the high-rise buildings in the city. Suddenly, Chen Shen had a bold idea. Once this thought appeared, it was impossible to shake off. So he walked out of the yard and approached a small 1-story villa, covering an area of only about 60 to 70 square meters. The house looked somewhat old, likely one of the earlier self-built homes. Its foundation was even shallower. Chen Shen walked to the side of the house, bent his knees, and with his hands shaped like a knife, he inserted them into the base of the wall. His muscles tensed up. With a sudden burst of strength, the base of the wall was slowly lifted by Chen Shen. It gradually separated from the foundation, breaking apart. The speed was very slow. This was a sign of his movements being sluggish, indicating he had reached his limit of strength. Completed hard pull x1, attribute point +1. Indeed, there are always more solutions than difficulties. However, once the house was lifted, the resistance decreased significantly. Moreover, the structure of the house was not sturdy enough. Chen Shen originally intended to lift it along with the foundation. He estimated that his strength was still insufficient. Boom! The house ultimately couldn't withstand the strain and collapsed. Wait, I could just tie these things together. Chen Shen praised his own cleverness, drawing inferences from one instance to another. Could those large and heavy items be tied together? Cement poles and wires, for example. If that doesn't work, we can dismantle the iron tower and drag the train car back. There are also some high-density materials. The road ahead is long and arduous. Indeed, working out can make a person smarter. Chen Shen stroked his chin and returned to the yard. As soon as he entered, he saw a small mountain of various prey. Zombie pigs, chickens, ducks, and so on. Among them were certainly first and second-tier zombies. They must have been killed by the Zombie Biao. Boss, I was planning to subdue this second-tier zombie pig, but it was too stubborn, so I accidentally killed it. The Zombie Biao pointed to a pig that was at least 4 meters long, sounding a bit embarrassed. The zombie pig was pitch black and robust, and from the residual aura, it was in the mid-second tier. The Zombie Biao had killed it without much effort. Leave this pig, and distribute the others. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, You all go collect the electric poles around the village and bring back the wires. As for Qin Shen himself, if he remembered correctly, he had seen a train station on the way here. Tomorrow, he planned to check if there were any trains at the station. Forget about the tracks, humans probably still needed them. The green trains didn't have much high technology. If not, humans could still bring back the steam trains that had long been eliminated by the times. It made no sense that armored vehicles could be modified to run, but trains couldn't. However, humans were currently struggling to survive. Perhaps when they regained their composure, they could use them. After obtaining the meat, the zombies happily left. Qin Shen then tore off a pig's leg and started to eat. Host, Qin Shen, physique, 397, slowly increasing, strength, 354, slowly increasing, spirit, 336, slowly increasing, race, zombie, level, mid-second tier, flame resistance, 37%, skills, 1, kin, 2, super regeneration, 3, blood contract, incomplete. So eating the meat of a tiered zombie really provides an enhancement effect? Qin Shen wasn't surprised, mainly because the food he had before from the faceless zombies was much better than what he had now. This second-tier zombie pig surprisingly made Qin Shen feel a bit bland. After training all night, the next day, after greeting the zombie Biao, Qin Shen sprinted with all his might. He was also carrying a scrapped SUV and a bag of meat. The target was the train station. Completed weighted long run, attribute point +1. The train station was more than 30 kilometers away from the village, and Qin Shen had been running with the weight for about 10 minutes. He was practically a human supercar. Boom! Dropping the SUV immediately attracted the attention of many zombies near the station. However, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Qin Shen, the zombies retreated. He arrived at the waiting hall. It was unexpectedly quiet inside. A hunched zombie squatted at the security checkpoint, staring intently at Qin Shen. "Do I need to buy a ticket to enter the station?" Qin Shen asked half-jokingly, sizing up the zombie before him. The hunched zombie stood up, its emaciated body barely reaching 1.5 meters, yet it exuded a strong presence. It was a third-tier zombie, and significantly stronger than the faceless zombie's subordinates. It should be close to the late stage of the third tier. "Second tier?" The hunched zombie said coldly, "This is my territory. Get out, or I'll kill you." Bang! Qin Shen suddenly lunged forward, and the hunched zombie didn't react in time. It was sent flying by a punch, crashing through the security gate and rolling over 10 meters before barely coming to a stop. How is that possible? A second-tier zombie is this fast? The hunched zombie struggled to get up, unable to react to its opponent's speed. Not just speed, but the opponent's strength was astonishing. Seeing Qin Shen about to strike again, it hurriedly waved its hand. "Wait, there's no need for us to fight." "Oh," Qin Shen flashed in front of it. The latter was startled. "This is a second tier? A second tier this strong? If you want this territory, I can give you half." The hunched zombie gritted its teeth, seemingly making a significant concession. Qin Shen was speechless. "I'm not here to steal territory." He shifted his tone. "How about joining me?" The two zombies locked eyes. The hunched zombie was relatively cooperative. After taking a beating for just 10 minutes, it was willing to become Qin Shen's subordinate. Qin Shen valued its speed, which would be useful for gathering information. He needed to understand the current situation better. He also wanted to see if there were any of those strange fragments left. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother collecting them. He could just kill them and bring them back to nourish his subordinates. He didn't eat humanoid zombies, but his subordinates did. "You're quite fast. From now on, your name will be Gale." Qin Shen decided on its name. Gale didn't realize that his boss had a twisted sense of humor in choosing this name, but he quite liked it. "Thank you for the name, boss." Just like that, the two zombies arrived at the train station platform. Several trains were parked at the platform. Through the windows, one could see the bloody scenes inside. It seemed that during the disaster, some had boarded the train but hadn't left yet, and when the crisis erupted, they couldn't escape. Many windows were also smashed. Qin Shen didn't care about any of that. He approached the train engine. Fortunately, the structure of the connection wasn't too complicated. After fiddling for a while, he successfully detached the train engine. He just needed to pull out whatever could be pulled. With great strength, he didn't even need tools. Boom! Qin Shen pushed the train engine forward with all his might. Completed thrust training, attribute point +1. His series of actions left Gale beside him dumbfounded. "What? What is the boss doing? Can we zombies not be so ambitious? The boss's strength is really impressive," Gale exclaimed, feeling a bit of admiration for his boss. That's how zombies are. They worship strength above all else. If your fist is big, you are right, you are the boss. Of course, after subduing them, as long as the enemies they encounter aren't stronger than their boss, they generally won't betray. As for betraying after surpassing the boss's strength, well, at that point, wouldn't they be the boss? How could that be considered betrayal? It's a very simple and crude way of thinking. As he pushed, Shin-chan realized something was off. At first, it was quite difficult, but once the train engine started moving, it became much lighter. That wouldn't do. Shin-chan went to the side, grabbed the wheel, and lifted with all his strength. Completed hard pull x10, attribute point +1. I have to say, the train engine is really heavy. Shin-chan couldn't lift it completely. Over 100 tons is no joke. Even just lifting one side is still several tons. I wonder if I can squat with the train engine when I reach the third tier. Shin-chan began to feel excited. He couldn't help but imagine it in his mind. While exercising, Shin-chan turned to Jifeng and said, "Since you're free, tell me if you've encountered anything strange." After all, the other party was a third-tier zombie and should have some experience. Jifeng was speechless. If there was anything strange, it was encountering you, the boss. It didn't dare to say that out loud. Suddenly, it seemed to remember something. 2 days ago, a group of humans tried to invade my territory, but I drove them back. Unfortunately, I didn't catch them. Humans smell so good, what a pity. Oh, tell me more. Shin-chan became interested. 2 days ago, the major gathering places should have been dealing with fourth-tier zombies. It didn't make sense to split forces to come to the station. Was there something special about this place? He should check it out carefully when he had the time. To be able to retreat unscathed from a third-tier zombie, the other party must be formidable. They were a group of humans wearing the same clothes, with a pattern on their chests, Jifeng recalled with effort. There were 5 of them in total, 1 third-tier and 4 second-tier, all quite strong, but luckily I was stronger. It felt a bit proud saying this. Jifeng continued, their leader seemed to be able to predict my movements, but luckily I was fast. They couldn't do anything to me and ended up injuring a second-tier one who went crazy, so they had to run. That second-tier human too, went crazy as soon as we met, and was quite strong, but couldn't touch me. Upon hearing this, Shin-chan keenly noticed the word crazy. Berserk ability? Why did it feel like he had seen this somewhere before? Forget it, no need to think about it. Uniform clothing, a pattern, Shin-chan pondered. Could it be that humans have some impressive organization? There was too little information to analyze anything substantial. The other party had come once, so they might come a second time. It was always possible to encounter them. With Jifeng's personality, which treated territory as life, he probably didn't even know why that group of humans wanted to come to the station. Is there anyone else besides that group of humans? Shin-chan asked while continuing his workout without pause. Jifeng appeared to be in deep thought. A few days ago, a third-tier zombie came by, asking me to submit to its master, claiming it would grant me immortality. But it was too weak, couldn't even take 10 of my moves, so I sent it away. Goodness, this was clearly a subordinate of that fourth-tier zombie from the city center. Had they developed their network all the way out here? Truly dedicated. Before Shin-chan could ask further, Jifeng seemed to have opened up, gesturing animatedly as he spoke, and there's more. This place used to be the territory of a third-tier zombie, but that guy was no match for me. How could he dare to have such a large territory? I drove him away. I think he ran off into the mountains. Shin-chan was speechless. This guy was all about territory. With Jifeng's strength nearing the late third tier, he indeed had few rivals. His impressive record was to be expected. Meeting Shin-chan was just bad luck for him. Among all the zombies Shin-chan had encountered, Jifeng definitely had the strongest sense of territory. Next, Jifeng transformed into a chatterbox, babbling non-stop. His mouth seemed borrowed. Stop. You don't need to tell me what you had for dinner last night, Shin-chan said, his face dark with annoyance. Jifeng was about to spill all his memories. Shin-chan changed the subject. Do you remember the patterns on the clothes of that group of humans? Draw them for me. Jifeng began to ponder, trying hard to recall, but it felt very vague. For a moment, he couldn't remember at all. He scratched his ears and cheeks. Good. He found something to do and stopped babbling. Jifeng scratched the ground with his claws, occasionally shaking his head. He seemed dissatisfied with his drawings. After 2 hours of exercise, Shin-chan felt a bit hungry and took out some meat from his backpack. Naturally, it was the meat from the second-tier pig from yesterday. Eating the meat of these tiered zombies could sustain his state for longer. In the past, he would feel hungry after an hour of exercise, but now it took 2 or 3 hours. If it were third-tier meat, he estimated he could last 6 or 7 hours. He had never eaten it, but he had tried fourth-tier meat. Shin-chan walked over to Jifeng and looked down. Goodness, he had drawn over 30 patterns. They were all strange, making it hard to see any commonality. One even looked like poop? Shin-chan noticed that these drawings were wide at the bottom and pointed at the top, a bit like a flame. Although it might not be useful, he should be able to remember similar patterns next time he saw them. Shin-chan kicked Jifeng lightly. Alright, stop drawing. Jifeng halted his actions and looked up at Chun Chen. "Boss, I really can't remember." He seemed a bit scared, afraid of getting beaten. The image of being pressed down and beaten by Chin Chen was still fresh in his mind. "It's fine," Chin Chen patted his not-so-smooth head. "Go patrol your territory, and I'll find you later." Jifeng nodded and got up to walk into the station. Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Chin Chen stopped exercising. With an empty backpack, he returned to the station. Jifeng was squatting at the ticket-checking entrance, staring blankly ahead. "Come with me," Chin Chen patted his shoulder. "I'll take you to a new territory." "New territory? Is it the boss's territory?" Jifeng was a bit excited yet reluctant. The boss's territory must be larger than his own, but his own territory. After 3 seconds of hesitation, Jifeng followed Chun Chen's footsteps. Since he acknowledged Chun Chen as the boss, he would stick with him. Before long, the 2 zombies returned to the village. Jifeng's eyes lit up. "Is that mountain over there also our territory? Our territory is really big." "Not for now, but it could be in the future. If you want, you can take charge of this area," Chen Chen said casually. He didn't care about territory, it couldn't enhance his strength. If Jifeng liked to mess around, then let him mess around. "Of course, your primary task is to help me keep an eye on some strange zombies and any useful information you come across," Chen Chen added. Jifeng quickly nodded in agreement. He led Jifeng to his yard. At this moment, the yard was already piled high with all sorts of zombies. They must be the prey caught by Zombio. Boom! A loud noise came from outside. When they went out to check, Zombio was dragging several utility poles back with his little brothers. He just happened to throw one down. Then he directed the zombies to arrange themselves. It looked quite impressive. "Has the number of zombies increased again?" Chen Chen asked, looking at the crowd of zombies in confusion. He hadn't counted them carefully before, but it was obvious that the number had increased. There were already 78 zombies. "Wait, Zombio, are you really collecting little brothers at such an exaggerated speed? In just one day, you caught prey, finished with the utility poles, and even picked up some little brothers? If you can gather little brothers in this environment, I can't argue with that. You are the real model worker." "This is my new little brother, Jifeng," Chen Chen introduced, seeing Zombio curiously sizing up Jifeng. "That is my first little brother, Zombio." Hearing the boss say he was the first, Zombio nodded proudly. Then Zombio was shocked to realize that Jifeng was a Tier 3 zombie. For a moment, he admired Chen Chen even more. He had only collected about 20 little brothers in one day, and among them, only 3 were Tier 2. The rest were all weak Tier 1s. Yet the boss went out for a trip and brought back a Tier 3. One is worth a whole group. Jifeng spoke with a slightly arrogant tone. "Zombio, right? From now on, follow me to expand our territory." Upon hearing this, Zombio's expression turned sour. "Why should I listen to you? I'm Tier 3, you're Tier 2, Jifeng said dismissively. "Want to fight it out? Bring it on." "This Zombio isn't afraid of you," Zombio's temper flared. "I was the first to come here." Shen Shen didn't stop them, he also wanted to see how strong Zombio was. Late Tier 2? Its actual combat power must be even stronger because it had gained some of Chun Chen's traits. The most obvious was its intelligence. Tier 2 zombies could speak. Was its physique and strength also stronger? It was just the right time to test it. So the 2 zombies moved to an open area. The surrounding zombies were all gathered around, eager to watch. They were all Zombio's little brothers, naturally cheering for their boss. The 2 sides stood about 20 meters apart, eyeing each other. Then, the battle was about to begin. Jifeng was a speed type and also a Tier 3. For him, 20 meters could be closed in the blink of an eye. His speed was expected to far exceed Zombio's. The latter could only passively defend. However, after the first exchange, Jifeng found that he couldn't take down Zombio right away. The latter's physical strength was surprisingly comparable to that of a Tier 3 early zombie, as was its power and speed. It seemed to have no weaknesses at all. This made Jifeng think of Chun Chen. So versatile? Why does it have the same aura as the boss? Jifeng was confused. Logically, it should be able to take down any Tier 2 zombie in an instant. Even a defensive type should be defeated within 10 moves. Yet they exchanged over 30 moves. Although Jifeng was pressing Zombio, he just couldn't land a decisive blow. Not bad. Chen Chen expressed his approval. It seemed he would need to cultivate more quality little brothers in the future. Little brothers like this were strong in all aspects and were excellent tools. After exchanging dozens of moves, Zombio, who had been on the defensive the whole time, gave up on defense. He threw a punch at Jifeng's ribs, which the latter barely dodged. In an instant, he created some distance. "I lost," Zombio said reluctantly, but he wasn't too upset about it. He had been suppressed the whole time. If it weren't for the power granted by the boss, he would have been done for long ago. Jifeng's expression was serious. You're strong, from now on, we're on the same level. Saying this, he walked up to Zombio and extended his hand. The two zombies became acquainted through their fight. Are you this strong because of the boss? Jifeng couldn't help but ask. Zombio nodded. You should have experienced the boss's strength. As long as he wants, he can grant us even greater power. Just yesterday, I was still a tier too early. The rest of the explanation was unnecessary. The wind flashed its eyes at Chen Shen, but the latter had already turned to leave. It knew that it had just joined and had no achievements to speak of. The boss would definitely not grant it any power. I want to conquer a larger territory to present to the boss, then I can gain power, the wind secretly resolved. In its view, the boss had taken it in just to expand territory. It just happened to be good at that. Conquer territory, gain power, and then conquer even larger territory. What a great plan. Gathering intelligence? Isn't that just a side task? From now on, I'll be in charge of conquering territory. Give me some subordinates. The wind eagerly looked at Sang Biao. The latter hesitated for a moment, his tone helpless. I recruit little brothers slowly. I can only give you half. The rest I need for hunting and expanding influence. The two zombies discussed for a while longer. The cooperation details were finalized. Sang Biao would be responsible for going out to recruit little brothers and absorb combat power. The wind would lead the little brothers to conquer territory, capturing any zombies worth recruiting. If not, they would be handed over to Sang Biao. Sang Biao was the professional when it came to recruiting little brothers. The short-term goal was to take over a radius of 10 miles, including several mountains over there. Little did Chen Shen know, he was just collecting some tool zombies to run errands for him. As a result, these guys were growing bigger and bigger. Back in the courtyard, Chen Shen picked a few second-tier zombies, letting Sang Biao distribute the rest. The boss was so generous, it moved the zombies. They didn't think it was wrong for the boss to reap without sowing, because in their view, enjoying the boss's protection and contributing some food was only right. That food was already considered Chen Shen's. Even if it wasn't distributed, no one would complain. After all, there were plenty of prey on the mountain. If they were hungry, they could go find it themselves. The boss treats us well. We need to work harder. Sang Biao began to PUA his subordinates. The wind beside him also felt it made sense. After all, if he were the boss, he would accept all the food his subordinates offered. Moreover, Chen Shen had the ability to enhance others' power. Just this point was enough to make the zombies work hard. Looking up at the starry sky, the wind sighed. I've followed a wise leader. Remembering Chen Shen's words from before, the wind's gaze became incredibly firm. I will not let the boss down. Day 31 of the disaster. The wind got busy after arriving in the village. Even Chen Shen could rarely see it. It might also be related to Chen Shen going to the train station for training. Occasionally, they would meet to report on progress, saying they had conquered this or that place. Yet, there was not a single useful piece of information. It felt like this guy was a bit misplaced in priorities. In a short time, the locomotive had already met Chen Shen's training needs. He didn't bother looking for other things. During the day, he trained at the train station, and at night, he used bundled utility poles. The hard-working Chen Shen trained without a moment's rest. At night, the moonlight was faint, casting a layer of frost over the earth. A short-haired zombie with pale blue skin was doing squats while carrying a large bundle of utility poles on its back. Opposite it sat a hunched-over zombie. Humans have already popularized the method of cultivation and found the path to the third tier? Chen Shen was slightly surprised. After so many days, the wind had brought back useful information for the first time. Humans were progressing faster than expected. Perhaps it was due to the merging of the 4 major gathering places. Recently, the radio had no news, just playing some songs. Chen Shen had directly lost his biggest source of information. Otherwise, such an important matter should have been reflected on the radio. How did you find out? Chen Shen reacted. The wind had always only reported on the progress of conquering territory, rarely collecting intelligence. To be honest, Chen Shen was already considering finding another little brother to handle intelligence. The wind scratched its head. Today, while conquering territory, I ran into a group of humans, and one of them had your aura, boss. Coincidentally, Sang Biao was there too. Then that person found a secluded place to meet Sang Biao and said some things. Oh, Sang Biao called her the young master. The young master said she would come to visit you when she had time. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen knew who it was. Who else could it be but Chen Xiaohan? Wait, how old does she look? Chen Shen paused his workout. Why is that little girl still on the team for the mission? Humans can't be using child labor, right? Jifeng shook his head. I don't know, but she's taller than me. Growing up so fast? Chen Shen knew that his third skill could accelerate the growth of his targets, but would that also lead to accelerated aging? Could it be a side effect? Chen Shen shook his head, dismissing the thought. I'll talk to that girl when I see her. He couldn't just run over to their gathering place. Even if he had no ill intentions, humans would definitely think he was invading. It would probably lead to a fight. Jifeng, you've been slacking off lately. Chen Chen's tone turned slightly cold. Hearing this, Jifeng shivered. He quickly begged for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. Was his speed in claiming territory not satisfactory to the boss? The territory had already expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers. The main issue was that there weren't enough zombie subordinates, otherwise, it could have been even larger. It wasn't like he was worried about being unable to defend such a large territory. Chen Chen sighed and continued his squats. Keep gathering intelligence. He couldn't be bothered to say more. But Jifeng was anxious. He felt that the boss was very disappointed in him. His performance was too poor. No wonder the boss had been reluctant to help him improve his strength. He was still too short-sighted. 10 kilometers of territory was not enough. The boss was so strong that occupying the entire Z city should be expected. Can't defend it? Then just recruit more subordinates and expand the manpower. Later, he would give the zombie Biao a good talking to. This guy had been a bit too arrogant since he advanced to the 3rd tier. Completed weighted squat x233, attribute point +1, add to spirit. Chen Chen thought. Point allocation successful. Host, Chen Chen, physique, 442, strength, 441, spirit, 441, race, zombie, level, late stage of 2nd tier, fire resistance, 37%, skills, 1. Dependence, 5/30ths, 2. Super regeneration, 3. Blood contract, incomplete. Chen Chen had 5 dependents. Aside from the recently advanced 3rd tier zombie Biao, they were all late stage 2nd tier zombies. Jifeng had tried once. This guy showed no resistance and was actually looking forward to it. It saved the blood contract, but it failed. This guy's mental strength was also top-notch among his level. He hadn't noticed it before. Otherwise, even an average 3rd tier zombie should have been manageable for Chen Chen. Since it didn't succeed, he couldn't feed it anymore. If he raised it a bit more, wouldn't that delay his progress? The other dependents had all been bound with the blood contract beforehand. They appeared to be late-stage 2nd tier, but in reality, they all possessed early-stage 3rd tier combat power. Once they became dependents, those zombies were absolutely loyal. These were Chen Chen's true confidants. Someone like Jifeng would probably betray him if someone stronger than Chen Chen came along. It's just the nature of zombies, he understood. Besides that, Zombie Biao had recently recruited over 300 subordinates. Zombie Biao didn't recruit ordinary zombies. At the very least, they had to be 1st tier zombies. The speed had slowed down in the past 2 days. Even though zombies were constantly evolving, it wasn't easy to find zombies ready to advance. Moreover, many zombies had their own factions. There were quite a few 3rd tier zombies occupying their own territories, just like Jifeng did before. To avoid conflict, Zombie Bao chose to recruit solitary zombies first. After Jifeng reported his work, he found Zombie Biao, who was currently PUA as subordinates. The boss is very dissatisfied with our work efficiency. It is indeed a bit slow. Zombie Biao nodded seriously. Maybe our previous methods were too gentle. How about we go to those 3rd tier zombies' territories? I think that's a good idea, Jifeng agreed. The boss has given us so much strength. We can't just keep playing small games. They're just a few 3rd tier zombies. Let's take them down. The 2 zombies hit it off immediately. They decided to boldly go for it. So, Sang Biao began to mobilize his underlings, while also letting the other enhanced zombies that Chen Chen had strengthened come forward to demonstrate their powerful abilities. He painted a picture of hope. As long as they worked hard, the boss would grant them power. Except for one zombie with a hidden ability, the rest were all extremely excited. Roar! Claiming territory, dedicated to the boss, a late-stage 2nd tier zombie in the distance showed disdain. A bunch of fools, the boss asked you to gather intelligence and you don't care at all, you still have to rely on me. It was clear he felt ashamed to be associated with Sang Biao and the others. Soon, a female zombie approached Chen Chen and respectfully bowed. She was about 1.50 meters tall, slender, with light steps and a rather calm breath. She even seemed a bit weak. If it weren't for Chen Chen's strong perception, it would have been hard to notice her arrival. Master, I have found the human organization you mentioned, the female zombie said, her tone filled with admiration and flattery. Her eyes were entirely on Chen Chen. The latter was taken aback. Did I arrange for her to gather intelligence? I don't remember. If I'm not mistaken, this is my 3rd subordinate, named Shadow, a hidden type. After obtaining the flesh contract, her abilities became even stronger. As long as she wanted, even a 3rd tier powerhouse would find it hard to detect her presence. Chen Chen feigned calmness and nodded. Speak. This organization is called Xiaoyang. From their conversations, I learned that they have branches nationwide and are currently executing a plan. Xiaoyang? Chen Chen put down the utility pole, his tone carrying approval. You did well. continue to keep an eye on that organization. As for the plan Shadow mentioned, the details were not investigated. After all, Shadow was only a late-stage second tier. Even though her strength was comparable to a beginner third tier, there were certainly more than one third-tier powerhouse within that organization. Recklessly delving deeper would likely be dangerous. He only knew that the organization was conducting some kind of experiment. If successful, it could grant humans powerful abilities, likely changing the state of the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, with hearts towards Chaoyang, Shen Shen found the organization's slogan somewhat interesting. Indeed, the information humans possessed was far more than he had imagined. According to Shadow, the emblem of Chaoyang was a mountain and a sun. Shen Shen had guessed wrong at first. It wasn't his fault, mainly, that Gai Jifeng had terrible drawing skills. Gaining Chen Shen's approval, Shadow looked satisfied. "I will follow your orders." Saying this, her breath gradually lowered, and her figure slowly merged into the darkness. Indeed, a good infiltrator, Shen Shen acknowledged her ability. By the way, when did I let her gather intelligence? Perhaps he had mentioned it casually once. Well, at least someone was taking on the role of an informant. That Gai Jifeng was completely unreliable. Better to let him be a fighter. Not utilizing her speed advantage, he was always thinking about claiming territory, not focusing on the right job. The next day, Shen Shen continued his routine morning run to the train station. This had become his habit. Disciplined zombies were the most charming. Another day of hard work, Shen Shen hummed a tune while packing up, suddenly pausing. Did someone enter the station? His perception was now very sharp. Although the other party was trying hard to conceal their presence, Shen Shen still caught it. 5 people? 1 late-stage third tier, 1 early-stage third tier, and 3 late-stage second tier. This lineup was truly luxurious. In the apocalypse, they could basically walk sideways. Shen Shen also did not plan to have too much contact with humans. Those guys, as long as they felt they had a chance, would most likely not waste a word and would directly charge in. Meanwhile, in the waiting hall of the station, "How is it? Where's that third-tier zombie?" A crew-cut young man looked at the second-tier team member beside him. The latter was the team's perceiver. "The third-tier zombie's presence is gone, but there's a second-tier zombie on the platform." The team member was using his ability when suddenly his expression changed. "It seems to have noticed me. It disappeared." Teleportation? The buzzcut young man's face lit up with joy. Although the third-tier zombie was gone, capturing this rare breed would yield even greater rewards. It was indeed troublesome to catch such a zombie, but it wasn't entirely impossible. Abilities couldn't be used indefinitely. It's not teleportation, it's just that its speed is too fast, even much faster than the third-tier speed types. A team member shook his head, quite certain he hadn't misperceived. The zombie had immediately grabbed a bag and ran along the tracks as soon as it realized it was being watched. Its speed was so great that he lost sight of it in an instant. But there was still a clear distinction from teleportation. A second-tier zombie faster than a third-tier speed type? The buzzcut young man laughed. "That's good news. If we can capture this zombie, it would greatly aid our research. Zombies generally have a sense of territory. We'll wait here for it to come to us. Lin Fan, take someone and set up an ambush to cut off its escape route." Upon hearing this, the short-haired young man nodded in agreement. He was the vice captain, at the early stage of the third tier, with a power that was a violent enhancement. He could unleash the strength of the late third tier for a short time. It was most suitable for him to cut off the zombie's escape route. Ever since confirming Lu Weiwei's death, Lin Fan had become silent. He continuously killed zombies, honing his skills in battle, especially after leaving that 100-person team to join the current organization. His strength had seen significant improvement after each battle. Thus, he was jokingly referred to as a madman by others in the organization. Just a couple of days ago, during a life-and-death struggle with a third-tier zombie, he reached the early stage of the third tier and successfully killed the third-tier zombie. His rapid progress shocked the entire organization. He had also entered the core of the organization, gaining insight into many secrets. Shen Shen, who was moving quickly, felt puzzled. "Why do humans go to the train station? I've walked through the entire train station and found nothing special. It can't be to catch the gale, right?" With that setup, if it had been the previous gale, it might have been caught. But now, the gale's strength was already among the best of the third tier. Not to mention defeating that group of humans, escaping should be no big deal. But one shouldn't underestimate the life-saving abilities of speed types. Unable to make sense of it, Shen Shen decided not to think too much and to avoid the train station for the next few days. Just in time to find some new fitness equipment. The utility pole isn't cutting it anymore. Chen Chen came up with a new plan. Completed long-distance running training, a tribute point +1. When he returned to the village, Chen Chen found that there were only a few scattered zombies patrolling. If it weren't for the pile of prey in the yard, he would have thought he had come to the wrong place. The zombie tyrant and Gale are getting more playful. He shook his head helplessly. They might be getting a bit too cocky. I should tighten their reins sometime. Chen Chen felt he had been too lenient with his little brothers. Not many of them did their jobs properly. On the contrary, the Phantom, perhaps just occasionally hearing his words, would directly execute them. While munching on a beef leg, Chen Chen thought he needed to cultivate the Phantom more in the future. Meanwhile, outside a certain mall in the city, two groups of zombies faced off in the square. Their numbers were almost equal. Zombie tyrant, you and I have no quarrel. Why have you suddenly invaded my territory today? The burly zombie glared angrily. Recently, the zombie tyrant had been expanding its territory but hadn't disturbed the third-tier zombies. Everyone had turned a blind eye. Yet this guy dared to come into his territory to stir trouble. Your territory is blocking my way, the zombie tyrant said bluntly. Now you have two choices, submit or die. Very well, just a mere early third tier. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The burly zombie didn't back down. In its view, being mid-third tier, it could easily kill an early third-tier zombie. To dare to initiate a war was simply foolish. I heard you're quite brave. With a swoosh, the Gale suddenly appeared behind the burly zombie. The burly zombie was a strong type, not particularly fast. But to say it couldn't react at all, even a late third tier wouldn't be that helpless. Who are you? The burly zombie's tone was clearly a bit hollow. Jifeng casually crushed the head of a zombie that was shouting at him, his tone indifferent. I am the first general under the boss, the first zombie to expand territory, Jifeng. From what you just said, are you looking for a fight? The burly zombie, gritting his teeth, roared and turned to attack. What a mere speed type, who's afraid of who? At around 8 or 9 in the evening, Jifeng and Zombio returned victorious with the main force. The boss is indeed the boss, we were just too cautious before. The third-tier zombies outside are really pathetic. As he spoke, Jifeng kicked the burly zombie being dragged by Zombio. The latter was already heavily injured and had lost the ability to resist. Reflecting on the battle just now, it was truly a refreshing and overwhelming crush. Looking at the burly zombie lying on the ground, Chen Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. He then looked up and saw the eager expressions of Zombio and Jifeng, hoping for praise. Soft-hearted, Chen Chen casually responded, well done, keep it up. These two clowns, they must be relying on their strong combat power to invade other zombies' territories. It's not that he felt sorry for the beaten zombie. He really didn't understand what the benefit of doing this was. Collecting subordinates is understandable, but what do you need so much territory for? Forget it, let them mess around. After all, there shouldn't be any zombies in City Z that can threaten them. Gathering intelligence with Phantom is temporarily sufficient. Since you're here, then join my ranks. Chen Chen looked at the heavily injured zombie, his tone flat. But in the eyes of the burly zombie, if he did not submit, the other party would definitely kill him without hesitation. Since the other party's subordinates could beat him up, it seemed there was no loss in submitting. I am willing, the burly zombie said with difficulty. Rip! Chen Chen tore a piece of flesh from his arm and tossed it into the other's mouth. The burly zombie was stunned for a few seconds, not quite understanding the other's actions, but he still swallowed the meat. In the next moment, he felt a warm current throughout his body, his injuries rapidly healing, and his body becoming even more robust. Muscles bulged. His skin turned a light blue, giving an indestructible feeling. Looking back at Chen Chen, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. The burly zombie hurriedly got up, knelt, and submitted, Master's divine might. I am willing to serve you with all my strength. In less than a minute, not only had his injuries healed, but his strength had also increased a bit. However, he did not level up like Zombio and the other second-tier zombies. Perhaps using the blood contract on zombies of a higher tier than me doesn't yield as much enhancement? Chen Chen silently noted the skill characteristics. After all, the description of the blood contract only mentioned granting certain traits, not enhancing strength. The strength enhancement might just be a side effect. Even so, it was still a significant boost for many zombies. Chen Chen looked at him. From now on, you will be called Iron Tower, responsible for guarding the base. Although no one would come to this place, he had to find something for the other to do. A strong zombie for guarding was just right. Saying this, Chen Chen raised his hand and placed it on Iron Tower's head, vassal. It was easy to successfully enslave the other's soul. In an instant, Iron Tower felt as if Chen Chen before him was a god on earth. His towering figure inspired respect, as if he were an unshakable mountain. It was no exaggeration. Even if Chen Chen told Iron Tower to die now, the latter would not hesitate for a moment. Current number of vassals, 6/30. the system prompt sounded in Chen Shan's mind at the right moment. Is this what it means to receive a blessing? Jifeng felt a bit sour. Then he thought, perhaps he hadn't done well enough. He had disappointed the boss. Thank you, master. I will not fail your expectations, Iron Tower said excitedly, as if he had received some important assignment. Guarding the territory, wasn't that an important position? Half of Iron Tower's original subordinates had been killed in the resistance. The remaining half, upon learning that their boss had submitted, naturally joined Chen Shan's ranks. The other zombies were driven away by Chen Shan, leaving only Iron Tower. What strange things are in your territory? Or do you have any intelligence about humans? Chen Shan asked as usual. He would inquire about any zombies above the basic second tier that joined him. The Iron Tower didn't know what Chen Shan was referring to, but it was quick-witted. There are no strange things, but a few days ago, a team of human powerhouses passed through my territory, and I overheard some news. They said there are suspected 4th-tier zombies in the wild, and 4th-tier zombies are gathering in large numbers. I don't know the specifics. That team of humans was quite strong, and I didn't dare to follow them. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan fell into deep thought. The wild? 4th tier? It seems there really is something out there. He had a deep understanding of the power of 4th-tier zombies. Although his strength had increased significantly recently, he didn't feel capable of taking on a 4th tier alone. The gap between 3rd and 4th tiers was far greater than that between ordinary zombies and 3rd tier ones. The faceless zombie, which wasn't even a combat type 4th tier, had nearly cost him his life. If it had been another type of zombie, he probably wouldn't have survived long enough for humans to detonate missiles. Later, go tell the others not to venture too deep into the mountains. Chen Shan continued to train. You can go down now. Unknowingly, it seemed he had more and more subordinates. It wasn't a bad thing, after all. Not long after the Iron Tower left, a petite figure emerged from the darkness. Shadow? Chen Shan didn't turn his head. In fact, he had sensed her presence when she was still 50 meters away. Shadow knelt on one knee. Master, today I infiltrated the human gathering place and encountered a human with your aura. 2 human leaders have awakened, their strength has advanced to the mid-3rd tier, and I almost got discovered by them. The Chaoyang organization has 3 strongholds, but I have only found one so far, in the southern air defense cave. Their personnel are quite active, and I saw them capturing zombies to take inside. Shadow had spent the day exploring. In the morning, she made a round at the gathering place, and in the afternoon, she went to find the Chaoyang organization, and she indeed found a stronghold. She had followed a small team from the Chaoyang organization to locate it. Moreover, she learned that they had 3 strongholds. The southern air defense cave? Chen Shan had some impression of it. It seemed to be a remnant from the war era. He had visited it before. He didn't expect it to have become a stronghold for the Chaoyang organization. That's not far from here, Chen Shan calculated in his mind. The small team at the train station was probably their people. The southern air defense cave was about 10 kilometers east of the train station. Close distance plus capturing zombies, it was most likely them. Yes, the person you saw at the gathering place should be Qin Shaoan. Chen Shan nodded in acknowledgement. After this, don't infiltrate too close. You can't afford to get into trouble. You are very important to me. His tone was serious, and his expression was solemn. But in Shadow's eyes, her master cared for her so much. It made her heart surge with excitement. Master, rest assured, Shadow will continue to serve you. Chen Shan was very satisfied. Having a subordinate who worked diligently was truly nice. If only Gale could be this obedient. The next day, Shin didn't go to the train station but walked along the road. Small cars weighing 3 to 5 tons didn't catch his eye at all. Trucks weighing over 10 tons were barely usable. Suddenly, Chen Shan saw a flipped 8-wheeler in the distance. Several steel rolls had fallen to the ground, shattering the concrete pavement. Chen Shan remembered watching a video where a steel roll slipped off a truck and rolled away. It seemed the steel roll rolled slowly. Then someone tried to push it to stop it. As a result, that person was flattened. The comments section mentioned that a steel roll could weigh between 15 to 30 tons. This thing wasn't large for Chen Shan, but the weight was just right. His eyes lit up. Perfect fitness equipment, I've decided on you. Chen Shan walked forward, wrapped his arms around the steel roll, and exerted force. The road beneath his feet let out a mournful cry, cracking inch by inch. Boom! The steel rolls were righted one by one. Then Chen Shan pushed them back. Whoosh! Boom! The huge sound spread out, shaking the earth. On the village road, a short-haired, light blue-skinned zombie was rolling a steel coil, treating it like a tire. Each time it heaved and slammed down, a large section of the village road cracked. The cement road was smashed into a gravel road. The iron tower nearby was dumbfounded. Master's strength is truly impressive. Even though I am a strong body type, the strongest in terms of power at the same level, I still can't easily move this thing. The envious gaze was unmistakable. Then he saw Chen Shen squatting with the steel coil, doing push-ups with half of it on his back. "Iron Tower, come help me out," Chen Shen called as he lay down on the ground. The Iron Tower, still in a daze, stepped forward to help Chen Shen lift the steel coil for push-ups. By the time Chen Shen stood up again, the spot where he had lain was already indented. The Iron Tower's eyes twitched. He really couldn't understand why his master was doing this. Could it make him stronger? If the zombie Biao were here, he would mock him for being so ignorant. This was a unique training method belonging to the boss. Normal zombies could slowly evolve by devouring each other, but Chen Shen was training. In fact, he was progressing faster than other zombies through mutual devouring. Don't be fooled by Chen Shen's rank always being at the second level. In a real fight, even if Zombie Biao brought all his little brothers, they wouldn't be enough to take on Chen Shen. Zombie Biao had tried to imitate Chen Shen's training but gave up when it had no effect. The same went for Gale. They all believed that Chen Shen was special. Chen Shen spent the entire day either training or eating, hardly resting at all. Gradually, the Iron Tower got used to it. Until the afternoon, the Iron Tower, guarding Chen Shen's side, suddenly focused his gaze. "Master, there's a human presence." He frowned again. That presence feels strange, like there's a sense of familiarity. Oh, it seemed very similar to the aura of the master. It seemed Zombie Biao had it too. Chen Shen released his perception, dropped the steel coil, and put on his clothes. He stepped toward the village entrance. At that moment, a youthful girl in her late teens was walking into the village. Zombie Biao said, "Dad is right here." The girl looked around. The last time she encountered Zombie Biao, he had pointed in this direction. Did she walk into the wrong village? Suddenly, the girl sensed something and turned her head just in time to lock eyes with Chen Shen, who was walking slowly toward her. "Dad!" The girl joyfully rushed over. Chen Shen caught her, feeling a bit puzzled. "What are you doing here?" Although she had changed a lot, the aura was unmistakably Chen Xiaohan. In just over half a month, a swaddled infant had grown into a 16 or 17-year-old girl. If it weren't for the apocalypse, no one would believe it. By the way, she still thought of him as her dad? "Our team is nearby on a mission, looking for a rare material, so I sneaked out," Chen Xiaohan said, sticking out her tongue playfully. Chen Shen patted her little head. It's not good to leave recklessly. This girl had actually reached the early second level. It seemed it wasn't just about growing up, but after all, she was still under a year old. Humans were using child labor. No, it should be called using infant labor. Chen Shen casually sensed her condition. Her vitality was strong, and she didn't seem to have any side effects. Perhaps he was overthinking it. "It's fine, we were searching separately, and we'll go back in a bit." Chen Xiaohan seemed very attached to the feeling of being in Chen Shen's arms. Clearly, they hadn't spent much time together. It must be the effect of the blood contract. However, in Chen Shen's eyes, Chen Xiaohan was still a child. "By the way, what material are you looking for?" Chen Shen asked instinctively. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaohan sold out humanity. The research institute found that many things were infected by unknown factors, resulting in various effects. "We came to the suburbs this time to find a type of ore, which is said to be used to forge weapons. Weapons made from that ore can injure third-level zombies." Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's expression changed slightly. Weapons that could injure third-level zombies? If bullets were made from that ore, wouldn't that mean that anything below the fourth level would be shot dead? Good heavens! However, upon further thought, it makes sense that animals could be infected by unknown factors, leading to them becoming zombies and humans awakening. It is also reasonable that those materials would undergo unknown changes due to infection. Perhaps this is just the beginning. As humans who are skilled in research and tool use, it makes no sense not to utilize these special materials. What characteristics do those materials have? Chen Shen was clearly interested and continued to inquire. Chen Xiaohan furrowed her brows, hesitating. "I can't really explain it, but it's just very special." All right. It's enough that you can come out to carry out tasks. Forget it." Chen Shen quickly interrupted her train of thought and looked at the waiting iron tower beside them. "Instruct everyone to bring back any special materials, ores, plants, and so on that they find in the future." "Yes, Master." Iron Tower left to carry out the order. After that, Chen Shen and Chen Xiaohan chatted for a while longer. It was mostly the latter talking. How life was in the gathering place, how much she missed Chen Shen. Lu Weiwei had been feeling very down lately. She talked about everything, big and small, like reporting on work. If it weren't for Chen Shen's reminder, Chen Xiaohan would probably have forgotten about returning to the team. The latter felt a bit reluctant and even thought about staying by Chen Shen's side. "Your sister Lu is still waiting for you." Chen Shen ruffled her hair. "It's not like you won't see her again. You can come back when you have time." After all, she was human, and living with humans was the right path. Moreover, Chen Shen was not truly her father. The little girl was merely influenced by the blood contract. I believe that as time goes by, she will mature and understand the reasoning behind it. Chen Xiaohan's eyes turned slightly red, but she still held back her tears. Sniffling, she turned back 3 times as she walked to the village entrance, turning around and waving, "Dad, I'll come to see you next time." Chen Chen also smiled and waved back. It felt like a parting of life and death. Just then, another petite figure brushed past Chen Xiaohan. Mei Ying stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Chen Xiaohan. "Young master?" After reporting the intelligence yesterday, she had asked Sang Biao about Chen Xiaohan's relationship with the master. Sang Biao told her that this was how she should address Chen Xiaohan. Although she didn't understand why she should be called that and looked down on Sang Biao a bit, Sang Biao, as one of the earliest followers of the master, should not be lying. It didn't seem hard to understand that the master had a human daughter. At Mei Ying's level, she knew that zombies were transformed from normal people and animals. It just didn't stop them from enjoying eating humans. "Who are you?" Chen Xiaohan looked at this zombie, who was about her height, with some confusion. Compared to the grotesque and terrifying appearances of other zombies, Mei Ying appeared much more refined. The intelligence team leader under the master, Mei Ying introduced herself with a hint of pride. This title was self-appointed. After all, it was how they played it with Jifeng and Sang Biao. "Oh, nice to meet you." Chen Xiaohan wiped her tears and politely extended her hand. Mei Ying reached out. "Young master, you're too polite." The two shook hands, one human and one zombie. It was very friendly. This scene could be considered a world-famous painting. After watching Chen Xiaohan leave, Mei Ying walked towards Chen Chen. "Why are you back so early today?" Chen Chen was slightly surprised. Normally, Mei Ying preferred to leave early and return late. Mei Ying approached Chen Chen, knelt on one knee, and held up an object with both hands. "Master, today I followed a small team from the Chaoyang organization and discovered they were collecting this strange ore." Chen Chen reached out to take the fist-sized stone from her hands. After carefully sensing it, he found it surprisingly rich in energy, similar to the unknown factors in the air. Crack! Chen Chen squeezed hard, and the ore shattered in response. "Why does it look quite tasty?" Saying this, he put a small piece of the broken stone into his mouth. Crunch! Sugar? It was surprisingly sweet. The taste was quite good. Host, Chen Chen, physique, 456, slowly increasing, strength, 455, slowly increasing, mental, 455, slowly increasing, race, zombie, level, late stage 2, flame resistance, 37%, skills, 1, dependence, 6/30, 2, super regeneration, 3, blood contract, incomplete. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. The energy intensity of this ore is only equivalent to the flesh of a stage 1 zombie, yet the speed of attribute enhancement is comparable to that of stage 2 zombie flesh. This is akin to the difference between meat and protein powder. The former is healthy and filling, while the latter is a concentrated essence. The energy in the ore is easier to absorb. "Where is the ore source?" Chen Chen asked, his tone filled with anticipation. Finally, there were fitness supplements available. Mei Ying pointed to the southeast. "It's at the foot of the mountain, 13 kilometers from here." It was right next to the territory. Of course, at this moment, Chen Chen still didn't know how large his territory actually was. "Master, do you need us to go retrieve the ore?" Mei Ying inquired respectfully. She didn't know what the stone was for, nor did she need to know. As long as the master ordered, anything could be brought back. "Let the zombie Biao and the swift wind handle it. You have your own tasks." Chen Chen casually assigned the task. "Those two should be doing something productive." "Yes," Mei Ying replied respectfully. Suddenly, Chen Chen thought of something and tossed a piece of ore to Mei Ying. "Try to see if you can absorb the energy inside." Mei Ying hurriedly caught the ore, looking somewhat confused. She imitated Chen Chen and put the ore in her mouth. Crack! "I can't bite it." Mei Ying helplessly spat out the saliva-covered ore, staring at it. "It seems like the energy is a bit less." Uncertain, she put the ore back in her mouth. 3 minutes later, she spat out an ordinary stone. Her eyes brightened, and she looked at Chen Chen with surprise. "Master, I feel like my strength has increased a little bit." Although it was very slight, Mei Ying was certain it wasn't just her imagination. Chen Chen nodded and ate the remaining ore. It seemed that zombies could directly absorb the energy from the ore. He wondered if humans could do the same. This resource must be kept in his own hands. "Have the zombie Biao and the swift wind handle this matter as soon as possible," Chen Chen said with a serious expression. There was no need for threats. Zombie Biao was his dependent and would definitely carry out the order. As for the swift wind, a good beating would suffice if he misbehaved. "Yes," Mei Ying said excitedly and left. Chen Chen continued his training. Just as he started, Iron Tower rushed over in a hurry. He slid to a stop in front of Chen Chen, respectfully presenting a stone the size of a thumb with both hands. "Master, I found a strange stone outside the village. These dependents were just too respectful. Of course, the sliding kneel was a new skill unlocked by Iron Tower. This was a way to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty in front of the master. Boom! Chen Chen dropped the steel roll and reached out to grasp the stone. He was surprised to find that the energy concentration of this stone was even higher than the one Maying had brought back. It was just too small. Is there more? Chen Chen asked while examining the stone. Iron Tower replied respectfully, I've already instructed my subordinates to start digging. They haven't found anything yet. Crunch! Chicken flavor? Chen Chen savored it carefully. Master? Seeing that Chen Chen hadn't spoken for a while, Iron Tower looked up at him in confusion. It's nothing. You can go supervise the digging work. Chen Chen waved his hand. Iron Tower complied and stepped back. On the other side, Xiao Han, where have you been? I've been looking for you for about 10 minutes. A female team member spoke with a tone of concern mixed with reproach. Although Chen Xiao Han was a Stage 2 captain, everyone who had interacted with her for a while knew that this girl was too innocent. It wasn't an act. She genuinely gave off a feeling of still being a child. She looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. She had also gone through a chaotic period, so why was she still so naive and innocent? This made many people feel a sense of protectiveness. Chen Xiaohan chuckled, sorry, Sister Wu, for making you worry. The woman pretended to be angry and gave her a light knock on the head. The latter shrank her neck but didn't dodge. The team leader's expression was serious. Did you find the materials? No. Chen Xiaohan lowered her head, her eyes darting around, her small hands fidgeting. She looked like a child who had done something wrong. She hadn't looked for anything at all. Instead, she had gone to find Chen Chen. But she couldn't tell her teammates that she had gone to see Zombie Dad. Just as the leader was about to scold her, he saw the little girl's pitiful appearance and sighed helplessly. It's fine, this isn't a short-term task. Everyone has only made a little progress, so let's call it a day and come back tomorrow. Every time he saw Chen Xiaohan, he had the illusion of seeing his own daughter. Unfortunately, his daughter had already turned into a zombie at the beginning of the disaster. The 5-member team headed back home. After returning to the gathering place, Chen Xiaohan submitted her task progress and happily went home. She lived with Lu Weiwei in a small 2-bedroom apartment. After the gathering place expanded, many areas were pushed out, and one neighborhood happened to be included. This way, over 20,000 people could barely be accommodated. Since Chen Xiaohan was a second-tier awakened one, their living conditions were relatively good. Other survivors, if they weren't awakened, generally had to squeeze 2 or 3 people into one room. Lu Weiwei had also undergone talent testing. Unfortunately, she had no talent and could not become an awakened one. Fortunately, there were no aftereffects. Many people had encountered various problems during the testing and awakening process. Back already? Lu Weiwei, who was cooking, didn't turn around to know who had returned. Chen Xiaohan bounced into the kitchen doorway, animatedly saying, Sister, I saw Dad today. Mr. Zombie? Lu Weiwei paused her movements and then continued cooking. She didn't know how to describe her feelings about Mr. Zombie. Everything started with a misunderstanding. Lin Fan might have died because of him, but she was alive because of him. It was very complicated. So she didn't respond to the chattering Chen Xiaohan and chose to remain silent. She kept comforting herself. Compared to the countless people who died in the disaster, being alive was already quite lucky. Fan, I wonder how you're doing over there. Lu Weiwei couldn't help but be lost in thought. And Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, I haven't heard anything. I really feel useless. A tear slid down her slightly thin cheek and fell into the pot. What? The boss wants us to go back to mine? Sang Biao was directing his subordinates to clean up the battlefield, unable to believe the news brought by Phantom. Today, he and Swift had successfully taken down a territory of a 3rd-tier zombie. This zombie had few subordinates, but the resistance was exceptionally fierce, so they killed them all. Just when they were expanding their territory, the boss unexpectedly called him back to mine. Although he didn't know what mining meant, it didn't sound like a good thing. Phantom disdainfully said, This is the master's order. If you don't believe it, you can go back and ask the master. She looked down on Swift and Sang Biao, these 2 dim-witted guys. All they knew was fighting and killing. Phantom, watch your attitude, Sang Biao said with an unfriendly tone. I am the boss's #1 little brother. Do you understand the order of arrival? But the master values me more, Phantom retorted without backing down. Besides, the master only said you were the #1 little brother, but didn't say you were the top one. A single word difference, and you can play word games? Don't treat zombies as fools. Indeed, they couldn't win against you, but they just didn't submit to you. They were loyal to the great master. You, very well. Sang Biao gritted his teeth but didn't dare to disobey Chen Chen's orders. Waving his hand, all zombies assemble. Swift glanced at Phantom with a disdainful look. He didn't care much about Phantom's attitude. As long as it was Chen Chen's order, he would definitely do his best to carry it out. Only by working hard can we receive the boss's favor sooner. Thus, a group of zombies marched back. Upon returning to the village, Sang Biao and Ji Feng immediately went to find Chen Chen. The zombie army was watched over by the other three of Chen Chen's subordinates. It wasn't long before they returned. "Brother Biao, what did you say?" A zombie with blades growing from its elbows leaned over, curiously asking. Sang Biao sighed, "Elbow blade, red ghost. You two take 100 zombies to find Iron Tower and follow its orders." Elbow Blade and Red Ghost were both Chen Chen's subordinates. Only subordinates would receive names bestowed by Chen Chen, mainly because the latter didn't have the energy to name hundreds of zombies. Some low-tier zombies didn't need names either. Gradually, all zombies came to believe that receiving a name from Chen Chen was the highest honor. Generally, naming and bestowing were simultaneous. As he spoke, Sang Biao looked at a zombie over 3 meters tall. "Big guy, you come with me and Ji Feng to the mine source. Shadow, lead the way." Sang Biao shot a resentful glare at Shadow. How could he let that guy show off? No, he had to restore his image. "I, Sang Biao, am the boss's #1 little brother." Shadow smirked disdainfully and led the way. A distance of over 10 kilometers was nothing for the zombies, and soon they arrived at the foot of a mountain. From afar, the group of zombies saw a few humans and dogs sniffing around. They must have seen the zombie army and fled in fear. "These despicable humans, don't they know this is close to our territory?" Ji Feng's eyes were icy. Clearly, even if it was near their territory, Ji Feng saw it as a provocation. Just as Ji Feng was about to chase after them, Shadow spoke lightly, "You can go chase them. If you delay the master's business, you'll regret it." Hearing this, Ji Feng paused, his eyes twitching. He admitted that Shadow was indeed a bit annoying, but her words left the zombies with no rebuttal. Ji Feng gritted his teeth and glared at Shadow. The group of zombies quickly arrived at the mine source. The mountainside had already been dug out with several small pits, just big enough for a person to crawl into, and they weren't deep. It was obvious that it was the work of those humans earlier. Sang Biao began directing the zombies to continue mining along the pits. Ji Feng took a portion of the zombies to find containers. The zombie mining team thus began their work. "Damn, are those zombies all advanced?" A person in a black combat suit, carrying a large backpack, trembled as he spoke. The combat suit had a mountain and sun pattern on the chest. They were running frantically. Just a moment ago, they had seen hundreds of zombies, all advanced. Among them, the leading few zombies gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Third-tier zombies, and not just one. Aside from the third-tier zombies in the city center, it was rare to see third-tier zombies acting together. Just like a wolf pack cannot have 2 wolf kings, unless their leader is stronger. This is too strange. According to the intel, there shouldn't be any third-tier zombies nearby. Another person said darkly, "Could it be 4th-tier zombies from the mountains?" "No, wait. The zombies it summoned don't have many humanoid forms. Fortunately, those zombies didn't chase us, otherwise, we would have been done for today," someone said with relief. Indeed, this team was composed entirely of 2nd-tier awakeners. Their strength was average. The opponent had more than 1 3rd-tier zombie. If they were to pursue, even if they split up, it was highly likely they would all be wiped out. Just a matter of dragging it out a bit longer. There might be new 4th-tier or special types. This intel must be brought back. The special types he mentioned were not the kind spoken of by human radio stations in the early days of the disaster. Currently, zombies were categorized based on their characteristics into strong types, speed types, stealth types, blade types, mental types, and special types that far surpassed zombies of the same level. The abilities of special types were quite bizarre, but they were all incredibly powerful. The only ones capable of subduing 3rd-tier zombies, aside from 4th-tier, could only be 3rd-tier special types. Of course, it was also possible that both were. If that were the case, it would be disastrous. Hope is not a 4th-tier mother nest. The one in the city center had just evolved and hadn't created a massive army of zombies. If the mother nest were to produce countless zombies, Z City would have no choice but to give up. The team leader had already begun to pray. Clearly, they were aware of the alliance of the 4 major gathering places against the 4th-tier zombies. They even knew more than that. The zombie had been named Mother Nest within the Chaoyang organization. Its ability was to breed a zombie army, with an unknown upper limit. The weakest time was right after its promotion, when it hadn't yet had the chance to create a large-scale zombie army. Once it passed its weak period, its destructive power would be absolutely top tier among the 4th tier. A strange phenomenon appeared on the outer road of the southern city. Teams of zombies were carrying large bags from the foot of a mountain towards a village. Then they returned with empty bags to the foot of the mountain. Besides eating, taking a break was an insult to them. This amount of exercise was not much different from their usual wandering for the entry-level zombies. They weren't even required to run. First-tier zombies wouldn't develop a sense of grievance. Second-tier zombies were mostly mining. The zombie overseer was supervising. The swift wind was restless and had gone hunting in the mountains. Among them, the big one was commendable. He was strong and dug the fastest. The phantom occasionally came to convey Chen Shen's orders, mostly urging the zombie overseer to be quicker. Truly, it was the evil capital of zombies. Chen Shen, eating zombie meat, treating or as snacks, and then exercising non-stop. He was very diligent every day. In recent days, his progress had been much faster than before. During this time, Chen Xiaohan had come by again, sweating when she arrived. She insisted that the place where she was carrying out her mission was very close. This girl actually lied. She really wasn't learning well. On the 5th day of the zombie mining team's operation, they announced a halt. The reason? The mine was exhausted. The entire foot of the mountain was riddled with holes, and it was hard to find a few good spots. After a few days, the mine had collapsed more than once. Fortunately, the second-tier zombies were resilient. The buried zombies could be dug out and continue working. It didn't significantly delay progress. They didn't even need employee care. As for the Iron Tower side, they had searched for 3 days without finding that kind of stone again. It seemed not all special materials appeared in bulk like minerals. Through the tireless efforts of the mining team, Chen Shen's yard now had a small mountain of ore over 10 meters high. Looking at his achievements, the zombie overseer nodded in satisfaction. Chen Shen gave him a light tap on the back of his head. Share some with everyone. The zombie overseer shrank his head back, looking touched. Boss, you are just too good. He had used this kind of ore before. Absorbing the energy inside could quickly enhance his strength. Indeed, being with the right boss meant there was meat to eat. Clearly, he could have kept it all to himself but chose to reward his subordinates. Soon, the zombie overseer gathered all the zombies outside, lining them up one by one. Chen Shen continued his training. One zombie, one piece, who dares to take more, I'll chop them up. The zombie overseer kept a watchful eye. Hey, what do you mean? Big guy, you took such a big piece? The big guy looked innocent. Didn't you say to take one piece? Saying this, he spread his hands, revealing a piece of ore the size of a normal human head. Forget it, this is a one-time exception. The zombie overseer didn't know how to refute him and could only say it fiercely. Aside from the big guy, the other zombies were quite rule-abiding, mostly taking pieces the size of fists. After one round, only a small corner of the small mountain of ore was missing. Even so, the zombie overseer was still worried about them taking too much. He himself only took a fist-sized piece. Gathering place 1, damn zombies, how dare they ambush us and even capture quite a few people, someone shouted angrily on the city wall. Even Captain Xiaohan has been taken. I find it a bit strange, aren't those zombies too organized? Someone questioned. His words indeed awakened everyone. The sudden outbreak of the zombie invasion last night was truly a bit eerie. A total of 5 third-tier zombies restrained 3 leaders, while a third-tier speed type, accompanied by dozens of second-tier zombies, stealthily entered the gathering place and directly abducted Captain Chen Xiaohan and others. Without the leaders present, they couldn't stop them at all. Chen Xiaohan had a good reputation among the people in the gathering place. At 16 years old, she was a second tier and among the top tier of the captain level. Pure and lovely, with a simple personality and a kind demeanor, many regarded her as a younger sister, even as a daughter. As a result, she was captured by zombies last night. At that time, another captain on the same defense line felt very guilty, saying he hadn't protected the girl well. He insisted on leading a team to search for her all night. However, everyone knew that those who were captured by zombies had mostly been eaten. Xiaohan is so unfortunate. I heard her sister cried all night, someone sighed. Before the disaster, there were few relatives left, and now the younger sister had been captured. This was a huge blow for anyone. A hidden type nearby heard this news and its breath slightly fluctuated. The young master has been captured? I must go back and tell the master. With this thought, the shadow was about to act. Damn zombies, dare to come close? Die! A roar echoed from the gathering place, shaking the eardrums painfully. Although it was just a moment, Wu Juncheng sensed it. There were zombies near the gathering place. As a mid-level third tier, his ability was perception, and he only realized how close the zombies were. It was simply a provocation. The next second, two third-tier auras crossed the city wall and charged towards the Shadow's location. The latter had no choice but to reveal herself and run without looking back. She had received a blood contract enhancement from Chun Chen, but her actual combat power could barely be considered early third tier. She probably wouldn't be a match for Wu Juncheng in a one-on-one fight. If she were caught, she would undoubtedly die. Humph, want to escape? Hu Ziying snorted coldly. An invisible sound explosion struck the Shadow's back fiercely. Put! The Shadow's body uncontrollably lunged forward, spitting out a mouthful of rotten blood. Yet she didn't dare to slow down. Taking advantage of the opponent's attack power, she even increased the distance. I must bring the news back. The Shadow's eyes were resolute. Why can second-tier zombies run so fast? Hu Ziying frowned. After chasing for 10 kilometers, the three ultimately couldn't catch up. Mainly, only she had ranged means. Chu Tianhui's ability was protection, so he didn't follow. Wu Juncheng's ability was perception. Neither were combat types. That zombie not only could run but could also take a beating. Clearly a second tier, it withstood 5 or 6 of Hu Ziying's sound explosions and surprisingly didn't die. Instead, the distance between them grew larger. Let's go back. We can't be away for too long. Wu Juncheng exhaled, clearly suppressing his anger. These zombies were simply too much, but humans were helpless. Currently, there were over 20,000 people in the gathering place, yet there were still only 3 third tiers. The two indeed shouldn't be away for too long. The path to the third tier had been clarified, but the time was too short for those second tiers to break through. This was a critical period. On the other side, in a small village on the outskirts of the southern city, Chen Shen was squatting with a steel roll, his feet half buried in the ground. Point allocation successful. Host, Chen Shen. Physique, 500, slowly increasing. Strength, 500, slowly increasing. Spirit, 500, slowly increasing. Race, zombie. Level, late second tier. Flame resistance, 37%. Skills, 1. Kin, 7/30. 2. Super regeneration, 3. Blood contract, remnant cooling down. No change in level? Chen Shen was slightly surprised. Do I need to continue to improve? Maybe I can learn about human cultivation methods when I have time. He had thought that breaking 503 attributes would allow him to reach the third tier, but it seemed he was mistaken. The second tier was about quantitative accumulation. Could it be that his accumulation was still insufficient? In the past few days, Chen Shen had also acquired a hidden type kin named Shadow. Like the Phantom, he was responsible for gathering intelligence. The specific division of labor was arranged by themselves, and Chen Shen only looked at the results. At that moment, Chen Shen sensed a faint breath slowly approaching the village. He frowned, dropped the steel roll, and vanished from his spot. He saw a petite figure collapsed at the village entrance. Chen Shen's expression changed, and he rushed forward to help the Phantom up. The latter's breath was already very weak. These zombies, enhanced by the flesh and blood contract, did not possess Chen Shen's abnormal recovery ability. They were merely tougher than ordinary zombies. When their injuries reached a certain extent, they would also enter a near-death state. Currently, the Phantom was almost at that point. Tearing. Chen Shen stuffed a piece of his own flesh into her mouth. Such a good tool zombie could not die. Constitution decreased by 10 points. Current constitution, 490. It had only been 2 days since he last used the flesh and blood contract, so the drop in constitution was within Chen Shen's expectations. As the flesh entered, the Phantom's breath stabilized, and her injuries slowly began to heal. Her eyelids trembled a few times before she slowly opened them. What happened? Chen Shen's voice suppressed his anger. Damn it, how could they beat up such a quality tool zombie like this? The Phantom was deeply moved, realizing her master was angry because of her injuries. But she could distinguish the severity of the situation and weakly said, Master, the young master has been captured by zombies. Xiao Han was captured? After hearing the Phantom's report, Chen Shen was stunned for a second. Xiao Han was taken by zombies from within the human gathering place? His tone then turned cold. Who did it? The Phantom shook her head, a bit anxious and apologetic. I am incompetent. The human gathering place is fine? Chen Shen frowned. It seems. Only a few people were taken. The Phantom felt it was a bit strange as she said this. To restrain 3 human leaders while rushing into the gathering place to capture people and then retreat unscathed, at least 4 or more third-tier zombies would be needed. They would also have to cooperate seamlessly. Even if zombies were continuously evolving, gathering so many third-tier zombies at once was no small feat, and requiring them to cooperate? Unless there was a strong leader behind them. Moreover, why didn't they directly annihilate the human gathering place? Just capturing a few people didn't warrant such a big commotion. Swift wind, zombie biao. Chen Shen's voice was like thunder on flat ground. A terrifying sound wave swept out, raising dust all around. Hundreds of meters away, Swift Wind suddenly trembled and vanished before Zombie Biao's eyes. Only then did the latter realize it was his boss calling him. Swift Wind, and its Zombie Biao rushed at full speed toward the village entrance. You old six, how could you not take me along, boss? Swift Wind knelt on one knee. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Chun Chen, Swift Wind felt both fear and a sense of longing. Was this the power of the boss? How magnificent! Chen Chen's tone was serious and unquestionable. The young master has been captured. You take all speed-type zombies and find the young master within a day. The enemy has a considerable number of third-tier zombies. After finding them, come back and inform me. Do not engage recklessly. Understood, Swift Wind replied earnestly. Chen Chen then looked at Zombie Biao, who had just arrived. Let the other zombies stop absorbing minerals and focus on improving their strength. A tough battle is about to begin. No problem, Zombie Biao agreed. The two zombies retreated together. Chen Chen, however, did not feel relaxed at all. Instead, he was somewhat excited. Since the battle in the city center, Chen Chen's strength had increased significantly. If he returned to that time now, he could probably crush a faceless zombie with one hand. But if the opponent this time was a combat-type 4th-tier zombie, Chen Chen really wasn't too confident. In any case, it was best to prepare for the worst. It was not Chen Chen's style to take risks, but since Xiao Han had called him daddy, he could not just sit idly by. As for the Phantom's injuries, it was only to be expected. He couldn't send zombies to scout for information and then expect to be on good terms with others after being discovered. If humans were really that pathetic, they would have been extinct long ago. But one thing is one thing, objectivity is not something a normal person can possess. It feels a bit uncomfortable. I should take some time to stroll around the human gathering place. You should recover and absorb some mineral energy, aiming for a promotion to the 3rd tier. Chen Chen helped the shadow up. The latter was already able to move. Improving strength was definitely the right choice. Once the shadow reached the 3rd tier, it would probably be able to come and go freely in the human gathering place. To bring shame to the master, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The shadow trembled as it knelt down. It was afraid of Chen Chen's punishment but was also willing to accept it. Chen Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine, go ahead. After arranging everything, Chen Chen continued his training. He trained while stuffing minerals into his mouth. In the evening, Gale returned with a few 2nd-tier speed zombies, dragging half a zombie's body in hand. From the energy level, it should be a low-level 3rd-tier zombie. It was eliminated casually as it blocked Gale's path. Gale knelt on one knee. Boss, there's news about the young master. In the air defense cave in the south of the city, it seems to be a human stronghold. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen paused his training, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Chaoyang organization? He hadn't expected this matter to be related to humans. What was going on with those 3rd-tier zombies? Gather all the zombies, prepare to set off. Chen Chen tossed aside the steel roll and ate another mineral. Gale took the order and left. Soon, Zombie Biao and Iron Tower arrived with a large group of zombies. Chen Chen was momentarily stunned at the sight. Did the number of little brothers increase again? It seemed there were already over 600 zombies. Among them, there were more than 100 2nd-tier ones. Not all were humanoid zombies, there were also some animal zombies. Usually, Chen Chen didn't pay attention to the actions of Zombie Biao and Gale, but he didn't expect these two to recruit zombies so quickly. You really are something, Zombie Biao. He probably didn't forget his main job while mining. After half a day's absorption of mineral energy, 1/10 of the minerals had been consumed. It seemed there were no zombies breaking through. This was also expected, but everyone was in high spirits. Boss, all the zombies have gathered, Zombie Biao said with a hint of anticipation in his tone. This was Chen Chen's first time personally leading the charge, and it was to rescue the young master. Although the intelligence indicated that the enemy had many more 3rd-tier zombies than they did, so what? As long as the boss was there, all enemies were just chickens and dogs. Iron Tower, take 100 zombies to guard the territory, the rest, set off. With a command, hundreds of zombies roared and followed closely behind Chen Chen. Iron Tower initially felt a bit disappointed but then perked up. The boss entrusted such an important task of guarding the territory to him. He absolutely could not let the boss down. On the edge of the city, under the gradually darkening sky, a zombie army was approaching the air defense cave in the south of the city. Outside the air defense cave in the south, it was already dark. A team of awakeners was heading back. We've been guarding for several days. That zombie at the train station shouldn't have died outside, right? One team member couldn't help but complain. They had been on watch today with no results. The buzzcut young man remained calm. Special types are generally more sensitive, and their strength is much greater than other zombies of the same level. A second-tier special type wouldn't be afraid even if it encountered a third-tier zombie outside. Moreover, zombies won't easily give up their territory. Don't worry, it will just take a bit more time. We will definitely catch it. Catching a second-tier special type would be a great achievement. Along the way, Lin Fan was relatively silent. He always felt a bit anxious. Suddenly, he nudged the team member next to him with his elbow. Old Wang, activate your perception. What's going on? Is there a situation? The buzzcut young man turned to look, without any blame in his tone, but rather focused and attentive. Many people in the organization knew that Lin Fan had a bit of an uncanny ability. Every time he sensed something was off, they would soon encounter a situation. Once or twice was fine, but the problem was that it had happened quite a few times. It clearly isn't a perception ability, yet it's overly accurate. Precisely because of this, his few words carry weight. I don't know, I just feel a bit anxious. Lin Fan shook his head, struggling to articulate the feelings within him. The team member known as Old Wang immediately activated his ability. Instantly, his expression changed dramatically, his voice trembling slightly. A horde of zombies is advancing towards the base. In another 200 meters, they'll turn, and we'll run into them. What? The buzzcut youth lowered his voice. How many zombies? I retracted my ability as soon as I sensed them, almost getting discovered, Old Wang said uncertainly. At least 400, all advanced zombies, and the leading ones have a terrifying aura. They should all be tier 3. At this, everyone gasped. The buzzcut youth spoke gravely. Quick, return to the base and inform Professor Gu to evacuate. Chen Chen, who was moving forward, let out a soft sound. Boss, what's wrong? Ji Feng leaned in, curious. Chen Chen shook his head. It might just be my illusion. It seemed like someone had been using their ability to spy on him, but it vanished in an instant. If it wasn't an illusion, then it was someone from the Chaoyang organization. With such a large movement on their side, it was normal for the other party to notice. However, the hidden lookout was set a kilometer outside the base, which was indeed cautious. The air defense cave in the south was over 40 kilometers away from the village where Chen Chen was. The zombie horde took an hour and a half to arrive, mainly due to passing through the territory of 2 tier 3 zombies, who wanted to chat for a bit. Unsurprisingly, they were all beaten up by Chen Chen. He spared their lives, planning to subdue them after this matter. In the dim yellow light of the southern air defense cave, dozens of people in white lab coats were busy. Several large vessels were neatly arranged. Unknown liquids soaked various forms of zombies, and there were even a few that were clearly human. At this moment, many people were gathered around the central vessel's instrument. Subject Z-103 is about to lose vital signs. Increase the dosage of the injection. Yes, the dosage has been increased. Subject Z-103's heartbeat is accelerating. Vital signs disappearing. Record the data. Recording complete. The liquid level in the vessel surrounded by the researchers began to drop, then it opened. It was subsequently carried away by 2 people in protective suits, thrown into a passage behind. Continue. They were like emotionless machines, constantly adjusting and recording. Soon, 2 more people brought in an unconscious little boy and placed him directly into the vessel. The vessel closed. Inject the chaos factor, record keeper, document data for subject Z-104. The leading middle-aged man's voice was indifferent, as if devoid of any emotion. Received, replied a middle-aged woman beside him, beginning to observe and record. Quickly, the vessel was filled with an unknown liquid, and a syringe was plunged into the little boy's chest. In less than 30 minutes, the boy's fate was the same as the previous one. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he murmured, "Why can't the same dosage of the suppressant succeed? Are Z5 and Z99 exceptions? No, to be precise, Z5 lost its memory and humanity. It doesn't even count as a success." At that moment, a buzzcut youth in combat gear rushed in, locking onto this site at a glance. "Professor Gu, a large number of zombies are approaching. Please evacuate with the other researchers." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man known as Professor Gu frowned, his tone clearly displeased. "With Z99 here, can't we hold the base?" The buzzcut youth was sweating, speaking cautiously and respectfully. "That horde of zombies is massive, and they're all advanced. If we fight head-on, we won't have enough manpower to protect you. Considering your safety, it's better to evacuate first. You are the hope of humanity. Nothing must happen to you. If not, the president will have me killed." He didn't say this. Humph. Professor Gu snorted coldly. "I will leave 2 people to collect and destroy the data. If we can't hold the line, then..." There was no need for him to say more. The buzzcut young man understood. It wasn't that he was worried about what those zombies would do. They probably didn't understand anything. The main concern was that if they lost control, the things here could be exposed, leading to a series of uncontrollable consequences. The organization had already prepared for such situations. Seeing the researchers packing up to evacuate, the buzzcut young man breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out of the laboratory. Outside, a group of people in combat uniforms was already waiting. They exchanged nods. Half of you protect Professor Gu during the evacuation, the rest follow me to hold off those zombies for at least half an hour, the buzzcut young man said seriously, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Old Lu, you go in. If any zombies breach the base, it means we've lost control. At that point, detonate the bombs underground. In the apocalypse, hearts towards the rising sun. Everyone replied in unison. They then split up, showing strong discipline, with half the people following the buzzcut young man out. Soon, over 40 figures stood in front of the zombie horde. Although it was dark, this was nothing for the awakened ones. It was just not as clear as during the day. Halt! The buzzcut young man called out. Chen Chen waved his hand, and the zombie horde stopped. 3 of you are third tier, the rest are second tier? You can't stop me, Chen Chen said calmly, as if stating a fact. And it was indeed true. Just the number of second-tier zombies under Chen Chen was not something they could contend with. The power of a third-tier awakener was limited. Even surrounded by dozens of second-tier zombies, they wouldn't be able to hold out. Moreover, there were 2 third-tier zombies among them. One of them, Gale, was particularly outstanding among the third tier. It was estimated that in a short time, he could easily take on all 3 of them. The buzzcut young man looked visibly surprised. The leader of this group of zombies was actually a second-tier zombie? Hello, zombie lord, the buzzcut young man forced a smile, trying to appear polite. We have no grievances between us. Why the sudden large-scale attack? Oh, is there a grievance between us? Chen Chen sneered, suddenly looking to the side. 6 third-tier zombies? Is that your confidence? He could sense the 6 new auras were filled with hostility towards him. Interesting. Before coming here, Chen Chen had wondered how Chen Xiaohan, who was taken by zombies, ended up at the Chaoyang organization's base. It seemed that humans had means to control zombies. At this moment, old Wang leaned close to the buzzcut young man and whispered, and the latter's eyes lit up as he sized up Chen Chen. This lord, you only have 2 third-tier zombies, so what if you are a special type? The buzzcut young man's tone was no longer as polite as before. Withdraw now, or you will stay here today. If it hadn't been for the sudden situation, the buzzcut young man would have liked to capture this second-tier special type. Unfortunately, the response was rushed, and he couldn't guarantee a capture. If they startled the snake in the grass this time, it would be hard to encounter it again next time. This matter needed to be considered carefully. The last time at the train station, they were merely sensed, and the other side directly avoided the train station, showing the sensitivity of special types. Lin Fan, who was on high alert, suddenly narrowed his pupils. Although Chen Chen's skin color had changed, his form remained the same, and that face. Damn zombie, Lin Fan's aura surged, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. Give me back Wei Wei. Whoosh! A figure darted past, and the buzzcut young man didn't even have time to stop him. Directly boosted to mid-third tier? Still strengthening? Damn, this is running into the enemy who killed my father. One of the team members couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. The buzzcut young man almost lost his composure. At this point, he could only go all in. Attack! In the next moment, over 40 figures charged towards the zombie army. On the other side, the 6 zombies also rushed over. Jifeng, these humans are up to you. Try to capture them alive and find out where Xiaohan is. Leave the zombies over there to me. Chen Chen didn't even glance at Lin Fan. He felt a bit familiar, but was more concerned about the few third-tier zombies. Boss, don't worry. Jifeng licked his lips and patted his chest in assurance. His figure flashed and he directly confronted the raging Lin Fan. Other humans were also being attacked by zombies. Chen Chen approached 6 zombies. When he saw the one at the back, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Faceless zombie? No, you're only late-stage third tier. Chen Chen immediately denied it. It just looked similar. The other party didn't have those fragments in their chest. It seems the Chaoyang organization has quite a few secrets. Saying this, Chen Chen leaped over the 5 zombies, heading straight for the faceless zombie. In the southern air defense cave, at the eastern exit, more than 40 people in combat uniforms were escorting over a dozen researchers out of the cave. The researchers had already taken off their white coats and changed into black outfits. Captain, where are we retreating to? A team member couldn't help but ask. If he remembered correctly, the other 2 strongholds were not in this direction. The man referred to as the captain lowered his voice, his tone serious. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Focus on your escort duties. Remember, release your perception ability every 10 minutes. Roar! At that moment, a roar came from behind. Everyone instinctively turned to look back. Over 100 zombies were charging towards them, all entry-level zombies, but the highest were late-stage second tier. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. I'll stay back with Team Huang. you all continue forward." Saying this, he was about to stop. He heard the leading zombie shout, "Humans, we do not kill surrenderers." Damn, a special type? And 3 of them. The captain couldn't help but curse. Faced with Chen Shen's fierce attack, the faceless zombie retreated explosively. A mental attack struck the former. At the same time, it controlled the remaining zombies to surround Chen Shen. Chen Shen only felt a slight sting in his head, like being kissed by a mosquito. The intensity of the opponent's mental attack was even weaker than that of a severely injured 4th-tier faceless zombie. Of course, it could also be because Chen Shen's mental power had increased to 500 points. The few zombies attacking him were like puppets on strings. Although they coordinated well, they were too rigid. Is your zombie ability to create and manipulate zombie puppets? Chen Shen had already had a guess in his heart. This ability, combined with the fragment's kinship, might have produced some kind of chemical reaction. It could create thinking 3rd-tier puppets. So what exactly is 4th tier? Why is the gap between 3rd tier and 4th tier so huge? Boom! A zombie was easily punched away by Chen Shen, its torso exploding. Doesn't seem like normal 3rd-tier strength, a pseudo-3rd tier? I said, a 4th-tier faceless zombie just promoted can only create early-stage 3rd-tier zombies. How can you, a late-stage 3rd tier, do that? Chen Shen realized. Boom! Another zombie was smashed by Chen Shen. Let alone pseudo-3rd tier, even a normal early-stage 3rd tier would probably not last 3 moves in Chen Shen's hands. The faceless zombie felt fear. What kind of monster is this 2nd-tier special type? Its various stats are almost at 4th-tier level. Although it hadn't faced a 4th tier directly, the faceless zombie had a feeling that the opponent wouldn't be weaker than a 4th tier. It was just ridiculous. It quickly controlled the remaining 3 zombies to assist. At the same time, it shouted, "Team Xiao, this special type is too strong. I can't hold on." One had to be cautious. Life was important. Chen Shen's eyes lit up, as if he wanted to see through the other party. Is your core human? He truly didn't expect the Chaoyang organization to have such a method. They actually turned humans into zombies that retained memories and could still be controlled by themselves. Chen Shen casually swatted away 3 guards beside the faceless zombie, gripping the opponent's neck with one hand, his voice indifferent. "Hand over the human girl you captured last night." No matter how curious he was about the secrets of the Rising Sun organization, Chen Shen would not forget his primary purpose for coming here. Human girl? The faceless zombie tried to break free but found it powerless. The grip was like a vice. Punching the opponent had no effect at all. It felt like scratching an itch. He simply couldn't understand. A group of zombies came to save a human? Absurd to the extreme. Perhaps it was just an excuse to start a fight. The faceless zombie's tone carried a hint of pleading, I say. In the next moment, a figure darted forward like lightning, transforming their hand into a blade, aiming for Chen Shen's neck. Clang! The scene he imagined of blood and flesh flying, of a head rolling on the ground, did not occur. Instead, the figure's fingers twisted and broke. Invisibility type? Or speed type? Chen Shen was somewhat uncertain, countering with an elbow strike to the opponent's head. With a bang, the zombie became a headless body. He hadn't expected the opponent to have a hidden card. Even Chen Shen didn't notice the 3rd-tier invisibility type at first. Fortunately, Chen Shen's physical body was strong enough, otherwise, he would have truly capsized in the gutter. At the same time, the youth in distress and others were also struggling. Out of the corner of their eyes, they caught sight of Chen Shen subduing the faceless zombie, smashing its head with an elbow. A chill crept into their hearts. What kind of monster is that? 2nd tier crushing a late 3rd tier? Captain Xiao could hardly believe his eyes. No special type could be that strong. To make matters worse, 2 of his mid-3rd tier members were actually being held back by a single early 3rd tier zombie. Zombies, go die. With a roar not far away, Lin Fan's aura surged again, nearing the late 3rd tier. In an instant, he went from being suppressed by the gale to fighting evenly. But he was like a beast that had lost its mind, incredibly frenzied. He only knew how to attack, abandoning defense. All along, the people of the Rising Sun organization believed Lin Fan's ability had no side effects. Now it seemed, he just hadn't reached the point of triggering them. Losing reason to gain greater power was not a good thing in this situation. Lin Fan charged at Gale, his speed comparable to that of a speed type of the same level. Where did this madman come from? A figure suddenly appeared, blocking Gale. The faceless zombie was tossed aside like a dead dog. The iron fist came crashing down, carrying immense power, creating a sound that pierced the air. Everyone in the zombies could only see a blur. Bang! Lin Fan came as fast as he flew back just as quickly. Boom! He rolled several dozen times, sliding across the ground for dozens of meters before barely coming to a stop, knocking down several zombies in the process. Should die. Lin Fan's chest caved in, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to get up, his eyes were filled with boundless hatred. Just as he rose halfway, his body went limp, collapsing again. Theoretically, infinite amplification should be gradual. Suddenly encountering a cliff-like crushing would render any ability useless. When one exceeds their limits, they lose their combat power. Humans, surrenderers, do not kill. Chen Shen spoke calmly. Faced with the overwhelming number of zombies attacking, Captain Xiao roared, "Zombies are untrustworthy, fight with all you've got." However, the next second, he saw his team members one by one unable to hold on, being overwhelmed by zombies. It seemed he could even hear the sounds of gnawing. A figure rushed at him with a speed he couldn't react to, grabbing his head. The latter felt his body lose control, the world spinning. Boom! He crashed to the ground, the earth cracking inch by inch. Put! Blood gushed from Captain Zhao's mouth, unable to fight any longer. Gale, take half the zombies east to pursue. Hong Gui and the others are already entangled with the opponent. Chen Shen tossed Captain Xiao aside like a dead dog. Understood, Gale responded, leading over 200 zombies straight towards the east. Before reaching the air raid shelter in the southern part of the city, Chen Shen had already sent his three main subordinates, Red Ghost, Elbow Blade, and Big Guy, along with over 100 zombies to encircle from behind. With the advantage in numbers, it was definitely a tactic of encirclement. Not a single one would be spared. However, he didn't expect to run into the enemy's retreating team right in his perception range. To be safe, he sent Swift to take a look. On the front line, the last human third-tier powerhouse was overwhelmed by the zombie beast along with a horde of zombies. They only stopped after confirming that the enemy had lost the ability to resist. If they could gang up, they certainly wouldn't fight one-on-one. Zombies weren't fools. This was still fortunate, as the zombie beast was present. The other humans weren't so lucky. Aside from the two that Chen Shen personally dealt with, the rest were devoured during the siege. Zombies below the third tier found it hard to completely suppress their instincts. Not to mention, after engaging in combat, the humans were injured, and the scent of blood continuously lured the lower-tier zombies. Being devoured was within reason. The faceless zombie, Lin Fan, and the two third-tier powerhouses were thrown together. Keep an eye on them, they might still be useful. Chen Shen patted the zombie beast's shoulder. He then led a dozen second-tier zombies into the air raid shelter. The shelter was large, with some signs of life inside. The dim yellow lights were still on. Before long, Chen Shen arrived at an iron door, which seemed to be a later installation. It should be here. Chen Shen reached out to grab the iron door. He could sense more than one life force behind the door. The faceless zombie was tight-lipped and revealed nothing. But Chen Shen had his ways. Crack, creak. The iron door was forcibly pried open by Chen Shen, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Anyone with a weak heart standing there would probably tremble all over. As the iron door opened, the dim yellow light shone in. There were a total of 5 unconscious people, with Chen Xiaohan lying in the farthest corner. Take them all out. Chen Shen waved his hand, walking over to the girl and picking her up in a horizontal embrace. The other 4 were held by a few zombies. Chen Shen suddenly looked to the side, seemingly sensing some movement. Underground? No wonder I didn't sense it right away. Chen Shen handed Chen Xiaohan to a nearby zombie. You all go out first. I'll go take a look. If there were strong enemies, these second-tier zombies wouldn't be of much help. It was better to let them take the people out first. In fact, even if he hadn't sensed any movement, Chen Shen would still explore the base of the Chaoyang organization. The mere presence of the faceless zombie proved the extraordinary nature of this organization. The zombies obeyed and exited through the same route. Chen Shen then expanded his perception and quickly found the entrance to the basement. It was another iron door, and it was even thicker than the previous one. It was blocked from the inside. Bang! Bang! Chen Shen chose to break the door with his fists. The heavy iron door was continuously twisted and deformed from the blows, seemingly letting out a mournful cry. Boom! Finally, the door opened. The iron door and whatever was blocking it flew several meters away and then crashed heavily to the ground. What came into view were 4 rows of huge vessels, with the one in the middle being particularly eye-catching. Inside, it seemed to contain humans who had just lost their life signs. Chen Shen walked over, noticing some papers scattered along the way. It seemed the other party had left in a hurry. In the corner, 2 people were burning documents, the flames more conspicuous than the lights. It was their commotion that caught Chen Shen's attention. The 2 seemed unconcerned about who had barged in, their eyes fixed on the fire, hastening their actions. Just as Chen Shen was about to approach, he felt the ground tremble violently, followed by a wave of heat from below. Boom! In an instant, Chen Shen and the 2 researchers still burning papers were engulfed by the intense fire from the explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent Chen Shen flying, then pinned him hard against the wall. Finally, he was buried along with the debris. High-temperature resistance training completed, attribute point +1, fire resistance +1. Chen Shen felt his skin being scraped off and then regenerating. Increase physique. The outside world felt the tremor of the earthquake, and Sang Biao's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to check the situation, a pillar of fire shot into the sky. The entire air raid shelter was blown apart. Countless earth and stones soared into the air. Imagine an explosion of cow dung, now magnified 1,000-fold. Boss! Sang Biao's heart sank. The shockwave spread, carrying flames that devoured everything in its path. Some zombies nearby were directly burned to ashes or torn apart, a sight too horrific to bear. Retreat! Sang Biao picked up Qin Shaohan, whom he had just rescued from inside. Unfortunately, even the speed of a third tier couldn't outpace the spreading explosion. Fortunately, the bomb was detonated underground, and most of its power was absorbed by the earth. The debris falling from the sky was also unlikely to crush the second-tier zombies, except for a few unfortunate first-tier ones. Sang Biao lunged forward, immediately shielding Qin Shaohan beneath him. He was then buried under countless falling stones and earth. In the first gathering place, people within dozens of miles could clearly sense the tremor of the earthquake. Although it was not as strong as the one over half a month ago, it was still not to be underestimated. Wu Juncheng arrived at the city wall and looked westward. An explosion? Such a powerful explosion couldn't possibly be caused by an ordinary survivor team. Could it be? Hu Ziying also arrived, his expression grave. Could it be caused by zombies? Impossible. Wu Juncheng's face darkened. If it were, then we might be facing fourth-tier zombies again. Damn, humanity really is plagued by misfortune. They had just found the path to the third tier, new weapons were being researched, and they were just starting mass production. Now, another problem had arisen. I'll go take a look. You and Old Chu guard the gathering place. Without waiting for Wu Juncheng to say more, Hu Ziying's feet made a sonic boom as he leaped dozens of meters away. In no time, he had disappeared into the darkness. Wu Juncheng opened his mouth and sighed. Given the current situation in the gathering place, it seemed that only Hu Ziying was suitable to go out. Send the order down, everyone enter level 2 alert. Wu Juncheng waved his hand and then found a spot on the city wall to sit down, clearly preparing to wait for Hu Ziying's return. On the other side, the massive explosion caused the entire air raid shelter to collapse. The original location of the shelter now had a crater with a diameter of 100 meters. A pale hand reached out from the fiery ruins, and a figure crawled out from the debris. This is truly insane, they don't care about their lives. Shen Shen recalled the two people who had destroyed the documents. They seemed to have shown a relieved smile in the end? So if their existence couldn't destroy all the documents, did it become bait to attract enemies? This organization is a bit sinister. Host, Qin Shen, Physique, 501, Strength, 501, Mentality, 501, Race, Zombie, Level, Late Second Tier, Fire Resistance, 47%, Skills, 1, Dependence, 7/30ths, 2, Super Regeneration, 3, Blood Contract, Incomplete Cooling Down. Boss. Sang Biao, holding the unscathed Qin Shaohan, looked at Chun Chun from a distance with immense joy. As expected, this explosion couldn't harm the boss at all. But only Chen Shen knew that although this explosion was not as powerful as the last one, the problem was that most of the last explosion's power was absorbed by the faceless zombie. This time, Chen Shen had to endure it himself. There was no way to dodge. Fortunately, he had fire resistance, and his physique far exceeded that of the last time. Otherwise, he would have been done for. With only a few strips of cloth left on him, Chen Shen leaped into the crater and reached Sang Biao's side. Facing the explosion only increased my fire resistance by 10%. How many times do I have to endure to max it out? Chen Shen shook his head. Just then, a group of zombies, led by Swift Wind, escorted a few humans back. Before the explosion, the Red Ghost and other zombies had already surrounded this group of humans. The humans in combat uniforms protected a dozen researchers in the center, remaining vigilant and ready to act at any moment. Many of the main researchers were ordinary people, affecting the speed of their retreat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be chased down by a group of first and second tier zombies. Of course, it also had to do with the fact that the three familiars were far stronger than their current level. As soon as they engaged, the two third tier human fighters were restrained. The others had no chance to escape. Captain, what should we do? One of the team members was already panicking. This was a deadlock. It was only natural to be anxious. Gather all the documents we have and find a chance to destroy them. The captain gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, staring intently at the zombies that had not rushed to attack yet. Some important documents were carried by the researchers. It seemed they could only be destroyed now. Regardless of whether these zombies wanted those documents, they absolutely could not be allowed to leak out. Humans, we do not kill surrenderers. The Red Ghost stared hard, his tone somewhat contemptuous. If it weren't for the fact that these people might be useful to the master, he would have acted long ago. Surrender and you won't be killed. The big guy repeated. Coupled with his towering physique, it seemed a bit foolish. How can we trust you? Someone snorted coldly. Trusting a zombie's words? It was as ridiculous as someone telling you that a tiger doesn't eat meat. The elbow blade sneered, the blade in his elbow seemingly flickering with a bloody light. You have no choice. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't surrender, it doesn't matter. Just right, he hadn't had enough fun yet. We can surrender. At that moment, the ground trembled, and all the zombies were momentarily stunned. Buzz. In an instant, someone used a fire ability to burn the gathered books and documents that had been secretly piled together. Seeing this, the big guy lunged forward. His massive body easily knocked aside several obstacles. He didn't know why the other side suddenly set something on fire, but it was right to go against the humans. Perhaps these things would be useful to the master if taken back. Damn zombies. Seeing the big guy about to seize the documents that had not yet been completely burned, a third-tier captain unleashed a sharp aura, wind blade. An invisible wind blade slashed towards the big guy's neck, who quickly pulled something out of the flames. He then turned and punched in the direction of the incoming wind blade. Bang! Put! 2 sounds rang out simultaneously. The third-tier captain was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building, his fate unknown. The big guy narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but his chest was still slashed with a wound deep enough to see bone, his breath in disarray. Clearly, he was seriously injured, but he tightly clutched something in his hand. Big guy? The red ghost reacted, roaring, "Damn humans, die!" The zombies roared in anger. Instantly, the scene descended into chaos. Not far away, the swift wind had just found this side and watched as the big guy was ambushed, his eyes flashing coldly. A trail of afterimages followed him as he directly dove into the crowd. The big guy's serious injury clearly caught Chen Chen's attention. Feeling the master's gaze, the big guy foolishly smiled and knelt on one knee, opening his large hand. "Master, is this useful?" Chen Chen sighed, taking the notebook and glancing at the few people being escorted. "Take them all, we're going home." Chen Chen stood on the ruins, looking at the remaining zombies. He glanced again at the huge figure being carried by about 10 zombies. This battle was essentially a crushing victory. Only a few unfortunate zombies were killed by the explosion's shockwave, but they were mostly first-tier zombies. Second-tier ones weren't that fragile. It was a great victory. However, Chen Chen didn't know how to express it. Clearly, he treated these zombies as tools. But after spending so much time together, especially with a few familiars, did he no longer see them purely as tools? Seeing the big guy's foolish smile, Chen Chen was indeed moved. After all, his blood was not yet cold. These zombies also had consciousness and emotions. Sometimes they were even more pure than humans. As their leader, had he always been too selfish? Perhaps, when zombies developed intelligence, they already counted as a brand new intelligent race. Perhaps due to fluctuations in his state of mind, Chen Chen didn't notice that 2 of the ones he had initially asked the zombie to watch had disappeared. Sang Biao thought that the 2 people had been buried by the shockwave of the explosion. The boss told everyone to go back, so he didn't think much of it. Meanwhile, a certain human commander was watching from a distance. Back in the village, Chen Chen instructed his zombie subordinates to go about their tasks. He didn't rush to find those humans but instead sat at the entrance of his courtyard. Rarely, he didn't exercise. It seemed he was in a daze. Even when the shadow and the shade approached him, he didn't react. "Master?" The shadow asked with some concern, glancing at the pitch-black zombie beside him. "Shade, what's wrong with the master?" "I don't know, maybe he's resting?" The shade couldn't answer either. He had been outside gathering intelligence during this operation and missed it. The shadow also had injuries, so Chen Chen didn't let her go. Therefore, they knew very little about the battle. In fact, even if they did know, they would likely be unable to empathize. After all, in their eyes, the master was immensely great, a figure of faith. Doing anything for the master was only right. Even if the master ordered them to die, they wouldn't hesitate for a moment. "I heard this time it was a great victory. A lot of humans were killed," the shadow said somewhat enviously, "and some were captured. I wish I could have been there. Then I could see the master's majestic figure in battle, and if I could help the master with his troubles, I would be willing to die." She didn't know about the other zombies, but that was her thought. Chen Chen suddenly turned his head to look at them. "Don't disturb me if there's nothing wrong." The 2 zombies thought Chen Chen was angry and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. "Master, spare us, we didn't mean to offend you." "Ah, get lost." After receiving Chen Chen's forgiveness, the 2 zombies left, expressing endless gratitude. "Willing to die, huh?" Chen Chen muttered to himself. Perhaps the shadow thought this way due to the blood contract and being a dependent, but Chen Chen felt he should do something as well. On the other side, northeast of the air raid shelter in the south of the city, 2 figures were moving rapidly. Their speed was comparable to a car driving at high speed. The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, but they couldn't catch up and could only roar helplessly. "Professor Gu, do you need a break? The man in combat gear ahead turned back to ask with concern. Professor Gu shook his head. Team leader Chow, you don't need to worry about me. I'm a late-stage wind system awakener, running for a while won't be too much for me. They had already left the southern air raid shelter a step ahead of the team. The people who evacuated could either be a successful large force or pawns sacrificed to cover for Professor Gu. This had been planned from the beginning. Compared to a stronghold or some data, Professor Gu was the most important. The moment they heard the explosion, they knew their response was correct. They weren't being overly cautious. I don't want to think about it. Shen Shan shook his head, dismissing the thought. He took out a notebook that had been burned quite a bit. He opened the first page. Research notes, Zhang Changphone, May 13th. Today I started researching a strange thing. This thing is really bizarre. People went mad after coming into contact with it. It seems I can't just touch things randomly in the future. I found that I seem to be able to recall its appearance, but I can't describe it in words. What a strange thing. Just after reading the first page, Chen Chen was left with a face full of question marks. He flipped to the next page, increasingly curious. May 15th. This thing seems to be constantly emitting some kind of particles and continuously assimilating everything around it. The air in the laboratory also detected that kind of particle. This thing is simply like a virus. May 22nd. There has been no progress in the research. I heard that another group was formed abroad. Old Zhang is over there. He said that people who come into contact with that thing will fall into corruption, just like the zombies in movies. I think he must be joking. After all, he has always been quite unserious. Such unscientific jokes are his specialty. May 23rd. I take back what I said before. The existence of this thing is simply unscientific. In two groups of experiments with completely identical conditions within the range of particle influence, the difference in the angle of light refraction is as much as 11 degrees, and the rays don't seem to be straight either. That sense of chaos is growing stronger. Am I being affected too? Just the emitted particles are so extraordinary, if we could understand its essence. I feel like we are studying something that transcends eras. If successful, my name will surely be in the history books. May 27th. Today is a particularly significant day. The research team has finally confirmed the name of this particle, chaos factor. The foreign team seems to call it the fallen factor. I've heard it's a bit sinister over there. Animals on the brink of death can actually become full of vitality after coming into contact with the fallen factor? Wouldn't that mean we could research an elixir of immortality? Old Zhang can't be joking about zombies, right? Suddenly, I have an idea. I feel like mixing these two types of particles would be very interesting. June 3rd. Another one has gone mad. Even wearing protective gear seems to have little effect now. I feel like my mind is starting to get chaotic too. I can't concentrate during experiments anymore. The organization has approved my leave request. I should go relax for a bit. June 17th. I'm back from vacation, and a big shot has joined the team, Professor Gu Fuyang, an academician at just 45. After so many days, I find that I can still keep up with the research progress. It seems this topic is not an easy nut to crack. No wonder the organization wanted me to rest for a while and come back only when I'm sure I'm fine. I heard from old Zhang that they've already created a potion using the fallen factor over there, but he didn't specify its effects, just bragging. June 21st. Big Shot Gu was impressive. In just a few days, he led the team to an important breakthrough. The Chaos Potion has been released. Its effect is to alter genetic structure, very unstable, fitting its name perfectly. Each experimental result is different, but one of the lab mice injected with it gained immense strength and defeated a cat? It feels like the gene warriors in movies aren't that far off. The assimilation range of the chaos factor has already spread throughout the entire research institute and is even accelerating. It doesn't feel like a good thing. Flipping further back, aside from the dates, everything else has been burned. Until July 23rd, we attempted to collide the two types of particles. What foolish thing have we done? July 23rd? The first day of the disaster? Chen Shen closed the notebook, feeling a bit dizzy. Damn, the disaster is very likely to have been triggered by humans? The timing of the particle collision coincides exactly with the disaster. To be precise, it's not entirely human-caused. According to the notes, both the chaos factor and the fallen factor are assimilating everything around them. Moreover, the speed of diffusion is continuously increasing. Even if humans don't collide the two things, it's likely that in a few years, the two streams of particles will still meet. The disaster is inevitable. It's just that because of human recklessness, the disaster has arrived early. So the appearance of zombies is due to the fallen and chaos factors? If the two things are indeed as extraordinary as recorded, it's very likely. It's truly unscientific, but the fact is that it has already happened. After reading all this, Shin Shen not only didn't feel a sudden realization but instead felt his head getting more and more chaotic. how to put it. It feels like the Rising Sun organization is even more mysterious than imagined. Why can't that thing be described? Where do they come from? Why do I retain memories? And is it related to the experiments of the Rising Sun organization? It seems unrelated. After all, I have a face. Too many questions stir Qin Shen's curiosity. Swift wind. Just as Qin Shen finished shouting, a figure rushed in from a distance, kneeling on one knee before him, right fist pressed against the left side of his chest. Boss, please give your orders. It was evident that the zombies' etiquette had improved recently. Bring those humans over. Qin Shen tried to calm his emotions. Yes. The swift figure disappeared, stirring up a breeze. Soon, the swift one returned with a group of zombies, escorting the humans over. Even the severely injured faceless zombie and the third-tier captain, along with a few others rescued with Chen Xiaohan, were brought along. The latter were still unconscious. As for Chen Xiaohan, she was sound asleep on the second floor of Qin Shen's residence. Aren't there 2 people missing? They must be dead. Qin Shen didn't think much of it and instead looked at the group of middle-aged men and women. There were a total of 9 people, all ordinary humans. Among you, who is Professor Gu Boyon? Qin Shen's voice was indifferent. There was no response. They couldn't see clearly ahead, but the presence of the one speaking felt extremely terrifying. The fear stemming from their biological instincts made them tremble uncontrollably. Qin Shen spoke again, who called Zhang Changfeng. My patience is limited, he reminded them. Well, Zhang Changfeng was killed by one of your crimson-skinned subordinates, a woman answered, trembling. The scene at that time was extremely chaotic. Zhang Changfeng was a first-tier awakener, so he was easily killed by the Red Ghost. Qin Shen nodded, seemingly unconcerned about that person's life or death. The disaster was caused by your research topic? The crowd was alarmed, and for a moment, sweat broke out on their backs. It was still that woman who spoke first. It should be considered so. Don't be nervous, I generally don't kill people. Qin Shen's tone was calm. Next question. What is the purpose of your organization's existence? To save humanity. This time they spoke in unison, without a hint of hesitation. Qin Shen looked skeptical but didn't delve deeper. Do you possess the technology to turn people into zombies while retaining their memories? That zombie in the city center was also your doing? No one answered this time. It involved the confidentiality of their research. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Put. Before Qin Shen could speak, the swift one directly delivered a chilling blow to one person beside him. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the claw that pierced through his chest, then turned to the swift one, struggling a couple of times before losing his vitality. The swift one spoke with a threatening tone. My boss is asking you questions. If you can't answer, I'll kill one person. In an instant, the crowd was filled with dread, trembling all over, yet no one spoke. In fact, not answering was also a form of response. Qin Shen already had an answer in his heart. Perhaps that 4th-tier faceless zombie was a failed product. After all, it had already gone out of control. They had just been claiming to save humanity, yet the disaster originated from them. The crisis of the 4th-tier zombies was likely also caused by them. It felt like this organization had a facade of righteousness. Moreover, they possessed strong brainwashing techniques. From the performance of these individuals, it was not hard to see that although they were terrified, they still insisted on being tough. It also reminded Qin Shen of the 2 people who had exploded earlier. Where is the thing that produces chaotic factors? What exactly is it? Qin Shen continued to ask. Still, no one answered. Put. Another person fell. Just as Qin Shen was preparing to painfully use the blood contract skill to control one of the individuals, someone shouted angrily, Demon, you will eventually be wiped out. I will wait for you below. After shouting, everyone, including the 3rd-tier captain, had a resolute look in their eyes. Crack, crack. It seemed something was being crushed. In just a breath's time, the aura on these people first became robust, then plummeted, until their life force disappeared. There was no time to stop or save them. Did they commit suicide? Damn, I underestimated this organization's level of brainwashing. I was careless, Qin Shen cursed inwardly, swiftly moving forward, ready to control the faceless zombie. As the result drew near, it was discovered that the faceless zombie had already succumbed to mental exhaustion and died. Bull. Gathering point 1 at this moment, the 3 leaders and the highest-ranking leaders from the original 4 gathering points were gathered in the conference room. Since the disaster, their meeting frequency had become alarmingly high. Holding meetings late at night was not an uncommon occurrence. Everyone had grown accustomed to it. Everyone is here. Commander Hu, could you please explain the situation? An elderly man with white hair coughed lightly and looked at Hu Ziying. The latter stood up, bowed respectfully to everyone, and then adopted a serious expression. The explosion site is suspected to be a base of the Chaoyang organization. but the target was a zombie we have encountered, she said, glancing at Wu Juncheng. It was that second-tier special type we encountered in the nest. Everyone should be well aware of the strength of the Chaoyang organization. They are a colossal entity that gathered a large amount of combat power and talent immediately after the disaster, and they even discovered the path to the third tier. As far as I know, each of their bases has at least 3 leaders-level combatants. Yet, even so, they were forced to self-destruct their base. This shows that the strength of that special type is even greater than we anticipated. Most importantly, it gathered hundreds of entry-level zombies, making its power too significant to ignore. Before this, everyone had speculated that Chen Shen was at the late third tier. This was because Hu Ziying and Wu Juncheng had seen Chen Shen fight 5 early third-tier zombies at the same time. Although he won, it didn't look easy. A second-tier zombie possessing the strength of a late third tier was already terrifying. As for that fourth-tier zombie, it was certainly killed by a missile. Otherwise, could it have been taken down by a second-tier zombie? Why did he attack the Chaoyang organization's base? Wu Juncheng asked, looking skeptical. Chu Tianhui fiddled with 2 walnuts. Perhaps he simply wanted to eat people. Could the previous zombie invasion incident be related to that zombie? The elderly man suddenly shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, looking towards Hu Ziying. Although I didn't see that zombie among the group, I can't rule out that possibility, Hu Ziying said, not very certain, and then fell into deep thought. Their understanding of that second-tier special type was limited to the battle in the city center. They couldn't just label it a good person because it spared them once. Perhaps at that time, it was simply not hungry. I did see that group of zombies take some people away, Hu Ziying added. Although she was far away, she could still distinguish between humans and zombies. Since the other party could capture people from the Chaoyang organization, invading human gathering points didn't seem too difficult. Moreover, regardless of whether it was true or not, humans had to resolve any unstable factors to continue surviving here. Just like in the last battle in the city center. I think there's no need to discuss this matter further. New weapons have already entered mass production, and it's time to clean up the zombies in the urban area, a middle-aged man snorted coldly. They had been continuously sending teams out to search for special materials, ores, and the like. Most of these could be used to forge weapons. While the harvest wasn't particularly large, it was enough to supply armed personnel. More than a month after the disaster, the number of zombies had decreased significantly due to them devouring each other. Additionally, the battle in the city center had killed many zombies. In fact, the number of zombies in the urban area of City Z was no longer as terrifying. The reason human survival remained difficult was mainly due to the increasing number of high-tier zombies. Ordinary weapons couldn't harm them, and the number of strong humans was limited. They had long planned to clear out the zombies. Taking advantage of the fact that the third-tier zombies were not banding together, they aimed to take them down one by one. The sudden appearance of a large number of entry-level zombies attacking human gathering points undoubtedly advanced this plan. I agree to implement the cleanup plan ahead of schedule, Wu Juncheng stated after only a few seconds of thought. Hu Ziying was even more resolute. She was a staunch proponent of the war. With this, 3 votes were secured, and as long as there was one more vote, it could pass. I disagree. Our accumulation is still too little, the white-haired elder sighed. The new weapons were indeed powerful. However, the accompanying ammunition reserves were severely lacking. Even if production was ramped up after the cleanup began, it would be hard to keep up. The remaining 2 leaders also cast their votes against. Finally, everyone turned their gaze to Chu Tianhui. I agree to start the cleanup plan, Chu Tianhui said, twirling a walnut in his hand, his tone calm but his eyes sharp. We don't have time. The evolution speed of the zombies is much faster than we anticipated. Currently, our new weapons can still pose a threat to early-stage 3-tier zombies, but what about later? We don't have the time or opportunity to make mistakes. We can't wait until the zombies evolve to a point where we can no longer resist before we regret it. No one expected that the usually amiable Chu Tianhui would at this moment be a staunch pro-war advocate. The white-haired elder, feeling helpless, then became resolute again. What Commander Chu said makes sense. Then, starting tomorrow, we will increase production, extend everyone's working hours, and ordinary combatants will also be included in the resource collection teams. The cleanup will start the day after tomorrow. Chen Xiaohan felt as if she had a very long dream, dreaming that she was still an infant in swaddling clothes. She saw her mother die before her eyes, and she was powerless to help. Then she dreamed of Dad. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and jumped up. With her knees slightly bent, she stood on the bed, alert and scanning her surroundings. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, and the morning sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on the girl. Her hair danced lightly. Where is this? Chen Xiaohan tiptoed out of bed, her bare feet touching the floor. She remembered being grabbed by a 3-tier zombie and then pricked by something. Her head felt heavy, and she fell asleep. The girl opened the door and went down the stairs. She happened to see Chen Shen doing one-finger push-ups in the yard. Awake? There's food on the table, Chen Shen said without looking up, still exercising. Chen Xiaohan glanced at the table beside her, which had a large bag of instant food. It had been bought this morning by Jifeng from the nearest supermarket for $0. Dad, how did I end up here? Chen Xiaohan picked up a piece of ham, tore it open with her teeth, and started eating. Chen Shen joked, "You sleepwalked here last night." Such a childish lie was hard to believe. Well, Chen Xiaohan believed it. Of course, how could a zombie possibly come to a human gathering place to grab someone? It turned out she had been sleepwalking. The dream felt quite real. Dad, why are you always exercising when I see you? The girl sat on a stool, swinging her small feet, which were a bit dusty. It seemed that since she could remember, her dad rarely took a break. Wasn't he tired? Chen Shen replied casually, "Because I get stronger when I exercise." Why do you want to get stronger? The girl was quite puzzled. In her understanding, there was no concept of strength or weakness. As long as there was good food and fun, everything was fine. Fighting was not fun at all. Chen Shen paused for a moment and then continued, "I've gotten used to it. At first, it was about enjoying the feeling of getting stronger, but gradually it became a habit. Just like working out, it started for a good physique and slowly turned into a habit. That's how addiction to fitness develops. Moreover, no matter when, having a strong fist is the hard truth. If you're weak, you'll get hit. Only by getting stronger can one survive in Xiao Dan's world." After Chen Xiaohan had eaten and drunk her fill, she chatted with Chen Shen for a while and then prepared to leave for the gathering place. She must have worried her sister by sleepwalking out. "Don't go back, stay here," Chen Shen unexpectedly said. The girl was stunned at once. Then she cheered with joy. But soon she became worried again. "Sister Lu will be worried about me, right?" "It's fine, I'll help you write a letter later and have Mei Ying run an errand," Chen Shen said calmly. Upon hearing this, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. What sister? She would definitely be happier staying by her father's side. Chen Shen kept her mainly because he was worried that the girl wouldn't be able to explain things clearly when she returned. It wouldn't be good if she ended up being labeled as colluding with zombies. On this point, Chen Shen had an inexplicable confidence in humanity. The girl, who could finally live with Chen Shen, had no such worries. She ran off to play with the animal zombies. Those zombies were also willing to indulge her. After all, she was the young master, and they had to give her face. Chen Shen stood up, not in a hurry to write the letter. Swift wind. The voice was not loud, but soon a figure rushed over quickly. "Boss, what are your orders?" Swift Wind looked respectful. In the past 2 days, the boss had called on him more often. As long as he did well, did that mean he could earn rewards? Exciting! Chen Shen placed his hand on the other's head. "Don't resist." Swift Wind nodded obediently. Familiar. Current familiars, 8/30ths. It was a success. Unexpected yet reasonable. After all, no matter how strong Swift Wind's spirit was, he was just a third-tier speed type. Since the last failure, Chen Shen's mental power had increased significantly. With over 500 points of mental power, it would be unacceptable if he couldn't handle it. Swift Wind felt his entire zombie brain become much more active, and then the boss's figure seemed to grow even more majestic, like a deity among mortals, or a magnificent mountain. Next, your task with Zombie Biao is to expand the territory. Anyone who obstructs you, subdue if possible, kill if not. A cold light flickered in Chen Shen's pale eyes. Leave 100 speed types to carefully search for special resources inside and outside the territory. Let Iron Tower lead the mining inside the territory. You know what to do outside. Take 80% of the ores from my courtyard to distribute to everyone. If you encounter humans, draw the line first. If they strike first, then kill. After a series of arrangements, Chen Shen let out a breath. Previously, expanding territory was useless, but now it was different. The appearance of special ores and materials undoubtedly made the territory valuable. He had thought about it for so long yesterday. Chen Shen understood one principle. Being strong alone was useless. A single zombie's power was limited. Everyone getting stronger together was the true way. Strengthening his subordinates, expanding the territory, mining more resources, and accelerating their growth. A perfect closed loop. With a familiar skill in place, as long as he controlled the strongest batch of zombies, he wouldn't fear these guys turning against him. Understood, boss. Swift Wind was incredibly excited. Finally, the boss had come to his senses. Although there had been previous orders to expand territory, it hadn't been taken seriously enough. Never before had there been such intensity. By the way, tell Iron Tower that the few humans rescued with Xiaohan should be kicked out of the territory as soon as they wake up. Chen Shen remembered those 4 humans. He had forgotten about them yesterday due to his mood. Let them fend for themselves. He couldn't expect a single zombie to return them to a human settlement. Even if Qin Shen was willing, they probably wouldn't believe that a zombie would be so kind. Yes. Swift Wind hurried away. With Swift Wind's terrifying speed, the orders were quickly conveyed. Zombie Biao and Iron Tower each brought their subordinates to collect the ores. The group of zombies first gathered in the open space outside. Their formation was a bit chaotic, but there was no noise. They all looked on eagerly. In a way, they adhered to order better than humans. Remember, the boss is investing so many resources to train us because he values us. Zombie Biao stood at the gate, starting to PUA his subordinates. We can only repay the boss by becoming stronger, seizing more territory, and gathering more subordinates. Roar! The zombies were extremely excited. Next, the zombies began to line up to collect the ores. Each zombie received a large bag. Their bags were the ones left over from the last mining. As the ores dwindled, Qin Shen felt no sorrow at all. He couldn't eat them all at once anyway. Resources are only resources when used. If kept, they are merely waste. Strengthen the little brothers, and then dig up more resources. Persist in the path of sustainable development. The master is too good to us. Elbow Blade couldn't help but exclaim, "Long live the master." With his words, a chorus of zombies roared in agreement. The phantom looked at Qin Shen with eyes that sparkled. The master's figure was incredibly imposing. However, Qin Shen remained unaffected, exercising while eating ore. Other zombies had limits to their absorption over time, and their absorption speed was far inferior to Qin Shen's. When they were allowed to absorb freely before the battle yesterday, they didn't take in much. Qin Shen was different, at least so far, he hadn't felt any limits. Clang, clang, it was done. Crunch, crunch, just like eating jelly beans. Previously, there were no breaks during training, but now it was better. If there was nothing in his mouth, he would put down the equipment. The mouth couldn't rest. Host, Qin Shen Physique, 505, continuously improving. Strength, 505, continuously improving. Spirit, 504, continuously improving. Race, zombie level, late stage of second rank. Fire resistance, 47%. Skills, 1. Dependence, 8/30. 2. Super regeneration, 3. Blood contract, incomplete. Cooling down. The energy concentration of this ore was average, but as long as enough was consumed, the effect was still impressive. Calculating this way, at least 30 to 40 attribute points could be added in a day, much faster than before. It was clear that balanced nutrition was really important. That afternoon, Elbow Blade broke through to the early stage of the 3rd rank, and his combat power rose to a new level. Zombie Biao and Swift Wind led the Zombie Legion into battle. The primary goal was to capture the 3rd rank zombie they encountered yesterday. Not long after the Zombie Legion left, a pitch-black zombie appeared before Qin Shen, kneeling on one knee with its right fist against its left chest. "Master." The visitor was Shadow. Just as Qin Shen was about to go back to find paper and pen to write a letter, he paused. "What is it?" "A bird has flown in from the deep mountains, saying it wants to see you, master." Shadow lowered his head. "Deep mountains?" Qin Shen frowned, his hands pausing slightly. "Let it come over." If he remembered correctly, Iron Tower had mentioned some information about the wilds before. Could it be related to that suspected 4th rank zombie? Yes, Shadow replied and then withdrew. Soon, Shadow returned. Qin Shen sensed something and looked up at the sky. A zombie bird with a wingspan of over 3 meters descended from the sky, landing 10 meters in front of Qin Shen. The whirlwind it brought stirred up clouds of dust. The large bird folded its wings, standing over a meter tall. Its aura was already at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, and it spoke with arrogance. "Hello, Lord. I come on behalf of my master to invite you to join under my master's banner." "Join you?" Qin Shen walked up to the zombie bird. "What are the benefits?" "A mere 2nd rank. You are not qualified to negotiate terms," the zombie bird said haughtily. "My master is already at the 4th rank. Becoming my master's subordinate will be an unparalleled honor." The zombie bird clearly looked down on Qin Shen. Even if the latter was a special 2nd rank, he was still just a 2nd rank. His combat power could barely match the late stage of the 3rd rank, and it wasn't certain he would be a match. He didn't understand why his master had sent him to invite the other party. Sending any 2nd rank would have been a courtesy. If you could gain the protection of a 4th rank, you should be grateful. "Oh," Qin Shen waved his hand dismissively, "if there are no benefits, then you can go back." These zombies still had peculiar thought processes. If it were an ordinary zombie, it might choose to submit. But Qin Shen wouldn't. Why would he want to be a subordinate when he could be the boss comfortably? Moreover, the other party had no benefits to offer and had a poor attitude. "Are you going to defy my master's will?" The zombie bird found it hard to believe, even revealing an unmasked killing intent. "Don't be so self-righteous." Since the master had advanced to the 4th rank, It was the first time it had been rejected in its recruitment efforts. What boldness! This is a blatant disrespect for my lord's majesty. Chen Chen lowered his head to meet its gaze, his voice gradually turning cold. Defy? Big bird, your master is merely your master. The clay figure still had some fire left. This big bird had no sense at all. Good, very good. Daring to desecrate my lord, die. The big bird roared, spreading its wings, unleashing an invisible blade of wind towards Chen Chen. The latter casually swatted it away. Boom! The wall beside them exploded, creating a large hole. How is that possible? The zombie bird's pupils constricted. Its full force strike was casually deflected by the opponent. What kind of monstrous physical strength was this? Second tier? Second tier my foot. Realizing something was off, the zombie bird flapped its wings to escape, but Chen Chen grabbed its claw. With a fierce tug downwards, boom! The bird crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Feathers flew everywhere. Thinking you can run after showing off? Chen Chen coldly scanned. Tonight's dinner is barbecued zombie bird. The premise of not killing the messenger is that the messenger does not seek death. It seemed the other party was not sincerely trying to recruit. With his mental power heightened, Chen Chen's mind raced. He quickly considered various possibilities. The fact that they sent such a mindless subordinate to recruit likely meant they had no good intentions. What? The zombie bird had yet to recover. You can't kill me, my lord. Boom! Put! Chen Chen stomped on its neck, breaking it, then tossed the big bird's corpse aside. So much nonsense. Chen Chen brushed off the dust from his clothes. Shadow, take care of dinner. After saying that, he turned and went home. A conflict had already occurred, and they certainly couldn't let the other party leave unscathed. Besides, it was the other party that struck first. Chen Chen always understood the principle of reciprocity. Moreover, he was quite eager to taste barbecued zombie bird. Yes, Shadow replied, shouldering the big bird's corpse and leaving. He was not surprised by his master's choice. He would never question whether his master's actions would offend a fourth-tier zombie. There must be a reason for his master's actions. His task was to follow orders. The current task was to pluck the zombie bird's feathers. After rummaging through his home, Chen Chen finally found a notebook and a pencil. He made do with them. Xiao Han is staying with me, no need to worry. Chen Chen wrote this line. No further explanation was given. In his view, it was unnecessary. Just as he finished writing, Chen Chen suddenly remembered something. Why did I bring Lu Weiwei along in the first place? Chen Chen began to recall, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh, as a hostage, to prevent the dogluck kid from coming back for revenge. By the way, did I run into that guy last night? No wonder that crazy guy felt a bit familiar last night. Wasn't that Lin Fan? Goodness, it hadn't been long since they last met, and he was already at the third tier. At that time, he was only thinking about saving people and didn't pay much attention. It could also be that he had only seen him once, and too much time had dulled his impression. Now he realized that Lin Fan and another Captain Xiao had disappeared. Most likely took advantage of the chaos to run away. The dogluck kid truly lives up to his name. Chen Chen was somewhat impressed by him. He had escaped from his hands twice in a row. His luck was extraordinary. It seemed he needed to deepen his memory. If he encountered that guy again, he should kill him if possible. It was likely that even reasoning wouldn't get through to that crazy guy. Pocketing the letter, Chen Chen continued his training. Late at night, is Xiao Han okay? So she's with Mr. Zombie. Lu Weiwei, just off work, saw the letter at her doorstep and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she felt a bit unclear about her emotions. Could it be that Mr. Zombie has invaded the gathering place? After spending a few days together, she felt that Mr. Zombie was not that kind of zombie. But nothing is absolute. The fact is, the kidnapped Qin Xiaohan was with Mr. Zombie. Lu Weiwei now looked noticeably more haggard, perhaps due to work, or maybe because of her low spirits. She really wanted to end it all, but she also feared death. A voice told her that living is always better than dying. Recently, the highest command of the gathering place extended everyone's working hours from 12 to 14 hours. All major production lines are operating 24 hours a day. Lu Weiwei thought this was good. When busy, she wouldn't overthink. When tired, she would just go home and sleep, with no time to ponder. Not far away, after confirming the delivery of the message, the shadow slowly disappeared into the darkness. Her injuries had already healed, and she had smoothly advanced to the third tier. Having absorbed Qin Chen's flesh twice, her recovery ability was significantly stronger than before. Now, as long as she didn't leak her aura, she could move freely in the human gathering place. Why does she think the master is invading the human gathering place? The shadow, filled with confusion, wandered around the gathering place several times. Finally, she found the answer. two night shift workers, just coming back from the restroom, were full of grievances. It's all the damned zombies' fault. If they hadn't invaded the gathering place, we wouldn't have to work such long hours. Now, when I get home every day, I'm so tired I just want to sleep. Exactly, sighed the other. I say those awakened ones are useless. They can't even guard their homes. Shoo, we can't say that. Listening to their discussion, the shadow left the gathering place. They've shifted the blame for the zombie invasion onto the master? The shadow already had her suspicions. She needed to report this back to the master. In front of the campfire, the shadow was roasting a large bird. After hearing the shadow's report, Shen, who was doing weighted squats, nodded. Be careful when you let the zombies act around humans. Increasing production surely meant there would be major movements ahead. Many human decisions could be analyzed from certain details. Combined with the intelligence brought back by the shadow, it was highly likely that the next target of the humans would be themselves. Whether to invade or not could very well just be an excuse for the other side. After all, before this, human survivors had also united to deal with the fourth-tier faceless zombies. Nowadays, humans are like startled birds. Any unstable factor could prompt them to go all out. Shen put down the steel roll, walked over to the shadow, and took a bite of the roasted zombie bird. It's time to find an opportunity to give them a warning. At 6 in the morning, thousands of armed personnel stood outside the city wall of Gathering Place 1. The formation was orderly, and the momentum was overwhelming. In the front row, each soldier held a non-painted firearm. The guns emitted a strong energy fluctuation. This must be the new type of weapon developed by humans. Firearms forged from special materials and ores, along with matching ammunition. The 4 leaders and 3 commanders looked at the imposing team and nodded. A mid-level commander ran up to Wu Junchang and saluted. After Wu Junchang returned the salute, the mid-level commander lowered his hand. Standing tall, with a loud voice, he reported, "Commander, the cleanup army should have 2,762 personnel, with 2,762 present, including 860 from the Firepower Battalion, 300 from the Reconnaissance Battalion, 1,000 from the Awakened Battalion, 590 from various elite squads, and 12 from the Command Center. Please give instructions. All personnel, check your weapons and equipment, then depart according to plan to clear the zombies." Wu Juncheng's gaze was incredibly resolute. Before the disaster, he was just an ordinary office worker in his early 20s, earning and spending without any prospects for the future. After the disaster, he awakened his perception ability due to extreme fear, starting as a strong second tier. Although he hadn't fought his way through like Commander Zhao Tianlong, he had experienced multiple life and death crises. During one crisis, he advanced to the 3rd tier and became the commander of Gathering Place 4. He wasn't as powerful in combat or defense as other commanders, nor was he a professional talent. But relying on his perception ability, he was now considered an excellent commander. He was the main person responsible for this cleanup plan. Yes, the mid-level commander shouted. The 2 saluted again. The armed personnel standing guard on the city wall all looked over in this direction, their eyes filled with expectation. The determination of this operation was immense, and all available combat forces were mobilized. All units, act according to the plan. Victory belongs to humanity. The mid-level commander turned to the armed personnel. Victory belongs to humanity. The soldiers shouted, their voices soaring into the sky. The units began to take action. The initial phase of the plan involved splitting into 3 routes to clear the zombies within 10 kilometers to the east, north, and south. Hu Ziying, Wu Juncheng, and a captain closest to the 3rd tier each took command of one route. Xu Tianhui returned to his old profession, defending the home. Soon, the armed personnel split into 3 groups and set off to eliminate the enemy under the leadership of their respective commanders. This process took less than 5 minutes. The scene was orderly, with clear divisions of labor, resembling the operation of a large machine. Meanwhile, ordinary people working nearby looked up at the furious roars. "We must win. Otherwise, my 14-hour workday will be in vain." They risked their lives outside. What do we have to complain about? Let's get to work. Comrades, let's speed up bullet production. We can't let the front line run out of ammunition. With limited electricity, many production lines could only rely on manual labor. Yet, despite this, most people remained spirited. Humanity's decision not to head west to trouble Qinshan was also well considered. First, a reconnaissance team had brought back intelligence. Qinshan's territory was over 30 kilometers away in a straight line, making it difficult to push through immediately. It was better to clear the zombies in other directions first, ensuring the safety of teams going out to search for resources. Once the 3 sides were mostly cleared, they would unite and push westward, more accurately, southwest. Unlike humanity's actions, the movements of the zombies led by Zhang Biao and Jifeng were much more arrogant. They pushed outward in all directions. Zhang Biao led a team eastward. Jifeng led a team southward. Hong Gui led a team westward. Elbow Blade led a team northward. The big guy's injuries hadn't healed yet, so he followed Iron Tower. The territory, originally 10 kilometers in radius, expanded to 15 kilometers in just over a day. Apart from the 2 third-tier zombies that Chen Shen had beaten up the night before, he had also captured 2 more to take back. Among the third-tier zombies sent back, one strong-bodied type was disobedient and was dealt with by Chen Shen, serving as a warning. The other 3 successfully transformed into subordinates. This kind of convincing could actually save the step of the blood contract. Only the truly stubborn ones required additional treatment. The blood contract could also be treated as a strengthening skill, to be supplemented for the subordinates later. The 3 zombies were a strong-bodied type with skin like stone, named Giant Rock, mid-third tier. One was a regular humanoid mental type, but with a single eye, named Heart Eye, early third tier. The last was a blade type with hands like knives, named Blade Edge, early third tier. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. Go to my yard to absorb mineral energy and recover, then help Zhangbiao and the others. Yes. The 3 zombies, filled with awe, stood up and entered Chen Shen's yard. They glanced at Chen Xiaohan, who was absorbing mineral energy, and began to absorb as well. Chen Shen lifted a steel coil above his head. Strength push completed x 2333, attribute point +1. Point allocation successful. Host, Chen Shen, physique, 517, continuously increasing. Strength, 517, continuously increasing. Spirit, 516, continuously increasing. Race, zombie. Level, late second tier. Fire resistance, 47%. Skills, 1. Subordinate, 11/30. 2. Super regeneration, 3. Blood contract, remnant cooling down. Chen Shen could feel his strength continuously increasing. Even now, the strength of a late third-tier strong-bodied type was far inferior to his own. Yet, despite this, his level remained late second tier. The path of humanity's third stage is really tightly sealed, Chen Shen said helplessly. The shadow has been circling around human gathering places for quite a while now, and there's not a single clue. On the contrary, the cultivation methods for the first and second stages are not hard to obtain. Chen Shen had seen the cultivation methods for the first and second stages of humanity. They were quite simple. The awakening of first stage abilities varies in energy intensity based on each person's talent. Some people awaken at the late first stage, or even at the second stage. The second stage is rare. Some only awaken at the early first stage. This stage involves continuously honing abilities and improving the compatibility with their powers. When one can absorb energy again, it indicates a breakthrough. Aside from being time-consuming, there are basically no thresholds. Similarly, this stage is quite weak. The accumulation of second-stage energy, as the name suggests, is about continuously absorbing energy to strengthen one's abilities. Depending on a person's constitution, the amount they can accumulate varies. In simple terms, each person's upper limit of endurance is different. One can absorb from the air, from special resources, or even during combat. The latter is relatively dangerous. The vast majority of leaders advance to the third stage through combat. By continuously consuming and absorbing, increasing the amount of energy within, one eventually breaks through to the third stage. The benefit of this breakthrough is quick adaptation and strong power. The downside? One might absorb beyond their limit and die. Moreover, most leaders carry hidden injuries. Of course, humanity now has a correct path to the third stage. The main task of the Shadow and the Phantom has become to borrow humanity's methods for third stage cultivation. On the 42nd day of the disaster, Chen Shen's territory had expanded to nearly 2,000 square kilometers. The urban area accounted for 1/6 of the entire Z city. His subordinates had also surpassed the 1,000 mark. With both the quantity and quality of his subordinates steadily rising, the speed of expansion was also increasing. They hardly encountered any significant resistance, except for the wind, boulder, and blade responsible for the south. The south was deep mountains, where the situation was relatively complex, and the zombies there were generally of a higher tier than those in the urban area. Even though wind was very strong and had the help of boulder and blade, it was still difficult to advance. In the end, they could only stop. Currently, they occupied 5 mountain peaks. The mining team led by Iron Tower had expanded to 200 zombies and was still extremely busy. The urban area was manageable, just collecting some special materials. No mineral veins had been discovered yet. Among the 5 mountains, there were 3 mineral veins. Iron Tower was completely baffled by this. In the past few days, Chen Shen had also acquired 3 third-stage dependents, named Strength, Red Hair, and Lightning. All were mid-third stage. The first 2 were strength types, while lightning was a speed type. As soon as the blood contract cooled down, it was immediately used on wind. The latter's strength increased significantly, but he was still at the third stage level. Looking at the various ores piled outside the courtyard, Shinshin couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It really is more and more. This is the benefit of expanding territory. Within the territory, mining is free, no foolish zombies dare to disturb them, and humans avoid this area like the plague. It had been several days since he heard from the shadow about any human activities nearby. The ores in front of him were only 20% of the total. They couldn't possibly use it all. Crack, crack. He casually tossed a purple ore into his mouth. Should I distribute some to my subordinates? Chen Shen felt a bit embarrassed. He was enjoying the fruits of their labor. Initially, the idea was to let the younger brothers have their fun, and if they encountered any insurmountable troubles, he would step in. But none of them could fight. Master! A pitch-black figure suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Speak, Chen Shen said calmly. Reporting to the master, the armed human forces are approaching our territory. Their weapons can threaten early third-stage abilities. Should we have the zombies retreat temporarily? The shadow lowered his head. Shen Shen pondered for a few seconds, then looked at the shadow. No need, we will encounter them sooner or later. I'll go take a look. The new weapons of humanity are indeed a problem. If the two sides clash, I estimate that except for the third-tier zombies, everyone else will be done for. With that, Chen Shen exerted force under his feet. Boom! The village path, already reduced to rubble, was directly stomped into a pit. The shadow looked up but could no longer see Chen Shen's figure. Master has become much stronger, the shadow admired, feeling ashamed at the same time. The phantom has been at the third tier for several days now. Although my abilities are more outstanding, my usefulness to the master is diminishing. His gaze turned resolute. He must break through. Only by reaching the third tier can he better serve his master. He needed to borrow the human method of cultivating to the third tier before the phantom did. He didn't understand why the master used the word borrow. Anyway, whatever the master said was right. Meanwhile, on another front, the zombie leader, Sang Biao, was persuading the recently captured second-tier zombie with his 200 subordinates. The territory of second-tier zombies was not as large as that of third-tier zombies, and they had fewer subordinates. Many second-tier zombies were even lone wolves, but they still had some combat power. Slap! Sang Biao slapped the second-tier zombie's face, his tone icy. I'll give you 3 more seconds. If you don't submit, you'll die. Roar! I submit. The second-tier zombie wanted to cry. What kind of situation was this? He was just resting in his territory when a large group of zombies rushed in and started beating him up without a word. After the beating, the leader pressed his face and slapped him. After a few minutes, he finally asked a question. Just ask directly. We zombies are the most pragmatic. Very well, from now on, you will be my little brother. Of course, I still have a boss above me, and his orders are more important than mine, Sang Biao said with satisfaction. Although he had become Chen Shen's subordinate, Sang Biao and Jifeng still called Chen Shen boss. They were used to it. They felt that boss and master were quite similar. At that moment, a small but capable figure appeared. Sang Biao, humans are getting close to the territory. The newcomer was lightning. So soon? Sang Biao was slightly surprised. Did you see how many people there were? More than 2,000, Lightning's expression darkened. There are 3 third-tier auras. But that's not the main issue. The main problem is the weapons mentioned by the Phantom. They are troublesome. The second-tier captain who had been overseeing the human cleanup operation had successfully advanced to the third tier. The newly promoted leader, Han Wanyuan, a 37-year-old man, had the ability to control Earth. The walls of the gathering place were constructed by him and the Earth Awakeners under his command. Otherwise, such a large project could not have been completed in just a few days, even before the disaster. Concrete is also Earth. This cleanup operation benefited from upgraded equipment, and the human side suffered minimal casualties. Ordinary zombies and second-tier zombies could basically only wait to die when they encountered them. Early third-tier zombies could only temporarily avoid the onslaught. Mid-third-tier zombies were not that common, and with the humans first covering them with firepower to weaken them, then letting the Awakeners surround them, it was almost a sure win. Casualties were mostly during the siege of third-tier zombies, within an acceptable range. In war, there are no deaths without casualties, and even more so after the disaster. When these people appeared in the cleanup team, they were fully prepared. As the master said, we will negotiate first. Sang Biao's eyes flashed with cold light. If the other side strikes first, then we will fight. This time, we will go. Let the subordinates retreat a kilometer, Sang Biao added. After all, sending second-tier zombies over would be like delivering food. They had worked hard to gather little brothers. They couldn't waste them on this. All right, Lightning nodded. I'll go negotiate first. With that, Lightning's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. On the main road, Wu Junchang, who was marching, suddenly raised his hand. Tell the rear to stop. The commander relayed the order backward. The command quickly spread back. The team of over 2,000 stopped. Wu Junchang looked up at the roof of a large truck ahead, his expression slightly changing. Mid-third tier? Humans, stop. Ahead is my lord's territory. Turn back now, and we won't interfere with each other, came the roar of lightning. If you advance any further, we will go to war. Not interfere with each other? Wu Junchang sneered. Do you think there's still a possibility for us to coexist peacefully? The armed personnel behind him, though weary from travel, were all filled with fighting spirit. After days of great victories, their morale had reached a terrifying level. Not to mention that the enemy had only a mid-level third-tier zombie, even if it were a late third tier. As long as Wu Junchang gave the order, everyone would fire without hesitation. I never said coexistence, Lightning replied disdainfully. Drawing a line with you is my lord's command. This is mercy towards you, not a request. At these words, everyone was enraged. The hot-tempered Hu Ziying directly cursed, to hell with your mercy. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Hearing the insults, Lightning's forehead bulged with veins, ready to explode at any moment. Just then, the zombie Biao appeared after arranging his subordinates. Humans, mind your words, or I won't hesitate to tear your mouth apart right now. Zombie Biao was angrier than Lightning, but he held back due to Chen Chen's orders. The boss had said that humans would strike first before fighting, but it was infuriating. Commander Hu, please calm down, a middle-aged man soothed, a slight smile on his lips. What they call drawing a line is actually fear of our strength. In my opinion, we should follow the old rules, first suppress them with firepower, then the assault team will join us in encircling them. Han Wanyuan had just been promoted to third tier and to the position of commander, feeling quite spirited. He had even successfully encircled a mid-level third-tier zombie before. To him, the two third-tier zombies across were not a concern. As for their so-called master, it was just a special type. No matter how strong, it could only be invincible at the third tier. Below the fourth tier, humans were confident they could take them down. Even if it were a fourth tier, had humans never killed a fourth-tier zombie before? What needed to be done now was to take down this group of zombies before the enemy gathered their forces. Weakening the opponent a bit before the full-scale war would be beneficial. Wu Junchang nodded. He activated his ability, be a little careful. His ability could provide some hints. This was not foresight of the future, but rather a sense from the void. In his perception, this battle should be more of a scare than a danger. Perhaps he had indeed overestimated the strength of that zombie. After all, it was just a second-tier special type. It had only taken a few more subordinates to capture a small stronghold of the Chaoyang organization. Firepower Battalion, prepare. Those holding the new-style firearms quickly lined up, orderly and precise. The first row knelt with their guns, while the second row stood. Hundreds of dark gun muzzles pointed forward. The safeties were off. Fire! Before the commander could finish his command, suddenly a figure descended from the sky. No, it should be said that it jumped from a tall building, landing a considerable distance between Zombie Biao and the humans. Boom! The ground was directly smashed into a pit, and the surrounding pavement cracked inch by inch. The newcomer had pale blue skin, a normal human build, short hair, short sleeves, and shorts, but possessed a terrifyingly large mouth. Wu Junchang and Hu Ziying's pupils constricted, their muscles tensing instinctively. It's him! Hu Ziying's expression changed. The armed personnel felt a bit intimidated by the scene. What kind of zombie had such a freakish body? That height was at least several dozen meters. Yet, upon landing, the opponent didn't even bend their knees. Han Wanyuan, however, was quite dismissive. A second-tier special type? Just a bit stronger physically, this is perfect. I'll take you on first. Open fire. With a single command, all the gunners simultaneously pulled the triggers. Countless rounds poured out. Instantly, it rained down on Chen Chen, but it was not the bloody scene everyone had imagined. Even under the fire, Chen Chen was slowly advancing. It seemed that such powerful firepower could not affect him in the slightest. Bang bang bang, numerous bullets hit Chen Chen and were deflected, striking the ground and sending countless sparks flying. The new type of ammunition that could easily penetrate late-stage second-tier zombies couldn't even break through Chen Chen's defenses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 rockets were launched. From different directions, they aimed directly at Chen Chen. The latter's gaze sharpened, moving with incredible speed as he directly grabbed 2 of them and kicked the third away. Boom! The rocket exploded, sending a massive cloud of smoke and dust into the air. Han Wanyuan's expression brightened. Barehanded? Ridiculously foolish. But the next second, his smile froze as he saw a figure emerge from the explosion. Aside from severely damaged clothing, there seemed to be no signs of injury. At that moment, 2 rows of armed men had finished their magazine capacity and were reloading. However, from their trembling movements, it was clear they were somewhat panicked. This was the first time they had encountered a zombie that was completely unharmed under such fire coverage. "This kind of force is just right for a massage," Chen said calmly, continuing to advance, "but you really aren't very polite." Fortunately, his physique was robust, otherwise, a mid-stage third-tier enhancement type would have been severely injured here. Humanity had not changed. As long as they felt there was a chance, they would strike first upon encountering a zombie. Even if they exchanged a few words, it was merely to buy time and prepare for an attack. Seeing Chen continue to advance, Wu Junqing stepped forward, his tone serious. "No need to waste ammunition, the opponent is at least late-stage third-tier. All members of the Sharp Blade team, surround and kill him with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Ziying unleashed a sonic boom beneath her feet, rushing to Chen in the blink of an eye. Her right hand formed a fist, with waves of sonic energy surging, and she ruthlessly smashed it toward Chen. She was filled with murderous intent. "Die!" Wu Junqing pulled out a dagger from his bosom. The dagger was pitch black, exuding energy fluctuations. It was a cold weapon forged from special materials, specifically for commanders. The forging difficulty was high, and not all materials could provide assistance to the commander. Currently, humanity had only forged two, one in his hand and the other in Han Wanyuan's. The two lacked close combat means, and this dagger somewhat compensated for that. No matter how one looked at it, Wu Junqing was a solid mid-stage third tier, and his speed was quite fast. As Hu Ziying moved, he attacked Chen from the side. At that moment, the latter grabbed Hu Ziying's fist with his other hand. The powerful sonic boom surged, carrying enough force to explode the heads of early-stage third-tier zombies. However, when it struck Chen, it merely ruffled his hair and tattered clothing. In the next instant, Chen stepped sideways, colliding directly into Wu Junqing's embrace. The latter's dagger was skillfully dodged. Slap! Crack! In Wu Junqing's incredulous gaze, Chen easily broke his wrist. The dagger fell with a clatter. "Damn it!" Hu Ziying's anger surged, and her other hand swung a fist toward Chen's head. "Everyone's temper is so foul," Chen forcefully pulled, delivering an e-strike. "Can't we just talk nicely?" Hu Ziying felt as if her abdomen had been hit by a car, uncontrollably bending over, then she was violently sent flying backward. After hitting the ground, she rolled several times, knocking several people who were ready to catch her away. Han Wanyuan finally reacted, crouching down, hands on the ground. "Except for the Sharp Blade team, everyone retreat 100 meters, be wary of other zombies ambushing." The armed personnel withdrew as ordered. Hundreds of second-tier awakeners took their positions according to their abilities. Among them, Earth-type awakeners coordinated with Han Wanyuan. They were already quite familiar with such cooperation. Chains formed from earth and stone rose from the ground, wrapping around Chen, attempting to restrict his mobility. Wu Junqing hurriedly retreated to avoid being affected. At the same time, various abilities bombarded Chen. Did we succeed? Hu Ziying, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, struggled to rise. She looked at Chen's position, which was still being bombarded by various abilities. The sky was dyed in a myriad of colors by the overwhelming abilities. Wu Junqing attempted to activate his power, but the energy fluctuations over there were simply too great. He could sense nothing but a massive ball of energy. "I don't know," Wu Junqing shook his head helplessly, "but even a late-stage Tier 3 can't withstand this kind of bombardment." The Sharp Blade team consisted of Tier 2 awakeners, half of whom had ranged capabilities. Since the methods of human cultivation became widespread, more and more awakeners had broken through to Tier 2. Advancing to Tier 2 was not particularly difficult, it was just that there had been no proper guidance before, leaving them to grope in the dark. The attack of a single Tier 2 awakener against a Tier 3 zombie might only be akin to a light scratch, but many ants can kill an elephant. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. With this level of attack density, it was likely that no one or zombie below Tier 4 could withstand it. Centered around Chen's location, the ground within a 10-meter radius collapsed, and earth and stones flew everywhere. The land was charred black from being scorched, or perhaps it was pierced by ice spikes. The attack lasted for 3 minutes. What special species? It's nothing like this. Han Wanyuan's forehead was sweating as he raised both hands, standing with his hands behind his back. Confident, powerful. His aura was overwhelming. The attacks gradually ceased. Completed high-temperature resistance training, attribute point +1, fire resistance +1%. Completed impact resistance training, attribute point +1. Attribute points added successfully. Host, Chen, physique, 548, continuously increasing. Strength, 547, continuously increasing. Spirit, 547, continuously increasing. Race, zombie. Level, late stage Tier 2, fire resistance, 49%. Skills, 1. Kin, 14/30. 2. Super regeneration. 3. Blood contract, incomplete cooling down. Crack. A faint sound spread, and the crowd, who had just relaxed, instantly tensed their muscles. They saw a figure emerge from the pit created by the bombardment, his pale blue skin still intact. Even his short hair remained. He seemed to be eating something. If it weren't for the fact that his clothes were gone, everyone would have doubted whether he had truly endured such a relentless assault. At this moment, he exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. How is this possible? Han Wanyuan's pupils shook violently, instinctively taking a half step back. Even a late-stage Tier 3 strong body type shouldn't be able to withstand this. Why is he unharmed? He was mistaken in this judgment. Shin Shen had indeed suffered some superficial injuries, but compared to his terrifying recovery speed, it was negligible. Hu Ziying gritted his silver teeth, recalling the first time he met Shen Shen. At that time, the latter did not have such a despairing sense of oppression. Clearly still Tier 2, why is he so strong? Wu Juncheng pressed his left hand against his right wrist, his face extremely grim. Had he been deceived by his sensing ability again? The last time he used his ability before entering the Meat Mountain, the answer he received was that he could find a way to break the situation by entering it. The reality proved that the disappearance of the 4 leaders prompted humanity to directly initiate the final plan. The result was that the Tier 4 zombies were blown to pieces. He and Hu Ziying had indeed survived. Could it be the same this time? With this thought, Wu Juncheng surveyed his surroundings, searching for a way to break the situation. Whoosh! Chen Chen flashed and appeared in front of Han Wanyuan. The latter was startled and was about to activate his ability. Crack! Chen Chen kicked the side of his knee, directly folding him over. Ah! Han Wanyuan lost his balance and fell to the ground, staring at his folded leg, crying out in agony. He was even so disoriented that he couldn't use his abilities for a moment. How to break the situation? Wu Juncheng was sweating profusely, yet he couldn't find a solution. There wouldn't suddenly appear a powerful zombie to engage with the opponent. Even if one did, it would most likely kill all the humans first. He finally understood why a mere Tier 2 could gather so many entry-level zombies, why the Chaoyang organization's stronghold was trampled by the opponent. It was all about strength. Everyone had underestimated this strange zombie. Damn it, is humanity's fate really sealed? Hu Ziying was unwilling to accept it. The last time, the 4th-tier zombies couldn't move and could be killed with high-yield missiles. But this time, would the enemy obediently let themselves be blown up? Seeing Han Wanyuan injured, many members of the Sharp Blade team rushed in to surround him. Bang! 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 Shadows flew out like dead dogs. The sound of a voice meant another 2nd-tier awakened one had died. Chen Chen waved his hand, creating countless afterimages. The others couldn't even touch Chen Chen. His speed and strength had reached an exaggerated level. It wasn't until 30 or 40 had died that the remaining awakened ones finally stopped, too frightened to advance. They could only pray for Captain Han. It's really exhausting trying to communicate with you. Chen Chen stopped his movements, shook the blood off his fists, and scanned the crowd. Can we have a proper talk now? As expected, as a zombie, trying to explain, negotiate, or communicate with humans was extremely difficult. A beating was unavoidable. Talk? Wu Juncheng's mouth twitched. Is there anything left for us to discuss? Not to mention that this special species might be the culprit behind the invasion of the gathering place. Even if it wasn't, they had already fought to this extent. Would you really want to talk? Humanity's goal was to wipe out zombies. Zombies wanted to devour humans. With such an irreconcilable contradiction, their antagonistic relationship was destined. Any side claiming to coexist peacefully seemed naive and ridiculous. Who would believe it? Who would dare to gamble? Especially since there were precedents of gathering places being destroyed by zombies. This led humans to usually strike first when encountering zombies. Kill if you can, run if you can't. If you're planning to raise humans, then there's no need to talk. We're not afraid of death. Wu Juncheng gritted his teeth and added, before we all die, we'll take a piece of you with us. He had heard that in the neighboring city, a strong individual from a gathering place had been killed, and the higher-ups, in order to save their lives, agreed to send people to the zombies regularly. The zombies would surely protect the gathering place in return. After all, this was a long-term source of food. If that was the case, Wu Juncheng felt it was better to fight to the death. I don't like eating humans. Chen Chen shook his head, not caring whether the other side believed him. I only want one thing, and that is your human 3rd-tier cultivation method. If you're willing to give me a copy, I can let you go. Even to the extent that this area will be completely under your control in the northeast direction of City Z, and I will no longer expand that way. After all, there weren't many materials to be found in the city. Chen Chen's next focus would be on the deep mountains to the south. The big bird he killed last time had a 4th-tier boss in the deep mountains to the south. Sooner or later, he would have to confront it. Cultivation method? Don't zombies just evolve by devouring? Why do you need this? Wu Juncheng asked 3 questions in a row. Chen Chen kicked the still moaning Han Wanyuan, sending him right in front of the humans. The latter instinctively took a few steps back. Then a healer stepped forward to use their abilities to help Han Wanyuan heal his injuries. Just consider me curious. Chen Chen's tone grew increasingly impatient. I can forgive your rude actions and give you a minute to think. If you refuse, we'll continue. This could be seen as an opportunity Chen Chen was offering them. After all, killing all these people would just take a bit more time for him. In the end, leaving 1 or 2 alive, with a blood contract and a small combo of familiars, getting whatever he wanted wouldn't be difficult. Now it was up to these humans to be sensible or not. Wu Juncheng frowned, his tone filled with hesitation and distrust. How can I trust you? What if you get what you want and then? Before he could finish, Chen Chen said lightly, you have no choice. Despair, helplessness. Some gritted their teeth, furious, their fists clenched tightly. They wanted to say that they could fight to the end. But after witnessing Chen Chen's terrifying strength, no one felt there was any chance of victory left. When the gap in strength is large enough, the courage to fight desperately seems particularly laughable. I hope you can keep your word. Wu Juncheng gritted his teeth and looked at a late-stage second-tier awakener beside him. The latter hesitated. Commander Wu, if anything happens, I will take responsibility, Wu Juncheng said with a serious expression, but he understood in his heart. Is this what he perceived as danger without risk? Damn it, no one died. In fact, only Han Wanyuan was injured, but the gap was too great. He would think twice before trusting his perception again. Upon hearing this, the awakener took out a small notebook from his pocket, which had nothing on the cover. It looked like an ordinary little notebook. Since the army was staying overnight for this operation, the higher-ups specially approved a few copies of third-tier cultivation methods for the late-stage second-tier awakeners to bring along. This way, it wouldn't delay everyone's cultivation progress. If this operation could produce a few more third-tier powerhouses, it would be great for humanity. But no one expected this notebook would be used in such a situation. Wu Juncheng took the small notebook and tossed it to Chen Chen. The latter caught it with his hand, surprised that the other party had this thing on him. He had originally planned to have someone go back to fetch it. It seemed this saved some trouble. Chen Chen wasn't worried about being deceived, casually waved his hand. You all go back. From now on, this place will be the boundary between our territories. After saying that, Chen Chen turned and left. Everyone was stunned. Is that it? They had said that zombies were untrustworthy, yet this zombie seemed quite reasonable? He laughed. Hu Ziying's beautiful eyes were dazed, somewhat in disbelief. The figure leaving was just like when they first met. Could it be that there are zombies that don't eat people? Wu Juncheng, however, let out a huge sigh of relief. He had felt an immense burden on his shoulders just now. It felt like over 2,000 lives were weighing down on him. He had never experienced such suffocating pressure. Coming back to his senses, he realized he had actually gambled on a zombie keeping its word. What a bold choice, what a helpless choice. Fortunately, he had bet right. Everyone, tidy up. Let's go home. Wu Juncheng felt no particular emotion. Did they win or lose? Neither. It was humanity being granted a piece of living space by a zombie, and there was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't go back on their word in the future. They only had one option to accept. Otherwise, with the strength the other party had shown, even if he charged into the gathering place alone, no one could do anything to him. Go home? Hu Ziying was somewhat confused, but there was a slight change in her gaze towards Wu Juncheng. Although the latter had compromised with the zombie, which seemed like a cowardly act, the pressure he must have endured at that moment was immense. How much scorn would he have to bear afterward? Hu Ziying had always thought of Wu Juncheng as just a kid. If it weren't for his suitable abilities, he would never have been the overall leader of this operation. He was clearly in his 20s but not very mature. However, today she had changed her view of him. Perhaps after experiencing a life-and-death crisis, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They even began to feel fortunate. Home, what a comforting word. The human cleanup army came back with great momentum, but the atmosphere was strange. Joy, depression, anger, resentment, despair, perhaps all of it. Upon learning of the cleanup army's return, Zhu Tianhui and the 4 leaders went out 3 kilometers to welcome them. Victorious return? Well done. Zhu Tianhui, seeing so many people come back, patted Wu Juncheng on the shoulder, feeling very gratified. Then he became puzzled. Why is everyone's mood so low? Are you tired? The atmosphere was so strange it was visible to the naked eye. Why was there no sign of triumph? Wu Juncheng shook his head helplessly. No. What's going on? Chu Tianhui's expression changed, becoming serious.
Hu Ziying leaned closer. That zombie is much stronger than we expected. Its threat level is not below that of a 4th-tier zombie, but it seems it has no intention of slaughtering humans.
Perhaps we misunderstood that zombie from the very beginning? What exactly is going on? Chu Tianhui pressed for answers.
Wu Junchang stopped Hu Ziying from continuing. Let me speak. First, we launched a firepower strike, then gathered all awakened ones of 2nd tier and above to attack, yet we couldn't harm him in the slightest. In the end, we could only exchange our survival for a method of 3rd tier cultivation. He said that the northeast of Z City will be ours in the future, but I can't be sure of the credibility of his words. At least he did let us go, otherwise. After briefly recounting the events, Wu Junchang looked towards the army behind him. The leaders who had come closer fell silent upon hearing this.
So, the army really couldn't do anything to the opponent and was forced into a deal?
As the overall leader of this operation, I will bear all consequences. Wu Junchang gritted his teeth.
He had prepared for this on the way back.
Hu Ziying wanted to say something, but he pulled him aside.
No one could harm him together? Could he have already reached the 4th tier? Chu Tianhui's expression grew even worse.
If that were the case, even if the opponent temporarily spared humanity, there was no guarantee they wouldn't strike again.
Would they have to beg for mercy then? Dignity and the right to survive have never been granted by others.
They rely on strength.
Boiling a frog in warm water is the most unwise approach. But the current problem is that humanity's strength is not enough. Clearing the city? In the end, it became a joke. Sigh, this can't be blamed on you.
Just as that zombie said, we had no choice, the white-haired elder sighed, his once radiant appearance quickly withering. At least we preserved our living forces.
As long as people are alive, there is hope. Everyone nodded. Wu Junchang's choice was not wrong. In fact, fighting to the bitter end could lead to total annihilation of the army. Losing such a large force would make it truly difficult for humanity to survive.
Before the army entered the city, a collective meeting was held.
It was very simple. After this operation, no one was to mention the details to anyone.
The higher-ups would announce this as a great victory.
Survivors need hope.
Only with hope can order be maintained. If everyone is in despair, the survivors of Z City will truly reach their end. When Lu Weiwei heard the news of the army's triumphant return on the production line, she was momentarily unsure whether to be happy or not.
The people around her embraced and wept, celebrating the victory. Only she was in a daze. Did Mr. Zombie die? What about Xiao Han?
The thought of that girl losing her mother, and now her father was gone too, instantly made her feel a shared sorrow.
On the other side, Chen Shen instructed Sang Biao not to expand eastward anymore.
After that, he returned to his residence, having changed into a new set of clothes before coming back.
He sat at the entrance of the courtyard and opened a small notebook.
Ability Cultivation Method, Introduction. Since the disaster, countless awakened ones have emerged, and everyone is just blindly crossing the river. I have created this cultivation method based on my insights. This method is suitable for all ages, but each person's talent and physique are different, so the cultivation effects will vary. I hope future generations can also establish new methods to improve the ability cultivation methods and continue to strive.
The handwriting of the person copying was quite good.
Chen Shen only glanced through the earlier parts of the ability cultivation method.
He finally stopped at this page. The 2nd tier is the accumulation of quantity. How is this quantity determined?
I will quantify it roughly. The early 2nd tier is approximately 100 to 199 energy units, the mid-2nd tier is 200 to 299 energy units, and the late 2nd tier is 300 to 499 energy units. According to each person's upper limit of endurance, the accumulated energy units in the late 2nd tier will differ.
Theoretically, the more one accumulates, the stronger they will be after breaking through.
But exceeding one's own endurance limit carries the risk of energy loss of control. Mild cases may lead to internal injuries, severe cases could be fatal. Once a feeling of energy fullness arises, it is advised not to absorb more.
As long as one reaches 399 energy units, the minimum breakthrough requirement is satisfied.
Most 3rd-tier leaders previously reached their own limits and could not suppress it before breaking through. Good luck breaking through to become a leader, bad luck. These leaders all lack a crucial step.
I named it the Heart Bridge.
According to the insights of 10 volunteers, the situations faced by each person crossing the Heart Bridge are largely similar. Crossing the Heart Bridge leads to clarity of mind, allowing one to glimpse the source of their abilities. Then, using the accumulated energy units to strengthen one's own abilities, once the enhancement is complete, one can smoothly advance to the 3rd tier. The entire process varies from person to person, taking as little as 1 or 2 days, or as long as 7 or 8 days, estimated. Those who advance to the third tier without crossing the heart bridge risk energy instability as their strength increases. They can still cross the heart bridge to make up for this step, but the difficulty of crossing the heart bridge increases several times after reaching the third tier, resulting in a lower success rate. Below is the method for crossing the heart bridge. After reading this, Chen Chen felt a bit dazed.
Do my attribute points count as an energy unit? Chen Chen murmured, if they do, that's over 500, or even over 1600? No matter how he looked at it, it exceeded the limit. Perhaps he was special. Moreover, he didn't feel energy saturation. There was still room for improvement. Should I try crossing the heart bridge? Chen Chen began to feel curious. It mentioned that crossing the heart bridge couldn't be done successfully in one go. Multiple attempts were needed to find the way across. Some people even crossed it inexplicably. Chen Chen didn't doubt that humanity had deceived him. If the ability cultivation method was useless, he could just lie down at the gathering place. He figured they would welcome him. Following the cultivation method, Chen Chen began to comb his mind and look inward. At first, he couldn't find the feeling, but as his breathing gradually steadied, it seemed he could see a bridge. Very long, with no end in sight. Below the bridge was a river, or perhaps not, it was mist. It was unclear. Like seeing flowers in a dream, hazy and indistinct. Chen Chen tried to lift his leg to step onto the bridge, but his body felt weightless, and it was difficult to exert force. It took great effort to take a step. Just as he stepped onto the heart bridge, he heard a soft whisper in his ear. He couldn't make out what was said, but it made him feel irritable. It's so noisy. In the next moment, Chen Chen opened his eyes, staring blankly ahead. Where was the bridge? Where was the river? It was still that familiar, dilapidated village path. The steel coil lay on the ground, seemingly waiting for Chen Chen's favor. When did it get dark? Chen Chen felt a bit startled. If he remembered correctly, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon when he returned. He had only been on the heart bridge for a short while. How had several hours passed in the outside world? It felt like, in the afternoon, suddenly feeling sleepy, thinking of lying down for a bit, and then waking up to find it dark. Master? The shadow suddenly appeared, as if relieved. What happened to you? She had originally come back to report intelligence, but found Chen Chen sitting at the gate with his eyes tightly closed. To avoid disturbing him, the shadow had been guarding nearby. It's nothing. Chen Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat unreal. Did you come to find me because you have new intelligence? Master, I have found the method for humans to cultivate to the third tier, but the guard in the archive room is a bit tight, the shadow explained hurriedly. I didn't dare to force my way in, really afraid of delaying your important matters. Well done, Chen Chen nodded, but I have already obtained the cultivation method. You and the shadow should investigate more about the news from the deep mountains in the south. It had been several days. That big bird had long been digested by him. From Chen Chan's understanding of these zombies, the leader of the big bird couldn't possibly hold back. Yet, until now, there had been no news from them. There must be something going on in the deep mountains. Understood, the shadow bowed. She felt a bit guilty. She and the shadow had spent so long without obtaining what they needed. Now the master had to take action himself. She felt she had let down the master's nurturing and expectations. The master was kind and did not blame her, but she had to take it as a warning and strive not to make mistakes again. With this thought, the shadow was filled with determination. Seeing the phantom leave, Chen Chen was about to start his training when his gaze suddenly sharpened. A faint panel appeared. Host, Chen Chen, physique, 559, strength, 558, spirit, 558, race, zombie, level, late stage 2, fire resistance, 49%, skills, 1, dependence, 14/30, 2, super regeneration, 3, blood contract, incomplete cooling down. All 3 attributes have increased significantly. Could it be because of the heart bridge? Chen Chen was puzzled. It seemed there was only this possibility. Isn't it supposed to be after crossing the heart bridge that abilities start to strengthen? He felt a bit dazed. Could it be that using human cultivation methods as a zombie caused this? Unable to figure it out, Chen Chen decided to stop thinking about it. As long as he could become stronger, that was enough. He couldn't see that when he crossed the heart bridge, the energy particles in the surrounding air swirled and rushed into his body like a black hole, or like a whale swallowing. The phantom sensed something, but she thought it was reasonable for her master to exhibit some extraordinary traits given his strength. In contrast, it was even stranger for a zombie to become stronger through training. Chen Chen walked back to his room. He chose to lie on the bed. Calming his mind, he gradually slowed his breathing. The second time he saw the heart bridge was smoother than the first. The bridge, with no visible end, flowed like a river, and the sky was indescribable. It felt present, yet absent. Chen Chen was already half a foot on the bridge. Does it still have autosave? Chen Chen ignored the whispers in his ear. Having been caught off guard once, he wouldn't let it affect him again.
Those voices were quite annoying, like a mosquito buzzing around just as you were about to fall asleep. But as long as he thought about becoming stronger by holding on a little longer, Chen Chen felt unwaveringly determined. He felt heavy, as if being pressed down by a ghost in his sleep. With every step he took, he felt close to exhaustion, yet once he moved, he felt he still had strength left. Since becoming a zombie, this was the first time Chen Chen felt it was difficult. Coupled with the whispers in his ear, it was truly bothersome. 1 step, 2 steps. He didn't know how long had passed when Chen Chen's mind went blank, and he stumbled backward. In reality, Chen Chen kicked out with his right foot. Boom! The bed collapsed. What? Why is it still night? Did I sleep for a long time? Chen Chen walked outside, only to find everything was still. If he had slept for more than a day, Shadow and Phantom would likely be nearby. Just like before. However, he sensed they were not there. It clearly felt like a long time had passed, yet the result seemed to be the opposite. Suddenly, he noticed the oars closest to the house seemed to have turned into ordinary stones. Chen Chen grinned, revealing a slightly wicked smile. Crossing the heart bridge? Interesting. Ever since Chen Chen ordered not to expand eastward, the zombie Biao and Lightning took a group of younger brothers to support the south. The east was left for his subordinates to patrol occasionally. At this moment, 5 of Chen Chen's dependents were gathered on a mountain peak: Zombie Biao, Swift Wind, Lightning, Giant Stone, and Blade Edge. They were looking towards the deep mountains. Hasn't the movement over there decreased a lot recently? Zombie Biao was somewhat uncertain. When he first came to support, there were often disturbances in the deep mountains. The second-tier speed zombies sent out for reconnaissance were either lost or never returned. Shadows would occasionally appear, but with limited strength, he didn't dare to get too close to the source of the noise. The result was a complete blackout. Everyone speculated that the disturbances over there were mostly caused by battles. Swift Wind then looked at Blade Edge. Are those guys still holding that mountain peak? His path south was blocked by a pack of third-tier zombie wolves. Leading them was a late-stage third-tier. Among them were 3 mid-stage third-tier and 7 early-stage third-tier. If it weren't for the overwhelming numbers on Swift Wind's side, it would have been more than just a simple obstruction. Swift Wind had fought that late-stage third-tier zombie wolf 3 times, and each time ended in a stalemate. This is still under the condition that the gale has been enhanced by the blood and flesh contract. Yes, they have been on guard against us, Blade said somewhat displeased. How about we gather all our subordinates and fight them? No, Gale immediately opposed. I suspect the commotion in the deep mountains is related to those wolf zombies. It's likely just a part of their forces. What does the boss say? The other zombies looked towards Lightning. The latter had just returned from the village. His purpose for going back was to consult Chen Chen. Lightning shook his head helplessly. The master seems to have urgent matters. Shadow is guarding the entrance and won't let me in. Upon hearing this, the other zombies felt helpless. Gale suddenly looked towards the opposite mountain, frowning. There are 3 more third-tier auras, and the number of entry-level zombies is still increasing. Lightning, go gather all our subordinates and prepare to retreat. Also, send the speed types to find Elbow Blade, Red Ghost, and Iron Tower, and have them come to support us. Gale spoke rapidly. If before, Gale's side could slightly suppress the wolf pack due to their numerical advantage, now the situation was beginning to reverse. The enemy's numbers were increasing. At this rate, they would soon match their numbers. Just as Lightning was about to leave, a zombie eagle with a wingspan of over 5 meters dove down from the sky, creating a gust of wind. It hovered above Gale and the other zombies. Its eyes were filled with disdain, and its tone was cold. My master is already aware of your killing of our messenger, but my master is merciful and gives you one more chance. Submit, or die. The aura of a late third-tier zombie was unabashed, even seemingly overpowering Gale. Damn! Zombie Biao was quite unconvinced, but his body instinctively prepared for battle. It seemed that as long as the other side dared to make a move, he could retaliate immediately. This matter needs to be discussed with my boss. Gale's gaze was fearless. You're not in a hurry for a day or two, are you? Still trying to buy time? The zombie eagle seemed to see through Gale's thoughts at a glance. No need for trouble, I'll go capture your master. An existence as insignificant as an ant dares to act high and mighty. Let me show you what strength is. The weak are not worth following. After saying this, the zombie eagle did not wait for Gale to speak, nor did it care about the angry gazes of the few zombies. It directly spread its wings and headed towards the village. Its speed was so fast that it broke the sound barrier, and the gust of wind it created as it ascended knocked down many trees. Dare to insult my master. Blade swung his right blade, directly cutting down a tree as thick as a human's waist, gritting his teeth. We must not forgive. The other zombies also had dark expressions, their killing intent unabashed. Giant Stone roared, Die, all of you die. He wasn't very good at speaking, but those few words were enough to express his anger. Giant Stone relied on his strong physique, directly crashing through the bushes, charging down the mountain towards the opposite peak. For a moment, the other 4 zombies were caught off guard. What to do? Lightning was somewhat dazed. The emotions he had just brewed were disrupted. Zombie Biao said in a deep voice, "Then let's fight." Gale echoed, "While their numbers haven't gathered yet, let's hit them when they're unprepared." "No, bro, just now you said to retreat." Complaining aside, Lightning charged forward without slowing down. At the same time, he roared, "All zombies, obey my command, kill." Although such a roar couldn't convey the message to all the zombies, there was no time, so it had to be done this way. In an instant, countless roars echoed in the mountains, their cries spreading even further. Meanwhile, on the opposite mountain, the 2-meter-tall zombie wolf king heard the roars from the other side, his eyes filled with killing intent. A bunch of ants, unaware of their situation, the zombie wolf king roared, "If you want to fight, then fight, all beast zombies, follow me to kill the enemy." Hundreds of beast roars spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Soon, the two sides met in the valley. Although the giant stone was the first to charge, speed was not its advantage. Instead, the swift wind and lightning arrived first. There was no negotiation. The moment they saw the zombie wolf king, the furious wrath of the swift wind could no longer be contained. A fierce battle was about to erupt between the two sides. In the village, a 3-story small Western-style building, Chen Chen stepped out of the door and stretched lazily. Host, Chen Chen physique, 811 strength, 812 spirit, 811 race, zombie level, late stage of 2nd rank fire resistance, 49% skills, 1. Dependence, 14/30ths, 2. Super regeneration, 3. Blood contract, incomplete cooling down. Has my heart bridge been open for too long? Chen Chen wondered. Calculating the time, he realized he had been on the heart bridge for 8 days. The improvements brought by the heart bridge were significant, but it felt like his heart bridge had no end. The methods humans used to advance their ranks had become distorted in his case. Never mind, as long as it could enhance his strength. At least this method accelerated his absorption of ores. Over the past few days, the ores in the yard had decreased by more than half, finally allowing him to move around. Chen Chen had not recruited any new dependents, mainly because he looked down on the 2nd rank now, feeling it was a waste of slots. Capturing a 3rd-rank zombie alive was no longer as easy as it had been during the initial expansion. After all, zombies were not fools. Seeing their neighbors being captured and killed, they surely abandoned their territory to escape. Chen Chen took the time to give the blood contracts to the giant stone, lightning, and blade. Their appearances had not changed much, and their ranks had not increased. They had only become more robust. Their strength had received a certain boost. Oh, another big bird? Chen Chen looked up at the sky in surprise. A black dot rapidly enlarged, accompanied by an immense hurricane, diving down. Is it you who defies my master? Still a 2nd rank after all this time. Truly pathetic. Come back with me. The eagle zombie sneered, not taking Chen Chen seriously at all. It extended its claws, ready to strike at Chen Chen. In the valley, boom! After exchanging dozens of blows, the swift wind and the wolf king zombie both retreated several meters. The swift wind dug its claws into the ground, plowing out deep furrows to barely stabilize its form. The wolf king zombie crashed into several trees to stop itself. I've always been curious. You are clearly a speed-type zombie, yet your strength and physique are not weak. The wolf king zombie licked its fangs. I suppose by devouring you, I can evolve to be even more perfect. Oh whoa! With a wolf howl, the zombie wolf king charged again. It was a strong breed. While its speed could not match the swift wind, it excelled in other aspects. Each had its strengths, making their battle evenly matched. It seemed only natural. Only the zombie wolf king knew that it was the 2nd strongest warrior under its master. Undefeated in 100 battles, it had evolved to the late stage of the 3rd rank after devouring various opponents. Because of this, it had been assigned to guard the mountain peak. Yet, such a seemingly simple task had led it to encounter such an extraordinary zombie. The zombie wolf king was immensely excited. As long as it devoured the opponent, it would surely evolve to a point where it would be invincible under its master. Even that stinky eagle would no longer be its opponent. This was an opportunity. Today, it may not be a matter of who eats whom. The swift wind flicked its claws, creating afterimages as it charged toward the opponent. In contrast to this evenly matched battle, the 4 major dependents, including the zombie tiger, were being overwhelmed. They were all fighting 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3. The zombie tiger punched a 3rd-rank zombie wolf away, but its back was attacked by another 3rd-rank zombie wolf. Instantly, several deep wounds oozed with rotten blood. These guys are much stronger than the zombies in the city. How did they manage that?
The zombie tiger became increasingly alarmed as it fought.
Back in the city, it had crushed opponents of the same rank, but now it was being suppressed and forced to retreat step by step. On the other side, Lightning could only rely on his speed advantage to maneuver among the 3 mid-stage third-tier zombie wolves, as a slight misstep could lead to severe injury.
It was like dancing on a tightrope.
The situation for Giant Stone was relatively good. This guy had astonishing defense, and even when suppressed by the 3 third-tier wolves, he wouldn't be in trouble for a while. Blade had given up all defense, facing everything with the sharpest attacks.
For a moment, he had the upper hand against 2 opponents.
However, Blade was well aware that such a frenzied assault couldn't last long. Once a mistake occurred, it would be irreparable.
The remaining 3 third-tier zombie wolves were besieged by a large group of second-tier zombies. The other zombies were in a chaotic melee with the newly joined entry-level zombie beasts.
For a short time, the situation was balanced. But as the enemy numbers increased, this balance was slowly being broken.
Put!
Blade did not lower his head. He knew that his chest had been pierced by a wolf's claw.
My master granted me the name Blade.
I shall be like a blade, cutting down all enemies for my master.
Whoosh! Put!
Blade's left blade pierced through the claw that had impaled him, restricting the opponent's movement. The latter struggled violently but found it impossible to break free, momentarily panicking. Blade decisively struck, driving his right blade into the opponent's wildly thrashing head.
The mind was clear.
At the same time, a gust of wind came from Blade's side.
Bang!
You crazy guy, every time you fight, you act like a lunatic. A dark figure appeared, barely pushing aside the attacking zombie wolf.
You haven't repaid your master's kindness yet.
You can't just die so casually.
Shadow? Blade shook off the already dead zombie wolf, slightly surprised. Why aren't you hiding in the shadows? Why come out?
Nonsense, if my master knew I watched you die without doing anything, I would probably be punished.
Don't think you can drag me down with you. Shadow pouted, looking quite serious. He didn't even ask if Blade was okay. A pierced chest wasn't a fatal injury for a zombie. Moreover, Blade had received the enhancement from the Flesh and Blood contract. Boom! At that moment, the 3 besieged third-tier zombies, 2 wolves and a fox, broke through the encirclement.
They immediately locked onto the side and charged over with the zombie wolf that had just been knocked aside.
4.
Good, today I, Blade, will kill all of you. Blade showed no fear, swinging his dual blades, advancing rather than retreating. Shadow was speechless. If it were the early-stage third-tier zombies in the city, he could still contend. But these zombie beasts were clearly experienced in battle, far beyond the zombies in the city.
I'll accompany you for a bit. Shadow summoned dark shadows in his hands, transforming them into blades.
He followed closely behind Blade. 100 meters away, Gale and the zombie Wolf King were already covered in wounds. Both sides knew they couldn't take each other down in a short time, so they tacitly adopted a strategy of exchanging injuries.
It was hard to say who had the upper hand.
My master has already sent a great army. You have no idea how powerful my master is.
You will undoubtedly lose, so why struggle uselessly?
The zombie Wolf King said this, but his gaze was no longer as contemptuous as at the beginning. The opponent was small in stature, but indeed a worthy adversary. Gale was panting, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, yet he grinned. Just like you said, you have no idea how powerful my boss is.
Neither side could afford to back down.
In the next moment, both sides turned into afterimages, continuously clashing. At this time, a roar echoed from afar, even slightly suppressing the chaotic shouts and cries of the battlefield.
I am the #1 little brother under the boss. Today, you all must die.
Zombie Biao, covered in countless bloodstains, many revealing white bones, held 2 wolf heads in his hands.
His imposing presence made the surrounding first and second-tier zombie beasts dare not approach.
Stop pretending, come help me.
Lightning was in a miserable state.
If anyone was suffering the most, it was him.
He was just a speed type.
Why did he have to fight 3 at once?
Alright, I'll help you. Zombie Biao dropped the bloody wolf heads and leaped into the fray.
Soon, he joined the battle.
Lightning's pressure was greatly reduced. Tell the master, I'm not a coward. A shout rang out. It was Knife Edge.
He ultimately could not withstand the shadow, and after only a few exchanges, he was defeated. Clearly, he was prepared to face death. Stop talking nonsense. With me here, you won't die just yet. The shadow, also injured, pulled Knife Edge into the shadows, barely evading the assault of 4 zombie beasts. This ability of his is quite interesting. Capture him alive and take him back for the master. The zombie fox's eyes lit up.
During their skirmish, the shadow had only used shadow blades and could barely contend with a third-tier zombie.
It was only now that they realized, among the hidden types, the shadow's ability was indeed rare. They thought such a rare specimen should be offered to the master.
Damn, Shadow, you can carry people away. Knife Edge couldn't help but comment.
He had always thought the Shadow's ability could only be used for itself. The Shadow's expression darkened, its breath quickening. "Don't talk, I can't maintain this ability for long." Despite this, it did not abandon knife edge. Gradually, the number of zombie beasts began to surpass that of the zombie Biao side. The horde of zombies was being suppressed instead. With this, the third-tier zombie beasts became even more reckless. This battle seemed like it would end soon. Whoosh! Boom! At that moment, two figures fell from the sky one after the other. They crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit and a loud noise. On the village road, a large zombie eagle lay on the ground. Its head was stuck in the pit, its wings broken, and it had already lost its life. Chen was slightly surprised. This zombie eagle was able to take 2 of my strikes. Although the first strike was only at 50% power, it should be noted that Chen's 3 attributes were quite high now, and his strength was far beyond that of a third-tier zombie. A glimpse into the leopard through the tube. The overall strength of the mountain zombies was significantly stronger than that of the city zombies. A petite figure rushed over, kneeling on one knee, extremely anxious. "I deserve to die 1,000 deaths for allowing the enemy to offend the master." "It's fine." Chen waved his hand and turned to look south. "Is something wrong?" Recently, he had been crossing the Heart Bridge and hadn't paid much attention to the outside world, but a powerful late-stage third-tier zombie eagle ambushing him was quite telling. It was just the right time to go out for a walk. "You stay here and protect Xiaohan." After saying that, Chen grabbed the eagle's claw and leaped several dozen meters into the air. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom spread through the air. Chen disappeared at an exaggerated speed. The village was only a few kilometers from the mountains. As he approached the first mountain, Chen felt the sounds of battle in the distance. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the direction, and he increased his speed. In just a few breaths, he scaled a mountain that was 700 or 800 meters high. "Tell the master, I'm not a coward." This roar could be heard even by Chen, who had not yet reached the battlefield. He suddenly threw the corpse of the zombie eagle. Then, bending his knees, he exerted force, causing the mountain to collapse into a large hole. He arrived first, instantly hovering above the corpse of the zombie eagle. Looking down, he saw 2 armies engaged in a fierce battle in the valley. Various zombie corpses littered the ground, many of which were the subordinates of the zombie Biao. In other words, they were Chen's subordinates. Upon seeing a shadow struggling to evade the attacks of 4 zombies while carrying knife edge, a surge of anger welled up within him. Chen kicked hard, sending the corpse of the zombie eagle like a cannonball straight into the center of the battlefield. The former followed closely behind, crashing down fiercely. Whoosh! Boom! The corpse of the zombie eagle was already large, and with its considerable body strength, it directly smashed the ground down by several dozen centimeters. Chen landed beside it, just stepping on a second-tier zombie rabbit. Put! It was squashed into rabbit paste. The commotion was so great that many zombies turned to look this way, some even forgetting they were still in battle. The surrounding battlefield fell silent for a few seconds. "Eagle War General?" A third-tier zombie recognized the corpse of the zombie eagle and momentarily couldn't believe its eyes. How could this be possible? The Eagle War General was the strongest under the master, and even the zombie Wolf King was no match for it. How could it possibly be dead? For a moment, the undead beasts found it hard to accept this reality. "Master?" The shadow was on the verge of collapsing, but upon seeing Chen arrive, a sense of calm settled in. "It's all our fault for being incompetent," Blade said with deep self-reproach. "Otherwise, there would be no need for the master to come personally to deal with these guys." As soon as he said this, the shadow nodded in agreement. The enemy's leader hadn't even made a move, yet their own leader had appeared first. This inadvertently made them seem weaker. Bringing shame to their master undoubtedly made the 2 zombies feel very guilty. "Oomph, even if your master has come, so what?" The 4 zombies took the opportunity to surround them, their tone dismissive. "Anyone who comes today will die." Clearly, the death of the zombie eagle was shocking to them, but it was not enough to break their will. Without seeing it with their own eyes, who could know if the zombie eagle was truly killed in a siege? In any case, they didn't believe that a second-tier zombie could kill the zombie eagle without a scratch. The shadow and Blade's expressions changed dramatically. At the same time, the battlefield, which had been silent for a few seconds, erupted into chaos again, with roars echoing continuously. Whoosh! Who gave you the courage? A figure blocked in front of the shadow and Blade, hands shaped like blades, effortlessly slicing into the heads of 2 zombies as if cutting tofu. The latter didn't even have time to react before they fell, still in a charging posture, collapsing to the ground after flying out several meters. Boom! Chen's legs were also not idle. The other 2 zombies were directly kicked apart, flying out. It seemed they wouldn't survive either. The shadow and Blade hadn't even had a chance to speak. They only felt a blur before a whirlwind swept past. Chen had already appeared beside the battered zombie beast, casually patting it. "Well done, go recover for a bit." As he spoke, his hand had already clamped around a zombie wolf's neck, applying a bit of force.
Crack! It was directly snapped.
On the other side, the zombie wolf king, who caught a glimpse of this scene, hurriedly retreated several dozen meters, using the opportunity of a clash with the gale.
Killing a third tier with such ease? How is that possible?
The zombie wolf king felt its understanding of zombies had been completely refreshed. If it remembered correctly, even its own master could only easily kill a mid-tier third-tier zombie at the early stage of the third tier.
After becoming a zombie, its wolf clan's combat power was already above average. To be so easily killed? Over there was.
At this moment, the zombie wolf king finally noticed the corpse of the zombie eagle, and its heart sank in shock.
The eagle commander was killed by him? What kind of monster is he? A wolf! The zombie wolf king howled. The situation has changed, retreat. As soon as the order was given, it turned and ran. Gale wanted to chase.
Just as it took a step, its legs went weak, nearly collapsing.
In fact, if it continued to exhaust itself, Gale would definitely be defeated. It was merely holding on for the sake of pride. Gale considered itself the number one zombie under Chen Chen. If it couldn't even hold back the opponent's strongest combat power, what face did it have to call itself that? With the zombie wolf king's order spreading, the group of zombie beasts all abandoned their opponents and dove into the forest behind. They were already in a position of advantage, and their retreat faced little obstruction. On the contrary, the two mid-tier third-tier zombie wolves on Lightning's side were dealt with by Chen Chen before they even had a chance to escape. They didn't have time to run at all.
Chen Chen was about to pursue the zombies that had been besieging the boulder when he suddenly stopped.
He looked up at the mountain opposite. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed from the opposite mountain.
The powerful aura reached the hearts of every zombie. Perhaps instinctively, the first and second tier zombies on Chen Chen's side all crouched down. Such an oppressive feeling was not that of an ordinary zombie.
Chen Chen's expression grew serious. Fourth tier?
Although he hadn't seen the main figure, Chen Chen was certain that the opponent was a fourth tier zombie.
You have proven your strength and value. Become my subordinate, and I can overlook your past offenses, a voice full of authority echoed. Don't be too quick to refuse. I can give you a day to consider. After speaking, the mountain fell silent, as if it looked down on the need to utter any threats. After all, in the eyes of a fourth tier, Chen Chen was nothing more than a somewhat special second tier zombie. Ultimately, he was still a second tier. One day?
Chen Chen pondered but did not respond. Instead, he waved to Lightning and the zombie Biao beside him. Gather all the zombies within half a day.
Having come this far, could one really say to forget past grievances? I don't believe it. I only trust my own fists. Chen Chen understood zombies too well. He didn't even trust the punctuation in what the other party said. If he were in the shoes of a fourth tier facing an offense from a second tier special type, would he let it go? No, a second tier is that strong. Wouldn't devouring it be a great boost?
It's only natural for zombies that evolve through consumption to think this way.
Even if they didn't eat it, couldn't they at least beat it up first before subduing it?
Considering how long it had been since the other side had caused trouble, and now they chose today, it indicated that they were in a critical period. The higher the tier of the zombie, the more complex its mind. Chen Chen sighed inwardly. They've even learned to play tricks. Seeing that the mountain was now silent, Chen Chen turned and walked back to his own peak. Zombie Biao had already begun directing the surviving zombies to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, he secretly dispatched several teams of speed-type zombies to relay messages. Half a day was enough for the other two groups of zombies to come for support. Remember to bring more or when Iron Tower comes, Zombie Biao instructed seriously.
Following that, teams of speed-type zombies left in different directions.
In fact, if he weren't worried about his subordinates being completely overwhelmed by the other side's subordinates when dealing with the fourth-tier zombie, Chen Chen would have charged in just now. Earlier, while in the air, Chen Chen had noticed that the other side had a continuous stream of reinforcements. If he hadn't arrived, Zombie Biao and the other zombies surely wouldn't have held out for long. At the peak, Chen Chen found a rock to sit on.
Shadow, at your command. A shadow emerged from behind a tree, kneeling on one knee. Although its aura was unstable, it still possessed the power to use its abilities.
Chen Chen closed his eyes. Wake me when the army is assembled. As he spoke, before Shadow could respond, Chen Chen had already begun to comb his mind and introspect. Even though he had just experienced a battle, he was already familiar with the Heart Bridge. It didn't take much effort for him to see the Heart Bridge. With the great battle approaching, every little enhancement counted. The worst-case scenario was that he would face a fully powered fourth-tier zombie.
Currently, Chen Chen couldn't determine his own limit of strength.
But the thought of encountering a fourth-tier zombie didn't frighten him in the slightest. Instead, it excited him.
Chen Chen had no intention of avoiding battle.
After all, the aura he sensed from the other side didn't give him much of a sense of pressure. Moreover, Shinshen always felt that there was something familiar mixed in with the other party's aura. As he watched the tall figure with pale blue skin frantically absorb the energy particles in the air, Shadow quietly stepped aside, becoming vigilant of the surroundings. On another front, the battered zombie Wolf King lay on the ground, not daring to look directly at the tall and imposing figure before it. The latter was over 3 meters tall just lying down, and when it stood, it would probably exceed 5 meters. The zombie Wolf King looked like a chick in front of it. The massive body of the latter, combined with its tattooed skin, naturally exuded an oppressive aura. Overall, it still resembled a tiger, but its eyes were blood red, its brows like lightning, its fangs nearly a meter long, and its gaping maw seemed capable of swallowing a cow whole. There were several claw marks on its back, which didn't seem to be caused by zombification but rather looked like injuries. Wolf head, do you know your crime? The massive tiger head stared at the other, its breath carrying waves of heat. The zombie Wolf King trembled all over, having long lost the pride it had when facing the gale. Please spare me, master, and give me a chance to make amends. Regardless of right or wrong, admitting it was enough. Behind it were several zombie beasts, all third-tier zombie beasts that had just retreated from the battlefield. In addition, there were several figures of beastly zombies on both sides, all looking at the Wolf King zombie on the ground with mocking eyes. Humph! The tiger zombie snorted angrily. If it weren't for just finishing off that stupid bear and having less than half of my subordinates left, I would have eaten you. The implication was that he would let the Wolf King zombie go this time, although, overall, the latter had done nothing wrong. The provocation was initiated by the zombie eagle. Moreover, no one expected the other party to react so violently. Could the Wolf King zombie avoid battle and flee? It would probably still be bad for the tiger zombie's reputation, perhaps even worse. The Wolf King zombie felt aggrieved but could only keep it to himself. Those zombie birds collecting intelligence truly deserved to die. The eagle warrior too. It was one thing for them to die, but they had to drag him down as well. A rabbit, bigger than a pig, spoke up, "My lord, are we really going to capture that zombie?" The tiger zombie grinned, a chilling smile. For him, becoming a stepping stone on my path to evolution is a blessing. Forgetting past grievances? What a joke. It was merely a delaying tactic. If it weren't for not having fully absorbed the hard-earned treasures, he would have acted already. After seeing Chun Chen's formidable strength, a voice emerged in the tiger zombie's heart. Eat him. It's fine, just let you live a little longer. When my strength advances further, you'll know what despair truly is. The elbow blades and red ghosts from the west and north received the news and immediately summoned all their subordinates, even abandoning their current targets. There was going to be a great battle. The master needed them. This was the thought in the minds of several followers. In comparison, expanding territory seemed trivial. However, the red ghost did not know that as he left, a team of humans in combat uniforms, with a mountain sun pattern on their chests, were watching the entire process from a distance in a tall building. Something feels off, one young man frowned. That group of zombies has been expanding wildly lately. Why did they suddenly retreat? They had been monitoring the actions of the red ghost and other zombies during this time. After all, if the latter continued to expand, they would eventually discover a base of the Rising Sun organization. It seemed that another base had been destroyed not long ago, likely by these zombies. If the Rising Sun organization faced another attack, they would not be able to withstand it. But the scale of these advanced zombies was too large. Even the Rising Sun organization had no good countermeasures. Constant monitoring was merely to ensure a timely retreat, so as not to suffer such great losses as before. At least they haven't continued to expand. Someone sighed in relief. This should be a good thing, right, Captain? Several people looked towards a beautiful woman in her early 20s. She furrowed her brows, her tone serious. This may not necessarily be a good thing. Here's the plan. Xiao Dai and I will follow to see what's going on, and you three go back to report. Since the south had been controlled by zombies, the Rising Sun organization had rarely sent teams to explore. At least they wouldn't approach the village suspected to be the enemy's lair. It could be said that the members of the Rising Sun organization in City Z knew nothing about what was happening in the south. However, they remembered one piece of intelligence. There were suspected fourth-tier zombies in the deep mountains of the south. The organization had also sent teams to scout. The result was that those teams had all disappeared. Most likely, they had sacrificed themselves. The probability of the existence of fourth-tier zombies was extremely high. If they were indeed fourth-tier zombies, it might explain why these zombies suddenly retreated. Of course, she wouldn't jump to conclusions before confirming with her own eyes. Captain, it might not be safe for you two to follow. Someone worriedly said that Crimson Zombie may only be a low-level third tier, but there's also a third-tier mental type. Even if your ability is stealth, you could still be discovered. They had suffered a loss once, so they only dared to monitor from a distance during this time.
That one-eyed zombie had an excessively strong perception. It's fine, I'll just follow from a distance.
Shadai's blessing ability can also enhance my stealth. If it really comes to it, I can escape, the woman said firmly. Then he grabbed the hand of a 17 or 18-year-old boy, breaking away from the group and chasing after the direction the red ghost had left.
The gathering speed of the subordinate zombies was even faster than Chen Chen had anticipated.
For these advanced zombies, running dozens of kilometers was hardly a challenge. When Chen Chen was awakened, only 3 hours had passed. All the dependents, except for the shadow assigned to protect Shen Shaohan, had gathered.
They all knelt on one knee. Master, big brother. Chen Chen nodded and slowly stood up. Host, Shinshin physique, 825 strength, 826 spirit, 825 race, zombie level, late stage 2 flame resistance, 49% skills, 1. Dependence, 14/30ths, 2. Super regeneration, 3. Blood contract, incomplete cooling down. Compared to the over 800 attribute points, the improvement in these 3 hours was quite limited. But this time, Chen Chen vaguely saw the end of the heart bridge. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he could successfully cross the heart bridge. Now, let's get started.
Notify everyone, except for those who are unable to fight due to the previous battle, to follow me and slay the enemies, he said, glancing at Blade and Gale, Shadow, and Blade, act according to your abilities. It was a way to show concern for his subordinates.
Subordinates obey.
The dependents responded earnestly.
Gale and Blade were deeply moved. Why didn't Chen Chen mention the zombie Biao?
The latter had a strong recovery ability on its own, plus it had been enhanced by Chen Chen's blood contract. In just 3 hours, it had almost fully recovered. Soon, the orders were conveyed. In the dense forest, Chen Chen led an army of over 2,000 zombies, approaching the opposite hill. There was no concealment. Such a large movement could not be hidden. Not long after Chen Chen and the zombie army set off, they were detected by the zombie beasts on the opposite hill. Immediately, a zombie beast roared in warning.
However, this warning roar was completely ignored. All zombie beasts prepare to meet the enemy. A third-tier zombie python flicked its tongue, its eyes gleaming coldly. Damn it, do they really think we are their opponents? The zombie rabbit fumed, since they don't want to live, then let me help you. In the mountains, countless zombie beasts roared, their numbers not fewer than those on Chen Chen's side.
The previous battle had caused them to lose quite a few third-tier members.
Yet even so, the third-tier aura among the zombie beast army was not less than that of Chen Chen's side. Did the wild monsters develop this well?
Chen Chen teased with a wicked sense of humor.
However, he did not feel relaxed in his heart.
Chen Chen opened his senses fully, and instantly both armies were enveloped. As long as he wanted, he could clearly perceive the movements of every zombie. He could also focus his energy on a small area. Soon, he locked onto the powerful aura at the mountaintop. Identifying the target, Chen Chen exerted force under his feet, leaping into the air, ready to soar over the zombie beast army and charge straight for the mountaintop. Whoosh! A gray-furred rabbit, as fat as a domestic pig, leaped up to block Chen Chen's path.
If you want to see my master, you have to get past me. Put! Bang!
Before the rabbit could finish speaking, Chen Chen delivered a whip kick. The gray-furred rabbit plummeted like a meteor, its waist snapped by the kick.
Boom!
The gray rabbit crashed into the mountainside, creating a large pit. Its body twisted, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, breathing weakly.
Where did this pig rabbit come from? Chen Chen felt slightly displeased, slowly descending.
Before the zombie beasts could swarm him, he jumped again. He directly soared over the zombie beast army, rushing towards the mountaintop.
Trees fell in his wake. Nothing could obstruct Chen Chen's steps.
At the mountaintop, a zombie tiger slowly opened its crimson eyes, its large nostrils exhaling hot breath. Very well, your choice has successfully enraged me. The zombie tiger rose, its massive figure over 5 meters tall exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. You will pay the price for your choice. With a roar, the sound wave swept through, sending sand and stones flying around. Chen Chen's strength made it impossible for it to ignore him and continue absorbing treasures. The zombie tiger did not expect that Chen Chen not only refused to surrender but also dared to take the initiative to attack. Not to mention a day, even half a day had passed. The zombie tiger could only choose to stop absorbing. The sudden interruption caused some chaos in the aura within the zombie tiger. It forcibly stabilized its energy. Its 4th-tier aura still made Chen Chen feel pressure.
Such a big one?
Chen Chen stopped in his tracks as he got closer, surprised at first sight.
The strength of these zombie beasts seemed to be discernible from their size, but a 5-meter-tall tiger was indeed quite intimidating.
It felt like facing a small mountain. In comparison, Chen Chen's height of just over 1.70 meters made him look like an insect.
Ants, die!
The zombie tiger had no intention of wasting words. With a movement, it instantly stirred up a gale. It disappeared from Chen Chen's line of sight. Chen Chen instinctively blocked to the left, only to feel as if he had been hit by a train. His body uncontrollably flew to the right. Boom! He crashed through several large trees in succession and slid for dozens of meters before barely stopping himself. Looking up, he met the gaze of the zombie tiger. The latter was clearly a bit surprised. "You can barely keep up with my speed? What the hell? This is a second-tier zombie?" Even though the zombie tiger had a preliminary understanding of the strength of this humanoid zombie, it seemed to have underestimated him. "Well, I suppose eating you can make up for my losses." Saying this, the zombie tiger raised its mouth and disappeared again. Its speed was so fast that Chen Shen's eyes couldn't keep up. Only his perception could barely lock onto it. The zombie tiger probably didn't expect that a second-tier zombie's mental strength could be this strong. Chen Shen turned to block, barely managing to fend off the massive tiger claw while lowering his body to narrowly evade the simultaneous strike of both claws. However, the zombie tiger showed no intention of giving Chen Chen a breather. Its claws kept swinging. Chen Chen dodged continuously, and when he couldn't evade, he took the hits head-on. Wounds kept appearing on his body, and his bones let out mournful cries, as if they were about to fall apart. Yet, he was visibly recovering at a rapid pace. For a time, the two sides were entangled like this. It seemed that Chen Chen had the strength to cope, but in reality, he was being suppressed. If it were any other zombie in this situation, being so suppressed would likely lead to exhaustion and death sooner or later. But who was Chen Chen? Combat training completed, attribute point +1. Increase physique. Feeling his physique strengthen further, Chen Chen's confidence surged. He seized several opportunities to counterattack during the gaps in the zombie tiger's assaults. Unfortunately, it was difficult to inflict effective damage on the zombie tiger. Meanwhile, on another front, the two armies had already clashed, and the sounds of battle echoed through the skies. The entire mountain range resonated with it. Chen Chen's subordinates faced off against the third-tier zombie beasts, 13 against 15. It should have been 16, but that third-tier late-stage rabbit had gone to block Chen Chen's path and was kicked down to its last breath. It definitely wouldn't be able to participate in the third-tier battle. Moreover, as the battlefield expanded, the severely injured gray-furred rabbit would eventually die under the impact of the battle. "Leave that zombie wolf to me," the swift wind, dragging his still recovering body, pointed at the equally injured zombie wolf king across from him, his eyes firm. "We need to settle this." "Just what I want," the zombie wolf king roared confidently. The two sides moved out and quickly disappeared into the forest. "Hey, I'm talking to you, big-headed snake. Let's have a go." The iron tower pointed at the giant python across. Having been responsible for mining, he had long been itching for a fight. Because of mining, he had more time to absorb some ores. Now he was already at the late third tier. The iron tower had thought more than once about changing positions. Frontline combat was what he craved. But thinking about how important resource extraction was, and that it was personally assigned by the master, he could only keep mining diligently. Now he just wanted to have a good fight. The giant python on the opposite side was also at the late third tier. It seemed quite suitable. "Humph." The giant python snorted coldly, its gaze dark. It clearly looked down on the iron tower. Martial virtue? How could zombies possess martial virtue? Not to mention the advantage in numbers of the zombie beasts. As for the zombie wolf king, let it be, losing one won't matter. "Go, kill them all," the giant python said coldly. 14 against 12, the advantage is mine. "Humph, underestimating me?" Iron Tower felt displeased. "Today, I'll kill you and roast your snake meat for the master." Both sides of the third tier moved simultaneously, and a chaotic battle erupted. Iron Tower directly targeted the giant python opposite him, using his robust physique and immense strength to grab the python's tail. Veins bulged on Iron Tower's forehead as the giant python sneered, its voice dripping with disdain. "Comparing strength with me? You overestimate yourself." The snake's body twisted, transferring power to its tail, causing Iron Tower to feel a jolt of pain throughout his body. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "I am the captain of the Master's Guard team and the resource extraction team. Killing a longworm like you is a piece of cake." He slammed his feet down hard, causing the already unstable ground beneath him to crack inch by inch. Iron Tower struggled to move, yet he managed to drag the giant python along. The latter's pupils constricted. It knew that in terms of pure strength, it was the strongest under the zombie tiger. Now, it was actually being shaken by a zombie much smaller than itself. No longer underestimating, the zombie giant python opened its massive mouth, aiming straight for Iron Tower's head. The latter quickly twisted his waist and turned, wrapping around the snake's tail and starting to spin. Boom! The zombie giant python soared into the air, losing its balance as it was flung by the tremendous force. Even the snake's head, which was attacking Iron Tower, became uncontrollable. Its exaggerated length crashed down, toppling trees over 30 meters around. The other third-tier zombies and zombie beasts dared not approach the side. As the chaotic battle began, Iron Tower forcibly carved out a dueling ground. Whoosh! When the spinning reached a certain speed, Iron Tower let go. The giant python's massive body arced through the air, crashing down in the distance with a loud bang. Iron Tower didn't give the opponent a chance to catch its breath. Having gained the upper hand, he pressed the attack. In an instant, Iron Tower caught up, leaping onto the giant python's head before it could raise it. His iron fists rained down like a torrential storm. A series of dull thuds echoed. The once arrogant giant python was now firmly suppressed. The snake's head thrashed about, trying to shake off Iron Tower. Meanwhile, a massive rock remained stable, entangling 3 zombie beasts on its own. The latter struggled and attacked but couldn't budge the rock's stone-like body. The mid-tier rock, under full defensive mode, could withstand even a fierce wind without fear of being breached in a short time. Thus, the numerical disadvantage was directly neutralized. However, the overall strength of the zombie beast still surpassed that of Chun Chen's subordinates. "Shadow, entangle one, and wait for me to finish off one before coming to help you," Knife Edge said firmly, seemingly having completely forgotten Chun Chen's earlier words. After all, the latter only mentioned to act within one's capabilities. Knife Edge felt he was in good shape and could easily take down 1 or 2 of the same tier. The pitch-black zombie nodded in agreement. While he couldn't face a third-tier zombie head-on, his abilities were more suited for stalling. Knife Edge began his ultimate attack, abandoning all defense. Just as this was arranged, Zombie Biao had already engaged with a mid-tier zombie wild boar. The latter's charge was immense. However, after several impacts, the zombie boar realized that Zombie Biao's injuries were worsening, yet his counterattacks remained undiminished. It even seemed to be exchanging injuries for injuries. With the cooperation of Hard Eye, Red Hair, and great strength, they held their ground against 3 mid-tier zombies. For a moment, they were evenly matched. The other zombies also found their opponents. The opponents were not fixed. After all, a chaotic battle is not one-on-one, one must also guard against other enemies. The resulting battle waves affected each other. Even a certain zombie beast pretended to be repelled, then approached a zombie to launch a surprise attack. Lightning almost suffered a setback, but fortunately, his speed was fast enough. If it were any other subordinate, they would likely be severely injured from such an attack. Their experience in chaotic battles is quite rich. Try to hold them off. Lightning roared and charged again at the mid-stage 3-tiered zombie white crane. The latter relied on its ability to fly, dodging Lightning's attacks several times. The more they fought, the angrier Lightning became. As one of the only 2 3-tiered speed types under Chun Chen, Lightning believed it was not much inferior to Gale. However, Gale was dealing with the opponent's top combat power, while he was being toyed with by a not-so-strong opponent of the same tier. Flying around is so annoying. A cold light flashed in Lightning's eyes as he flicked something in his hand, moving so fast that the eye could hardly catch it. The zombie white crane was horrified and was about to dodge when it felt a sharp pain in its chest. Looking down, it saw a small blood hole had appeared. Looking back at the opponent, it noticed that one of the latter's fingers was missing and was still oozing rotten blood. Madman! The zombie white crane cursed and attempted to ascend to a higher altitude, only to feel its body suddenly grow heavy. Lightning had actually grabbed its ankle and was flying upwards with it. "Fool, the sky is my domain, you're really asking for death," the zombie white crane sneered. With a flap of its wings, it shot up into the sky, reaching nearly 10,000 meters in just a few breaths. Affected by the violent air currents, Lightning struggled to climb onto the back of the zombie white crane. His stance was a bit unsteady, but without hesitation, he thrust a claw down. The zombie white crane felt a pain in its back and angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? At this height, if I die, you won't survive either." It had planned to shake Lightning off in the high altitude to kill him. Instead, the latter struck first. "Is that so?" Lightning's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Then let's die together." Saying this, Lightning finally steadied himself and thrust a claw towards the opponent's neck. On a certain mountaintop, from a distance, a woman was greatly shaken. "What is this? A zombie war?" She could hardly believe her eyes. She knew that zombies devoured each other, but she had never seen such a large-scale battle. It couldn't even be called a battle, it should be called a war. The sounds of slaughter echoed through the clouds, chilling to the bone. The most notable was the massive figure at the mountain's peak. Even from over 1,000 meters away, she could feel an overwhelming pressure. The humanoid zombie opposing it was hard to see clearly, but its strength was evident. The entire mountaintop had been stripped bare by the fighting. Boulders and dust flew everywhere. The height of the mountain was being reduced layer by layer.
What kind of power was this? It was likely that only a 4-tiered zombie could achieve this. Captain, should we head back first? The young man asked, somewhat worried. The woman shook her head. There's too little to see from this distance. Let's move forward another 300 meters. Upon hearing this, the young man began to sweat. This was the third time she had said that. Moving another 300 meters would almost bring them to the edge of the battlefield, where there was a high chance of being detected by those two terrifying zombies. Don't worry, those zombies don't have the energy to scout the surroundings. The woman noticed the young man's concern. Remember to mark our path. She knew the danger, but such a significant event had to be monitored. If possible, when both sides were weakened, they might even seize the opportunity to kill the 4-tiered zombie. Such research material was too precious. As for credit, perhaps humanity could find a way to reach the 4-tiered level through studying the 4-tiered zombies. That would give humanity hope. Along the way, they left unique markers of the Rising Sun organization. They believed the support team would arrive soon. Why is this 2nd-tier zombie's recovery ability so strong? The zombie tiger began to feel alarmed. Not only that, but it seems to be getting stronger slowly. The two sides had exchanged blows for over 100 moves. The zombie tiger found it hard to understand why some zombies were so peculiar. It had thought that even if Chen Chen could withstand its attacks, it would only be for a short time. Essentially, Chen Chen was still a 2nd tier. But the reality was that Chen Chen quickly adapted in high-intensity battles and continued to grow stronger. Of course, even so, Chen Chen was still being beaten down. Combat training completed. Attribute points +1. Increase physique. Chen Chen's expression was serious. He was not taking it lightly at all. Point allocation successful host. Chen Chen physique, 875 strength, 826 spirit, 825 race, zombie level, late stage of 2nd rank fire resistance, 49% skills, 1. Dependence, 14/30. 2. Super regeneration, 3. Blood contract, incomplete cooling down. The 4th rank zombie was even stronger than Chen Chen had anticipated. If it weren't for the super regeneration skill, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Almost every 2 exchanges, the system prompted him to allocate points. All the attribute points Chen Chen gained went into physique, allowing him to recover from injuries faster. This high-intensity battle was like dancing on a tightrope. It couldn't be said that Chen Chen's perception was wrong. The zombie tiger was clearly a speed type. Even though it was large, its strength was still not top tier among 4th-rank zombies. When the zombie tiger couldn't kill Chen Chen in one hit, the latter's opportunity arose. Chen Chen wouldn't know that the zombie tiger had actively interrupted the process of absorbing treasures to deal with him. This reckless interruption was not without cost. At first, the zombie tiger could suppress the injuries caused by the interruption, needing only to divert a portion of its energy. But as time passed, the intensity of the battle increased. The internal injuries of the zombie tiger became harder to suppress. This led to it being unable to fully exert its strength. I don't believe it. The zombie tiger's eyes changed, and its figure disappeared again. When it reappeared, it was already behind Chen Chen. Boom! Chen Chen barely turned around to block, but he was still sent flying dozens of meters. Coupled with the steep slope of the mountain, he flew over 100 meters before landing. After landing, Chen Chen's feet dug into the ground, carving out 2 deep grooves several dozen centimeters deep and extending for dozens of meters. He knocked down several trees as thick as a person's waist. Crack! Chen Chen quickly pulled out a piece of ore that had already broken into small stones from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. It had become his habit to carry ore in his pocket. Chen Chen let out a low growl, twisting his body, and slammed his right fist to the left. Bang! The small fist collided with the huge tiger claw. A shockwave rolled outward from both sides, bending the surrounding bushes. Even the sand and stones around them flew, striking some tree trunks and directly penetrating them, leaving behind a dense array of holes. Chen Chen turned around, following up with his left fist. The zombie tiger's claws continued to strike at Chen Chen. Clearly, the latter was not much larger than the zombie tiger's claws. Yet, in their exchanges, there was a sense of parity. As a proud 4th-rank zombie, the zombie tiger could have relied on its speed advantage to slowly wear down Chen Chen, but it chose to confront him head-on. A mere 2nd rank, become my food sooner, the zombie tiger roared. To be a stepping stone on my path to evolution is a gift to you. Why resist? Its claws accelerated again, striking towards Chen Chen. The latter kept throwing punches, his fists like the wind, unleashing countless phantoms. The aftermath of the battle continued to expand, with soil and stones flying around them for 50 meters, trees collapsing. From a distance, it looked like a pit had formed on the mountainside. 2 figures, one large and one small,
constantly changed positions, leaving bald patches on the mountainside wherever they went. Each clash produced explosive sounds. In less than 10 minutes, one side of an 800-meter-high mountain was battered with countless holes. The destructive power of a fourth-rank battle was comparable to that of a bombing raid. Two humans who had just approached from a distance were shocked at the sight.
Is this what a fourth rank is like? But why does that humanoid zombie feel like a second rank in my perception?
The woman said in disbelief. If it were a third-rank special type fighting a fourth rank, it would be understandable for them to be evenly matched. After all, special types often had bizarre abilities, and some were powerful enough to fight beyond their rank.
Are you saying that a second tier can take on a fourth tier?
The woman rationalized to herself, it might be my illusion, after all, my ability is not perception. Shao Dai, be ready to bless me with your ability at any time. The two moved even closer to the battlefield than they had previously agreed. In just a few dozen meters, they would encounter a large group of tiered zombies engaged in fierce combat. The valley had been completely transformed by the battle.
The sounds of fighting echoed through the mountains like thunder, making their eardrums ache.
The two were less than 500 meters away from Chun Chen and the zombie tiger. One could say it was quite bold. If the zombie tiger and Chen Chen had any spare energy, they might discover these two uninvited guests. The outcome of humans appearing on a zombie battlefield was always the same.
They could only say they were lucky. The zombie tiger's excess energy was focused on suppressing its internal injuries. Chen Chen was fully concentrated on the fight. Is that a third-tier battlefield over there? The woman turned her head to the other side, her delicate brows furrowing. So many?
More than 20 third-tier zombies were in a chaotic battle, their immense power only slightly less than that of a fourth-tier fight. It was hard not to attract attention. After a chaotic battle lasting several minutes, the first fallen third-tier zombie appeared. I, Blade, shall slay another enemy for my master today. The blood-soaked Blade raised his right blade, holding up the head of a lifeless zombie beast. Who else? Beneath him lay the headless corpse of the zombie beast. The warmth still lingered. Corrupted blood gushed from the smooth neck of the fallen. Many zombies and zombie beasts were drawn to the commotion. They split off a bit of their focus to observe.
Blade was not learning well.
He was trying to stand out like the zombie tiger and the swift wind. However, he had the capital to be proud. Whoosh! Boom! At that moment, a massive figure descended from the sky, crashing down in the center of the battlefield. A few first-tier zombies that couldn't dodge were directly smashed into meat patties. Blade, who had just attracted attention, was overshadowed in less than 3 seconds.
White Crane,
a third-tier zombie beast, recognized the battered corpse. On its back was a small figure riddled with dozens of blood holes. The latter's aura was very weak. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it could extinguish at any moment. Shadow, take lightning away. Blade did not get angry about being overshadowed. Instead, he was the first to react. Leave your opponent to me. Blade? Shadow hesitated for a moment but still transformed into a shadow and charged toward lightning on White Crane's back. The third-tier zombie wolf that Shadow was trying to hold back was about to intervene.
The next second, a blood-soaked figure blocked the way. Your opponent is me. Blade's eyes flashed with cold light, seemingly regarding the over a meter-tall zombie wolf as a dead dog. At that moment, Blade's momentum reached its peak.
Shadow, carrying the weak lightning, ran toward the edge of the battlefield. We must get lightning out, otherwise, the sky won't be able to withstand the aftermath of the battle here. The shadows on Shadow began to cover lightning. They quickly reached the edge of the third-tier battlefield. As the chaotic battle continued, the third-tier battlefield had expanded to a radius of 300 meters.
However, everyone was in the valley, trying to avoid the mountain that was constantly booming. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure attacked from an extremely tricky angle. Shadow was already in poor condition and now had to protect the weak lightning. There was no time to dodge. Wild boar, do you dare to ignore me? The zombie tiger roared. Its speed was not slow. It directly grabbed Wild Boar's hind leg and exerted force. Wild Boar was caught off guard and was flung away, brushing past Shadow. Boom! Wild Boar's massive form smashed into the ground, leaving a large imprint. Protect lightning well. The zombie tiger swept past Shadow. Shadow heard the zombie tiger's voice growing fainter and gritted his teeth, charging outward. Suddenly, a roar came from the other side. That one-eyed zombie is too annoying. Kill him first. It was clear that they had been caught off guard by the powerful mental force. Although mental types were not as perverse as special types, mental attacks were formless and intangible, making it difficult for zombies to defend against. Even if the hard eye is only at the early stage of the third level, it is the weakest in a 3-on-3 team battle. However, at a critical moment, delivering a mental attack to the opponent is enough to influence the fight. Yet, aside from having a powerful mental force, the mental species is weak in all other aspects. In team fights,
the first target is to eliminate the fragile mage. Clearly, the undead beasts all understand this principle.
Protect the hard eye.
The red-haired one moved forward, standing in front of the hard eye, vigilant of the surroundings. With a furious roar, he swung his massive fist directly at one of the undead beasts. The latter had no choice but to defend with all its might. The reason he was given the name Dolly is that his strength is extraordinarily exaggerated among the strong species. Other members of the strong species are no match for him in terms of sheer strength. This includes the Iron Tower, who was also at the mid-third level and had received a boost from the flesh contract.
In this team battle, Dolly poses the greatest threat to the three undead beasts. At that moment, an invisible mental shock hit the undead beast, leaving it dazed. By the time it regained its senses, Dolly's fist had already smashed into its head. Crack! The undead beast's head tilted, and it was violently sent flying. Meanwhile, the other two undead beasts surrounded the hard eye.
The red-haired one grabbed one with each hand, forcibly holding them back.
Annoying guy, then you can die first.
The two undead beasts attacked the red-haired one's head and chest with their sharp claws.
Put!
The red-haired one barely ducked to avoid one strike, but a sharp pain shot through his chest. With a ripping sound, a large chunk of flesh was torn away by the opponent.
His breath continued to decline.
After all, he had never received a boost from a flesh contract and was not as strong as Dolly.
Red hair? Dolly roared angrily and charged over. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Two figures continued to clash against each other on the mountainside, and this side of the mountain had already been plowed through.
Dirt and rocks kept rolling down or being thrown into the air.
This was still without either side intentionally destroying the mountainside. It was merely the aftermath of the battle. Since facing the fourth-level faceless zombie, Chun Chen had put forth his full effort for the first time. Even now, he had not turned the tide of the situation.
That familiar aura, getting closer, Chun Chen sensed again. Is that fragment? But he hasn't used any powerful abilities. Could it be that he was interrupted before fully absorbing it? Chen Chen's mind raced, guessing almost correctly.
Perhaps what the opponent said about a day being left for him to absorb the fragment was true, and he might not even need a full day. Fortunately, he acted decisively, otherwise, once the opponent completed the absorption, he would only be able to run.
And he might not even be able to escape.
I admit you are the second one, after that stupid bear, who makes me feel troublesome. The chaotic aura within the zombie tiger was clearly becoming harder to suppress, but compared to that stupid bear,
you were still far behind. You are so eager to fight me, you must be able to hear the voice in the void.
True, although your level is insufficient, your strength barely qualifies as fourth level, so it's normal for you to hear it.
Since our goal is to devour each other, then let's fight to the death.
Upon hearing this, Chun Chen frowned.
What is he talking about? I haven't heard any voice at all.
Forget it, if you say so, then it is. After all, there is no room for reconciliation. The zombie tiger no longer suppressed its internal injuries, and the chaotic aura was directly exposed. That familiar feeling became increasingly apparent. Chen Chen was certain that the opponent had a fragment. The reason he hadn't sensed it before was likely because the opponent was in the process of absorbing it.
Moreover, the zombie tiger's strength was definitely stronger than the fourth-level faceless.
Whoosh!
This is my true speed.
The zombie tiger sneered, looking at Chun Chen, who had not yet reacted, as its massive claw descended. It wanted to end the fight quickly and then find a place to recover from its injuries. The longer it dragged on, the greater the variables would become.
Boom!
Just as Chen Chen was about to respond, he felt a sharp pain in his back. His body let out a mournful cry, seemingly on the verge of falling apart. The scene before him changed rapidly, and then he crashed into the mountainside. He smashed several meters into the mountain, causing it to tremble. Complete combat training. Attribute point +1. Attribute point +1.
Increase physique.
Chen Chen gritted his teeth, propping himself up with both hands, his legs exerting force as he charged out of the pit. The zombie tiger's expression changed, becoming more serious.
You're not dead? How is that possible? What kind of monster are you?
It acknowledged that Chun Chen's strength was not weak, but he can only be considered a low tier among the fourth rank. He was even weaker than the zombie tiger when it had just advanced.
But this guy was simply an unkillable cockroach.
Good, very good, the zombie tiger laughed in anger, its crimson eyes replaced by greed and madness.
I must eat you.
It vanished again, the hurricane it created plowing a trench in the ground. After landing, Chen Chen looked around, his mental energy sweeping the area. He could only barely sense a vague figure.
Too fast. Put. Chen Chen barely dodged, but could only avoid a fatal blow.
3 sharp claws pierced through his chest.
However, he did not feel the shock and fear he had imagined.
Instead, he smiled strangely. Ignoring his injuries, he let the claws slice through half of his body.
He grabbed the zombie tiger's paw with one hand and bit down.
Rip! He tore off a large chunk of flesh. Just when he was hungry, he decided to eat while fighting. Seeing his 3 attributes continuously rising, Chen Chen felt a sense of calm. At this point, he had no other choice. He could only stick to the old method, exhausting this big cat to death like he did with the faceless 4th rank.
Damn ants! The zombie tiger roared in anger. The opponent was actually eating its flesh. Damn it!
The claws lunged at Chen Chen again. He barely dodged the claws aimed at his head. The wounds that had just started to grow flesh were torn open again. The mere pain was nothing to Chen Chen as he bit down on the tiger's paw again. Host, Chen Chen, physique, 925, continuously increasing, strength, 837, continuously increasing, mental, 836, continuously increasing, race, zombie, level, late stage 2nd rank, flame resistance, 49%, skills, 1,
kin, 14/30, 2, super regeneration, 3, blood contract, incomplete cooling down. The zombie tiger seriously injured Chen Chen 5 times in a row.
In turn, Chen Chen bit off a piece of the zombie tiger's flesh 5 times consecutively. The zombie tiger realized that no matter how severely it injured the opponent, it could not stop that abnormally strong recovery ability. It even created a strange balance. On the other hand, although its own flesh was nothing compared to its 5-meter-tall frame, if this continued, it would eventually be eaten away.
Trying to nibble at me? Then I'll swallow you whole. The zombie tiger's gaze sharpened as it opened its mouth to bite down. But then, an alarm rang in its heart. It seemed that if it ate the opponent, something terrible would happen. Instinctively, it halted its charge and retreated explosively. However, Chen Chen was like a maggot in the bones.
In the moment of the zombie tiger's hesitation, he directly hugged its right front paw and bit down. The zombie tiger's powerful body felt like tofu in Chen Chen's mouth.
One bite created a pit. Damn it, damn it!
The zombie tiger roared, wildly swinging its right front paw.
It failed to shake off Chen Chen.
The zombie tiger then tried to stab Chen Chen to death with its left front paw.
However, the latter was not completely defenseless.
He avoided the vital areas as much as possible. As for the injuries accumulating on his body, as long as they weren't shredded, they didn't affect his ability to eat the zombie tiger.
Chen Chen's wounds continuously sprouted flesh, entangling and connecting the injuries. He was hit again and again before he could recover.
Healing required energy, so he had to eat the zombie tiger's flesh. Eating meat inevitably led to injuries.
A vicious cycle. Boom, boom, boom.
The zombie tiger raised its right front paw and smashed it down onto the ground, then lifted it again to smash down.
The earth could not bear the weight, and the pit created continued to expand. Chen Chen felt his back being struck repeatedly.
He not only did not let go but also took the opportunity to climb up. He could see his right front paw being gnawed at in a pitiful state. The zombie tiger gritted its teeth and suddenly slashed its right front paw with a claw.
Put!
Chen Chen felt the motion stop, and his body was thrown away by the tiger's right front paw. He then crashed to the ground.
A strong tiger severing its own paw? Chen Chen's eyelids twitched, admiring the other's decisiveness.
At the same time, he didn't forget to tear off a piece of flesh from the severed paw and swallow it.
The meat was quite chewy. The zombie tiger watched Chen Chen warily.
It swore this was the strangest zombie it had ever seen. I can't give him another chance, the zombie tiger decided in its heart.
Chen Chen's injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Second skill, super regeneration. The zombie tiger was already feeling a sense of retreat, but it was unwilling to back down. Its form moved again.
Losing a paw affected its speed a bit, at least now Chen Chen could barely lock onto it.
In its perception, the zombie tiger's left front paw was attacking its head.
Having suffered such a huge loss, the zombie tiger couldn't just leave. It believed it had the advantage in speed. Even if it couldn't win, it could still run away.
Thud! The zombie tiger's charge suddenly halted, something within it jolted.
It interrupted the momentum it had been gathering. The cost of interrupted absorption erupted at that moment. It had anticipated this when it decided to go all out, but it didn't expect it to come so quickly and so suddenly. That treasure was something the zombie tiger had snatched from another 4th-tier zombie bear. It had even sustained some injuries for it. The moment it obtained this thing, the zombie tiger felt it. After absorbing it, it would achieve an unprecedented evolution. To absorb this thing, it had made ample preparations. It even left its territory to avoid that zombie bear, intending to deal with a zombie that disrespected it.
Who would have thought the situation would spiral out of control like this?
Damn it, of all times, the zombie tiger stopped its movement, just about to retreat, when it found a figure climbing onto its back. The first thing that figure did was tear off a large chunk of flesh from the tiger's back.
Chomp, chomp, it began to devour it. Chen Chen crawled forward, trying to use the blood-flesh contract on the zombie tiger. Perhaps he could subdue it.
However, the zombie tiger seemed to sense something was off. It began to accelerate wildly, and the powerful airflow pressed Chen Chen down, making it impossible for him to move forward even a bit. Not being thrown off the tiger's back was already a testament to Chen Chen's strength. After all, there were no handrails on the tiger's back. Helpless, Chen Chen could only continue eating the meat. A buffet is a buffet, why not enjoy it? Damn ants! The zombie tiger roared in fury, trying several times to swat Chen Chen off with its claws. Yet, the latter still clung on tightly. In desperation, the zombie tiger leaped high into the air, instantly reaching several hundred meters in height. Then it crashed down. Boom! The shockwave rolled, landing right on the edge of the battlefield of the zombie army. Many nearby zombies and zombie beasts were directly blown away by the residual force, tumbling several meters, some even dying from the fall. Put! Blood trickled from the corner of Chen Chen's mouth, his eyes wide open. Yet, he still held onto the tiger's back. Get off my back, damn ant! The zombie tiger shouted in exasperation. The response it received was a sharp pain in its back. The giant tiger leaped high again and crashed down. The zombies felt the ground shake. The zombie tiger's landing spots were also unpredictable. Many zombies and zombie beasts were affected and killed. In the distance, a 6-member third-tier team had just entered the mountains. Hearing the commotion, they felt as if a giant piledriver was smashing the ground. To the southeast, the team leader, a man in the late third tier, said with a grim expression, "No need to look for markers. With such a huge commotion, anyone would know where to go." The 3 female team members immediately reported back after returning. Many in the organization felt it shouldn't be a battle between 4th-tier zombie forces. However, they still quickly gathered 3rd-tier experts to form a team to investigate the situation. It now seemed that it truly was a battle of 4th-tier zombies. 3rd-tier zombies definitely couldn't cause such a huge uproar. The squad advanced at full speed and quickly found the woman and boy watching the battle from the edge of the battlefield. They suppressed their breaths, trying to hide themselves. "Captain Ouyang, what's the situation?" the leader stepped forward to ask. Hearing this, Ouyang Ling turned around, her tense spirit relaxing a bit. She first looked at Lin Fan, who was at the back of the team. Indeed, this guy had brought Captain Xiao to another stronghold after running away. His injuries had healed, and due to his special abilities, his strength had improved further. He was now at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Captain Xiao had not fully recovered yet. This time, the latter was responsible for guarding the stronghold. Ouyang Ling then looked at another female 3rd tier, Li Sisi. "Your ability is perception. Can you sense if that zombie on the tiger's back is 2nd tier? 2nd tier? Li Sisi was taken aback. Her first reaction was to think the other party was joking. That giant tiger was clearly 4th tier. If it was in such a sorry state, the humanoid zombie must also be 4th tier. But Li Sisi still used her ability, instantly enveloping the area with her perception. As a mid-stage 3rd tier perceiver, determining the opponent's tier was not difficult. Moreover, the opponent was currently engaged in battle and had no time to hide. Really 2nd tier? How is that possible? Li Sisi's face showed surprise. 2nd tier fighting 4th tier? What was wrong with this world? Wait. Everyone looked at Lin Fan, recalling the information he had provided when he and Captain Xiao entered the stronghold. The zombie leader that destroyed the Chaoyang No. 3 stronghold was indeed a 2nd tier zombie. No, wait. Given the opponent's strength, how could it still be 2nd tier after such a long time? They had thought the people at No. 3 stronghold were too weak. Now it seemed that the zombie was just too fierce. Lin Fan? Ouyang Ling felt a bit worried. Lin Fan's expression had darkened, his anger barely contained. The zombie that killed his girlfriend, the zombie that killed his companions was right there. If he didn't know the vast difference in strength between the two sides, he would have charged in without hesitation. Don't rush. If this goes on, the 2 zombies will definitely suffer mutual destruction, and then we can strike, the leader said, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The body of a 4th tier zombie, transported to Kyoto, perhaps Commander Lee can use it to deduce the path to the 4th tier. Just then, a loud crash echoed, and the ground trembled. Boom! The zombie tiger had lost count of how many times it had jumped and smashed down. From the initial hundreds of meters to later over 1,000 meters. This was already its limit. Its back was even numb. Chen Chen clung tightly to the zombie tiger's back like a parasite. Injured? Then eat meat. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, Chen Chen could recover quickly. He knew very well that his strength was not enough to kill a 4th tier zombie. This was his only way to win. The zombie tiger began to regret. Regret taking this treasure from the zombie bear. Regret sending its subordinates to recruit the other party, which turned into a trigger for war. The eagle warrior should really die. It regretted underestimating this humanoid zombie. Thus, it had indulged its subordinates' arrogance. Step by step, it had turned into the current situation.
But it seemed to make sense.
Its subordinates believed their master was invincible, so they couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand when recruiting low-tier zombies.
No matter how much was said,
all of this had already happened.
Surrender?
That thought only appeared in the zombie tiger's mind for a moment before it was denied. If the other party could hear that divine, irresistible voice, then it would definitely not coexist with itself. Not just between the two sides, but there could be no room for easing between any fourth-tier zombies. This was a choice of evolution.
Rip! Chen Chen was covered in blood, some from the zombie tiger, some from himself. He bit into a chunk of meat. Under Chen Chen's relentless efforts, a large pit had been gnawed into the zombie tiger's back. It was like a spoon had scooped out a piece from a pudding. Chen Chen clung tightly to the hole. His small belly was like a bottomless pit. The meat he had consumed was larger than his own body, yet he still did not stop. I underestimated you. The zombie tiger's breath had begun to weaken, yet it remained arrogant. If I had disregarded my injuries and attacked with all my strength from the beginning, I wouldn't have been forced to this extent. But don't think you've won.
My flesh and blood are not so easily digested. The zombie tiger's eyes narrowed, as if it had made a decision. It stomped its paw, shattering the ground. The sound of air being torn echoed painfully in the mountains. The zombie tiger charged forward with incredible speed. At the same time, Chen Chen could clearly sense the life force of the zombie tiger rapidly fading.
Does a fourth-tier zombie still have the means to burn its life?
Chen Chen was stunned. He wanted to let go, but found the zombie tiger's muscles tensed, and a powerful wind pressure surrounded him. It held Chen Chen down firmly. Earlier, the zombie tiger had tried to shake off Chen Chen, but the latter had held on tightly. Now, when Chen Chen wanted to break free, he was instead suppressed. The boomerang was too fast, catching the zombie off guard. In the blink of an eye, the zombie tiger's speed increased to several Mach, and it chose a stone mountain.
It accelerated over several kilometers. The powerful hurricane generated by the acceleration plowed a trench several kilometers long. Wherever it passed, grass and trees were uprooted.
Sand and stones were splattered. Those zombies caught in the wake were torn apart by the wind pressure. Just before reaching the stone mountain, the zombie tiger slightly altered its trajectory, turning its back towards the mountain wall.
Boom! Humans several kilometers away only felt a flash before that massive figure disappeared.
Immediately after, the ground trembled, as if an earthquake had erupted. Too far away, Li Sisi could not perceive the situation. Even when the zombie tiger had just moved, she tried to lock onto it but was injured by the shockwave.
Her mind was in disarray. Is the fourth tier really this powerful? Everyone swallowed hard.
This was their first encounter with a fourth tier battle, and their worldview was being constantly refreshed. The fourth tier was so much stronger than the third tier.
Humans had yet to even explore the path to the fourth tier.
Yet zombies, due to their characteristics, had already produced more than one fourth tier. Some special types even possessed fourth tier combat power without reaching the fourth tier themselves.
Did humans really still have hope?
Quick, those two zombies are likely to have both been injured. Now is the time.
The team leader reacted and immediately gave the order. Where's Lin Fan? Ouyang Ling came back to her senses and instinctively looked towards Lin Fan's position.
The others turned back. They found that Lin Fan had already disappeared. This guy had set off while everyone was still in shock. This time you must die. Lin Fan was filled with rage, his eyes radiating boundless killing intent. On the mountainside, a large hole over 20 meters in diameter was very conspicuous. The cave was deep, and the light inside was very dim. Chen Chen felt his lower body had vanished, and his consciousness was in chaos. It felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. Combat training completed, attribute point +1.
Add to physique.
Chen Chen gritted his teeth. He struggled to raise his hand and touched the massive, broken body. In his perception, the zombie tiger's breath was rapidly weakening, as if it were being smashed open to release floodwaters. Even if he ignored it, it would probably die in less than 10 minutes. The zombie tiger's head was left with only half, its voice weak yet filled with disbelief. Why?
You are still not dead?
It had used the foundation of the fourth tier, forcibly enhancing its strength at the cost of burning its life. Even that stupid bear wouldn't dare to withstand such a collision.
Why was this second-tier zombie still alive? Moreover, its breath was slowly growing stronger? Damn you! If you're still alive, how could I possibly die? Chen Chen chuckled. Looks like I won. His lower body was regenerating, flesh buds intertwining. Rip! Not forgetting his original intention, he continued to eat meat. The zombie tiger's spirit surged. Even at this moment, it was still eating. You bastard! As if experiencing a moment of clarity, the zombie tiger raised its head to look at Chen Chen. I am unwilling. Before it could finish, its breath faltered. With a thud, the tiger's head fell, its life dissipating. The zombie tiger, which could have lived for a few more minutes, died of anger. It was too much of a bully, too inhumane. Chen Chen did not attempt to use the blood and flesh contract on the zombie tiger.
His own condition was already poor, and using it during the skill cooldown would drain his vitality.
Moreover, he wasn't confident he could save a zombie tiger in such a state. It wasn't about the severity of the injuries. It was that the life force burning within it could not be stopped. Points added successfully. Host, Chen Chen vitality, 975, recovering, strength, 847, recovering, spirit, 846, recovering, race, zombie level, late stage second tier fire resistance, 49% skills, 1. Dependence, 14/30, 2. Super regeneration, 3. Blood and flesh contract, incomplete cooling down, crack, crack.
Chen Chen frantically devoured the remains of the zombie tiger while releasing his senses, frowning.
Host, Chen Chen back silk. In the next moment, a small object pierced Chen Chen's head.
He was momentarily stunned.
Then he remembered the familiar aura might belong to a peculiar fragment.
His head felt heavy, and drowsiness washed over him.
Chen Chen bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. Now was not the time to sleep.
Fortunately, Chen Chen's mental strength was strong enough to temporarily suppress the drowsiness.
Humans? 7 at third tier and 1 at second tier.
Chen Chen noticed the person closest to him. The aura feels a bit familiar.
Could it be that lucky dog? I couldn't find you before, but now you've come to deliver yourself. Chen Chen grinned. These humans couldn't possibly think they could play the role of a yellow sparrow, could they? If it were another zombie, they might have succeeded.
But these people had no idea about Chen Chen's recovery abilities.
The second skill, super regeneration, grew stronger with Chen Chen's vitality.
Plus, the flesh and blood of the nearby 4th tier zombie tiger provided energy. Before they arrived, he could at least recover 20% of his strength. That would be far from enough to deal with a 4th tier, but more than enough to handle a group of 3rd tiers. When Lin Fan arrived in a furious manner, he saw Chen Chen still rapidly devouring the remains of the zombie tiger. He had already eaten one of its legs and showed no regard for Lin Fan's arrival. The latter's abilities erupted, raising his strength to the late 3rd tier, and he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. Suddenly appeared before Chen Chen in the blink of an eye.